half if we want to go live. We are now streaming live. So welcome again to the public. This is the Monday morning, March 1st committee meeting for Appropriations and Financial Affairs. We're joined today by the Judiciary Committee to hear the testimony for the biennial budget for this section of that budget. I'd like to welcome everyone who's watching and welcome our Judiciary Committee here to get us going. So I think I'll ask Senator Carney if she might help introduce the Judiciary Committee, and then we'll introduce the AFAers. So Senator Carney, I believe you're here.
I am. Thank you very much. And thank you for welcoming us to your committee meeting today. We're happy to be here.
Don't hear you yet.
And, I will call on committee members and ask you all to introduce yourselves as your name is called. We'll start with Representative Newell.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rena Newell, the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. Been a while. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91. I live in Friendship.
And Representative Poirier.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jennifer Poirier from House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison.
Representative Libby.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laurel Libby. I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot, and I live in Auburn.
Representative Downs. She may not have joined us quite yet. Representative Sheehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12. That is downtown Biddeford.
Representative Moriarty. Steve, you're muted.
Of course I am. Good way to start the week. I'm Steve Moriarty. I live in Cumberland. I live next door to Senator Breen and Senator Pierce. I represent my hometown of Cumberland and part of Gray.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who's on because there are now multiple screens of people, but Representative Reckett, are you with us this morning? Representative Babbage? Okay. So some folks may be joining us momentarily. Senator Keim?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I am proud to represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Senator Sanborn?
Good morning. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook.
Thank you. And my co-chair, Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, and I serve as the House Chair on Judiciary.
Thank you. And I'm Senator Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which is South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, which is my hometown, and a part of the town of Scarborough. And I think that we're done with our introductions.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate you doing that. Welcome again to the Judiciary Committee. So I'd now like to introduce AFA, and I'll start with Representative Fecteau.
Good morning. I'm Justin Fecteau, and I represent House District 86, which is part of Augusta.
And Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Jessica Fay. I represent parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond in the beautiful Sebago Lakes region.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, which is part of Bangor.
Representative Corey. Is Representative Corey here? I'm not 100% sure. We'll come back if he's not. Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. Welcome to a drizzly Monday. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier. I represent House District 60, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Martin has another Zoom meeting right now, so he'll join us shortly. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Soen Millett. I represent House District 71, which includes the towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Senator Davis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Davis, and I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Senator Donna Bailey, and I proudly represent the residents of Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and a small but important part of Buxton.
And my good co-chair, Senator Breen.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations.
And I am Teresa Peirce. I am the House Chair of AFA, and I represent the majority of Falmouth. So welcome again to everybody, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee. We are blessed to have a couple former Judiciary Committee members on AFA with us this year, so we're looking forward to their expertise as we move through this process. So with that being said, we're going to be going through all of the testimony from the administration and other entities as we get going. And then we'll save our questions until the end. We do have about 8 people right now who are signed up to give public testimony at the end of all of this. So we have sort of a busy morning. We're looking forward to getting going. And we're going to be starting with our Attorney General, Aaron Frey, who's going to give us the first testimony of the day. Welcome, Mr. Attorney General. We're so glad to have you here.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, esteemed members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and of course to Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Aaron Frey. I do have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General, and I very much appreciate the chance to join with you all this morning to talk about the FY 22-23 biennial budget and the initiatives that impact upon the Office of the Attorney General. I also hope to be able to answer any questions we have as we go along. You do see that there are 18 pages of testimony. I'm going to try to tighten that up. What you'll find is that the budget for the office starts at A72 in the budget documentation. For purposes of my testimony, I'm going to start on my page 5. The first 5 pages is really just general background information about the office. Certainly is valuable, certainly is informational, that you might review at your leisure. So starting on page 5 of my testimony, I want to direct the committee's attention to page A73. The first program that I'll be talking about today may be found at that page under the heading Administration Attorney General 0310. There are 6 initiatives in that program. The first initiative, which again found on page A73, establishes 1 Secretary Associate Legal in the Natural Resources Division. The current personnel levels have 1 paralegal position supporting 9 assistant attorneys general, with most of those litigators often absorbing their own administrative support functions. This position would take on those administrative functions, freeing up the attorneys to handle the increased litigation needs that the Natural Resources Division has experienced. These natural resource agencies that would be affected, who would receive these services, have been consulted on this proposal, and there has been an agreement to this request for funding in the budget. The second initiative within this program, also found at page A73, continues a reduction from the FY 2021 supplemental budget that is due to a return of a leased central fleet vehicle by the Investigations Division. The third initiative in this program, also found at page A73, establishes 1 Assistant Attorney General position in the Litigation Division that would be dedicated to workers' compensation litigation. Now, historically, workers' compensation was attended to by attorneys within the Office of the Attorney General, but this was transitioned to outside counsel in the recent past. About 10 or so years ago is when it was transitioned out. We've been thinking about this, and analysis showed that by establishing this work, reestablishing this work in-house, it could save the agency that pays for these services approximately $100,000 on an annual basis. So this work, the work of this position would focus on litigation that originates in central and southern Maine. For logistical purposes, workers' compensation work that originates in northern Maine would still continue to be served, at least for the foreseeable future, through outside counsel relationships that we've established. The fourth initiative, this is now found on page A74. It establishes a paralegal position in the litigation division that's dedicated to workers' compensation. This paralegal position would support that requested Assistant Attorney General in the establishment of a new workers' compensation team here in the office. Again, those savings are related to the establishment of the team within the office. The fifth initiative within this program, also found on page 74, establishes a secretary legal position in the litigation division that's dedicated to that same purpose. And then finally, the sixth initiative, also found on page A74, provides funding for provides funding to pay for the OIT rate increases, computer replacements, and other information technology needs. You're going to hear about this again, but that's for this particular program. So I'm going to stop there. There's 7 different programs. I thought I'd stop here and invite questions on those initiatives before I went on and give folks an opportunity, if the chair's, obviously at the chair's direction.
We sort of like to just forge ahead and have your full testimony, if that's okay.
Absolutely happy to do it.
Thank you.
The next program that I'll touch upon, this is found at page 8 of my testimony. You should see it at page A75 of the budget documentation. This is under the heading Chief Medical Examiner, Office of 0412. So in this program, and just as a reminder to folks, although this is a governor appointed position for purposes of the budget umbrella, the Office of the Attorney General budget umbrella, the Chief Medical Examiner's Office budget falls underneath the AG's budget, which is why I'm presenting it today. There are 5 different initiatives related to this program. First, found on page A75, continues a reduction of funding from the fiscal year 2021 supplemental budget for contract services by disencumbering a contract for autopsy purposes. The Office of the Attorney General's contracted provider was not presently allowing the Office of the Medical Examiner to perform autopsies during the pandemic, and the pathologist performing these services will be retiring, so there's some savings achieved there. The second initiative, also found at page A75, continues a reduction of funding from FY 2021 that's due to a return of a leased central fleet vehicle. Same page of the budget documentation, the third initiative continues a reduction of funding from FY 2021. That's relating to cell phone services that were not deemed needed. And then the fourth initiative, which is the last one on page A75, provides personal services to allow for approved premium overtime and standby pay for the medical examiner assistant positions. This is based on Labor Committee recommendations. Meetings between employees, management, and Bureau of Human Resource Relations. These conversations had resulted in modified overtime and standby allowances for the classification in the office. So that's what that initiative relates to. And then finally, a fifth initiative found on page A76 of the budget documentation. It provides funding for the, this is the OIT rate increase, computer replacement, and other information technology needs. That's the initiative related to that for particular part that's consumed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Moving to page 10 of my testimony and page A77 of the budget documentation, this next program is found under the heading Civil Rights 0039. There is one initiative in this program that I'd like to draw your attention to. This is found on page A77. it provides that OIT-related funding for rate increases, computer replacements, and other information technology needs. That is the only initiative that applies underneath the heading of civil rights. Moving to page 11 of my testimony, page A78 of the budget documentation, this next program is under the heading District Attorney Salaries 0409. There is information, same as the medical examiner's office. The DA's, the budget line for the DAs is housed underneath the Office of the Attorney General budget, which is why you're hearing me present on it today. There are no initiatives for the committee's consideration underneath the District Attorney Salaries Program. So I would just, to the extent that there's some interest in how they're organized, there is some information in my testimony that talks about the DAs and what their caseloads are and what kind of work they're doing.
Mr. Attorney General, could I just have you pause for a second? I noticed that Representative Cardone has her hand up.
Certainly, yes.
Is this a question for the Attorney General?
I'm sorry, this was back when he said he was taking questions.
Oh, okay. We'll wait.
I'll wait. Yes,
Thank you.
I just forgot to put my hand down.
Thank you. Please continue.
I'm already causing problems. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, and I didn't want to mention this in the beginning, but as a former AFA member, you didn't even like bring any tribute or, you know, I don't know.
We're
a little worried. We're a little worried, but go ahead, finish your testimony.
I think I do. In fact, I believe I'm actually, I owe twice the amount I was before the committee on the supplemental budget presentations for questions that probably triggered my obligation to remember fondly my work on the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Duly noted, and I hope that the committee will be satisfied with the forthcoming tribute at the appropriate time. Returning to the testimony on page 13 of my documentation of my testimony, the next program is found on page A79 of the budget documentation. That's under the initiative Fund for Healthy Maine, Attorney General 0947. There is only one initiative under this section, and that initiative found at page A79 of the budget documentation is that OIT related initiative request. So that's for the rate increases, computer replacements, and other information technology needs. That is the assessment that relates to the Fund for Healthy Maine division in the office. Next, and this is a little bit more involved for testimony purposes, at page 14 of my testimony, the next program is found at page A80 underneath the heading Human Services Division 0696. There are 5 initiatives in the Human Services Division program. 2 are submitted in direct correlation to the increasing workload for the Department of Health and Human Services Child Protection Division in the Office of Child and Family Services, with dramatic increases in central intake and new assessments assigned to field staff, come a greater number of court cases being filed and litigated. Therefore, due to the substantial increase in the department's workload and workforce for the Child Protection Services, this has directly related to an increased workload for the Child Protection Division here in the office. So found at page A80 is the first initiative, which establishes 1 Assistant Attorney General position. There's a second initiative that continues an Assistant Attorney General position that was already established by financial order in June of 2020. The second initiative, of course, is to come forward and ask the legislature to approve that. So due to an increasing number of child abuse and neglect reports and corresponding assessment, the Department of Health and Human Services has significantly increased the number of child protective social services workers. In the past 2 years, OCFS has seen a dramatic increase in calls to central intake and the new assessments assigned to field staff. This has, as I mentioned earlier, resulted in a greater number of court cases being filed and litigated. There is an American Bar Association recommendation of approximately 60 trial court cases per attorney for this type of representation. That's just a comparison because in Maine, the caseload is approximately averaging at about 100 cases per per AAG. And this, of course, is a number before the 2018 increase in DHHS caseworkers. As mentioned, this increase is approximately 30% growth in the department's workforce for child protection. It directly correlates to the workload that the Office of the Attorney General is experiencing. Child protection AAGs handle child protection cases for over 2,200 children in state custody. And that's as well as over 100 others who are in familial custody arrangements or transitioning to adulthood between the ages of 18 and 21. These assistant attorneys general appear in court in excess of 4,000 times per year and conduct hundreds of trials, all set on a priority or expedited basis, consistent with the constitutional implications of these types of cases. Child protection AAGs also handle approximately 80 appeals annually. So you have the district court litigation, but then you have the appeals that go to either the Maine Supreme Court or in some instances, the Superior Court continues to be the court of redress. These AAGs also manage a number of other core responsibilities, including legal training of the Office of Child and Family Services staff, advising OCF staff daily on case evidence collection, evidence management, service of process, handling threats to child welfare staff, collaboration with tribal child welfare, interstate cases, bar trainings, and active participation in child abuse prevention, including membership in statutorily required multidisciplinary child welfare panels, and much more. So in sum, what is being requested is, due to the increased need in staffing at the DHHS level, more assessments to families, more cases being filed in the trial courts with corresponding litigation. We are asking for that legal support to be able to keep up with this important work and keeping children safe from serious abuse and neglect. The next initiative continues, also found on page 80, continues a part-time research assistant that is assigned to the Child Support Division here in the office. As previously mentioned, the increase in child protective cases has led for an additional need for Assistant Attorney General's time and related support staff to effectively manage the child welfare backlog and support the increase in filings. As a result, a position that had previously been funded equally, so 50-50, by both child protection services and child support enforcement, has been transferred to 100% child protection services. DHHS has been consulted about the need for this additional funding, which was fine. And so this just leaves that need to fill the support for the child support enforcement position. That's what that initiative deals with. The next initiative, found on page A80, provides funding for Department of Administrative and Financial Services OIT rate increases. You've already heard me talk about that for other programs within the office. And then finally, there is a request for approved reorganization of one secretary legal position to one secretary associate legal position. This reclassification is necessary due to the complexity of tasks being performed and the required ongoing need for this level of support. So that completes the initiatives that are requested underneath that particular, the HHS program. The next program, found at page 82, is under the heading Victims Compensation Board. There is only one initiative in this program, and that initiative relates to the increase in assessment relating to rate increases, computer replacements, and other technology needs for OIT. So that concludes my presentation on the budget initiatives that have been presented for your consideration and vote. I appreciated this opportunity. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm certainly going to be available for any work session that either AFA or the Judiciary Committee has, and any questions that I'm not answered to provide, sufficient substantive answers today. I'll certainly provide written response and be available, along with bringing others with me for work session consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I think we have a couple, if anyone has questions, please raise your hand. We have 2 people in the queue. Representative Cardone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Fry. My question relates back to the beginning part of your testimony where you were talking about establishing the positions for the workers' compensation litigation. If I heard you correctly, I thought you said that it would cost the state, or it would save the state about $100,000 in costs, but yet these 3 positions total more than $100,000. So I'm wondering about the math here. Are we talking about $100,000 over and above what we're spending for these 3 positions? Or if we're not, if these 3 positions are actually costing more than the outsourcing, why are we bringing this back into the state workforce?
Thank you for that. So good morning, Representative, and thank you for that opportunity to clarify. This request would result in an overall savings. So that looks at what we're spending now, the total amount.
Okay.
And when you back out the cost to bring these positions in-house, the savings of that is approximately $100,000. So the amount that's being spent right now is $250,000 comes to mind. I can get the specific number so that the committee can see sort of how we arrive at that projected savings. But no, I would not be coming and asking for what would be $100,000 spend. This was really motivated by, finding a way to save money for the workers' compensation program, money that they're spending now on outside contracts. At the same time, we could not realize the same type of savings for the entire state. So I mentioned that in Northern Maine, for example, we'd still need to rely upon talented outside counsel because there really wasn't a more effective way of doing that while also realizing some savings. So I'm going to make the numbers, but that's the answer.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies the math for me.
Next, we have Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Attorney General.
Good morning.
2 quick questions. Representative Toole made a very strong pitch to the committee a couple of weeks ago about dividing the prosecutorial districts of Washington and Hancock County. If that bill happens to pass, what are you going to do regarding funding Washington County's prosecutor? And then I have a second question.
Well, I guess so the funding, of course, would come under the OAG umbrella. And I expect that because there would be the division of an existing district. So District 7, Prosecutorial District 7 presently covers Hancock County and Washington County. So if you split out Washington County, I expect that some of the positions that are presently assigned to District 7 are going to follow that. I don't know what's clear is whether or not there needs to be an additional position above and beyond the current ADAs that cover that, because you're going to have an elected DA at that point. And so I guess I'm going to have to get back to you on exactly what the structure of the office would be and whether or not that elected DA was going to be one of the 2 ADAs that presently cover Washington County, or if it was going to be the 2 ADAs plus a DA. So some of it's already going to be covered if that passes. But again, that elected DA position may end up being an additional cost. We'd seek that from the legislature, obviously, to fund that.
Thank you. Representative Toole did indicate that the one item of cost would be the new district attorney. And could you tell us who's retiring from the medical examiner's office on that contract service?
I can get you the name. The retirement that I was referencing, I believe, relates to a pathologist that was connected with one of the medical institutions that was providing some services that support the OCME. but I want to be precise. Let me get that pathologist name for you, confirm whether or not it's with the OCME or the hospital. Additionally, I want to offer that, I can make sure that folks from the OCME's office are available for any work session to provide discussion about what's going on there too.
Sure, we can handle it in the work session, but I just wanted to ascertain, and again, I'll take the rest of it up in the work session, whether Dr. Margaret Greenwald is employed in some capacity in your agent's, the medical examiner's office at this point.
It is so I understand that Dr. Greenwald may have a contract with the OCME, that they've contracted with her to provide services. Let me confirm that, and I can get you any information on that contract for your reference in advance of the work session, so if there's any questions about that, we can talk about it then.
I'll take the rest of it up with you at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We now have Representative Arata, and then Representative Moriarty, and then Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I just have a few questions. Going back to the $100,000 savings, I noticed that that's mentioned 3 times in 3 different initiatives. So is that a savings of $300,000?
I would be the hero, I suppose, if I could come forward with that kind of initiative. It was probably inartful the way it was presented in testimony. The overall savings for bringing workers' compensation back into the office would be the $100,000. So, the way that it was structured, I didn't really think about it as, I did it initiative by initiative, as opposed to saying these 3 initiatives, you bring them in, put them together, the overall savings is $100,000. So it's not 300, it would be 100,000.
Okay, thank you. And also, I don't remember seeing a corresponding budget reduction in the labor department, but maybe I'm mistaken. Is there a corresponding reduction there?
I'm going to have to get back to you on whether or not workers' compensation had any corresponding initiative. I didn't look for that, and I want to make sure I get you the right answer.
Okay, thank you. And also, these OSR funds, can you give a breakdown of what the OSR funds are that all the new positions are being funded via?
This is for workers' comp?
All of them. You have, I think, 5.5 new positions in your budget?
Yes. So for purposes of the Natural Resources Division, the other special revenue accounts would be those. So sort of broadly, when agencies consume legal services from the AG's office, there is some payment from those agencies, just like you would see if you had somebody hiring an attorney, right? The person hiring an attorney pays an amount of money. And so for the Natural Resources Division position, that would be from, I don't know which natural resources agencies, but I can get you exactly which natural resource agencies are going to be putting in. With respect to the workers' compensation positions, that would be the Workers' Comp Fund, OSR. With respect to the HHS related positions, that would be assessments. The other special revenue would be from child protection, the OCFS special revenue, their revenue. And then the child support position would be from also from HHS, but within the Child Support Enforcement Division. I think that covers the positions covered by OSRs. I'm not recalling that we're requesting any general fund positions. These positions are just being funded by the agencies that they benefit.
Are there corresponding fee increases then to pay for this OSR money?
I'd have to check to see if there was already capacity within the existing baseline, or if the agencies involved had to request, an additional allotment of money, kind of like we saw in my budget for OIT, right? OIT increased its assessment on the different programs. Let me confirm for you, Representative, if there was a required increase, and if so, what they were related to. If you can give me a little bit of time, I can work on getting that.
Right, I'd really like to see the flow of dollars from point A to point B to point C to you.
Certainly,
If that makes any sense.
Perfect sense. Happy to do it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. And now I have the good representative to the north of me, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several questions and observations for the Attorney General, also on the workers' comp issues. And good morning, Attorney General.
Good morning.
Just a point of clarification, by memory, it was more like 20 to 25 years ago rather than 10 that the state outsourced its defense to private firms, having previously done it in-house. But that's probably neither here nor there. My question is, do you know where the dividing line is going to be between northern and southern Maine in terms of where the responsibilities for the new in-house position will begin and where the responsibilities for the private firm representation will begin in northern Maine?
Well, first, thank you for that history. Unfortunately, the history in the office is not as complete, and so I appreciate that it may be 20, 25 years. It was certainly before my time, but it's come up for consideration during my time as to how to continue. In terms of the dividing line, I'm going to want to get back to you with some preciseness as to what that might look like for courts or regions. If you could give me that time, I can provide that in writing and be prepared to talk about it at a work session.
Of course. Let me just share with you, though, my concerns or observations. As you may know, the Workers' Comp Board operates 5 regional offices throughout Maine: Portland, Lewiston, Augusta, Bangor, and Caribou. If the dividing line is north of Augusta, you would be asking a single attorney and a single paralegal to cover all of the cases that are assigned to the Portland, Lewiston, and Augusta regional offices. I will warn you, that is an enormous caseload and probably beyond the ability of one person to handle. I assume that your northern Maine firm, with which I'm familiar, will have more than one attorney to assign to represent the state in the various regions of the north. I just have some real doubts that one person can handle the caseload from the 3 southern regional offices.
Sounds like a great work session topic.
And I guess what I'd offer, I will, this was done in consultation with the litigation division, of course, which would be responsible for this. I can bring that, I'll take that perspective and see if I can provide some level of confidence about what the plan is for the work session.
Okay. Thank you, then.
Now we have Senator Bailey and then Senator Keim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Mr. Attorney General. I have a couple of questions. The first is, and it may not be something for your office, but I know you were asking for some additional child protective AAGs. Has anyone done any analysis of the effect of the implementation of Families First? And I mean, my understanding of Families First is actually to do more upfront preventative work so that the number of cases actually going to court should go down. And so I'm just wondering if that has been looked at and what that analysis has shown.
What I may offer is, I know that the Child Protection Division Chief, Nora Sosnoff, is in regular substantive contact with Todd Landry at OCFS. I do not have the answer about what sort of considerations maybe have been done about whether or not programming that OCFS is bringing online will have on the on bringing down those numbers that I mentioned earlier are really impacting the request. But I can get that and return that information in time for the Judiciary Committee consideration, but also for the AFA consideration. But if you give me that time, I can find out if there's been that analysis.
All right, thank you very much. And then my other question has to do with getting some numbers in terms of what the state spends between the DA's offices, the DA's, the ADA's, and then the Attorney General's office and the AAG's. And I'd really like to get a total amount that is spent by the state on these attorneys, their state attorneys in different capacities, obviously, and their support staff, their paralegals, and what have you, the administrative assistants, in criminal prosecutions, juvenile prosecutions, child protective, involuntary commitments, both at the trial level and the appellate level. And I understand you don't have those numbers in front of you at this moment, but if you could get those for the work session, I would appreciate that.
And so just, of course, Senator, and just so I make sure I have the right division. So criminal, juvenile, child protective, involuntary commitment, and that would be from start of a case through appeal. So those different positions that may be attached to that work for both ADAs and for AAGs.
Correct.
Okay. And support and I'm sorry, and support staff. So
yes.
And I think what I'll also offer is I will also see, to the best I can try to break out where the spend is. So counties pick up some of the cost for support staff. I can make sure that that's identified so that just so the committees have that background.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And now we have Senator Keim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. AG.
Good morning.
I was wondering if you could get for us for the work session, and I would like the information that Senator Bailey requested as well, given to the Judiciary Committee as well as AFA. But for our work session, I am curious to see some past accounting around the Human Services Division and specifically Child Protection Division, just the count there of positions and also the case count. Maybe for the past, I don't know how many years makes sense, 5 or 10, something like that.
Happy to do that. Is what I think I might be able to do that might be responsive to that question is I can get the positions, and because it's a state, statewide, and different counties may have different, some are a little bit more than others. I'll try to do that case count per area. So Aroostook County AAGs may have a slightly different caseload than Oxford County, the AGs covered Oxford County. I'll break it down in a way that I hope will provide the most information about sort of how these services are being rendered. And as best I can, I'll connect case count, not necessarily children in custody count, but actual cases. Because as you probably know, some you might have 2 cases, but relating to the same family. So I'll do what I can to try to provide as much information along that line as possible. And that was just for child protection, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, I'll make sure that the other information is shared with both committees, is shared with both Judiciary and AFA in advance of the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for questions. I don't see anyone with anybody's hand up, but I don't see anybody looking for my attention either. So Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for being here. We appreciate your testimony. We look forward to work. I know the committee looks forward to working with you in their work sessions, and I appreciate you making yourself and your staff available. So thanks so much.
No, thank you very much for your consideration.
Have a great day. Next, we'll be moving on to the Human Rights Commission, and I believe Amy Sneerson is here to provide testimony. Amy?
I am here. I can see you're looking for my little box.
There, I found you. There we are. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you, Representative Pierce and Senator Breen and Representative Harnett and Senator Carney and distinguished members of both Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Judiciary. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. We are the state's agency that enforces non-discrimination law, the Maine Human Rights Act, and also the Maine Whistleblower Protection Act. We are a very small agency. It's always sobering to come after the Attorney General at these hearings. Our total budget, we come in and our budget initiatives are presented on pages A325 through 327. That's just a few pages. Our baseline budget is about $1,776,000 for FY22 and a little over that for FY23. We have 4 initiatives, and I have submitted written testimony along with our annual report for this fiscal year. And normally I wouldn't bother talking about staff issues in any detail, but one of them, one of the budget initiatives does relate to specific staff issues. So I'm just going to say real briefly, our agency receives about between 700 and 800 complaints a year. We have 775 last year. We have 6 investigators total. And for some period of time, we had a lot of turnover in those positions, and heading into the 2021 budget, we were very excited to receive some supportive funding.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Sneerson, but Mr. Andrews, you have your hand up. I'm not 100% sure why that is.
That was a I apologize. Thank
great. You. No problem. My apologies for the interruption, Executive Director. Please continue.
Sure. We were having a lot of turnover, so we submitted an employer-initiated reclassification for the investigator position. That was after some time while the DAFS was working on it. One of our investigators also submitted an employee-initiated reclassification request. Both of those were ultimately granted. So those are both approved as of the summer of 2019, but they've never been funded. They were in the governor's budget for 2021, but as we all know, that budget did not end the way it started out. So those investigator reclassifications were stripped out of the 2021 budget, and they are presented here. So I just wanted to mention that that's in, I discussed it in a little bit of detail on page 2 and heading into page 3 of my written testimony, because in the 2021 budget, they were presented separately because employee-initiated reclassifications they accrue interest retroactively. Management-initiated reclassifications do not. Those were in the 2021 budget separately, but in the budget initiatives that you have before you, they are clumped together in one of the initiatives. So I just want to sort of mention that background is in my written testimony. The actual budget initiatives that are before you today, there are 4 of them. The first 2 initiatives, and those are on page A326. Both are items that happened at the time of the governor's curtailment and were carried into the FY21 supplemental budget. The first item was we administratively reorganized several positions because it made sense at the time financially. So the first initiative relates to administrative reorganization of a senior paralegal position to a paralegal level. That was part of the reorganization we did internally. The same thing is true of the second initiative. Reorganizing a position from investigator supervisor to investigator. The first initiative also includes a reduction of a job from full-time to part-time. Those are all things that have already happened. They are just carried forward into the biennial budget. The third and fourth initiatives are seeking additions of money. The third initiative, which is on the top of A327, seeks funding for increases in technology and general operating costs. That is not something that our agency has sought out. That's from OIT, and I understand that is related to adding licenses to enable our agency to access new HR systems, adding licenses, other rate increases, including sensors for security in our building, and those costs are being passed on to a number of agencies. So I believe if necessary, our Director of Operations, Melody Piper, is here, but we can also provide detail at the work session. The fourth initiative is the one that relates to reclassifications for our 6 investigator positions. And again, one of those is retroactive, employee initiated. 5 of them are management initiated, not retroactive, not accruing interest. And they've been lumped, we believe that they've been lumped together in this initiative. And in pulling that apart, and this is in my written testimony, we believe that the FY 22-23 year includes the lump sum that would cover the retro employee initiated reclassification request, which is why that sum is much higher than the 2023 amount. So that having that covered is critically important just because it's continuing to accrue interest. But we have realized since our numbers were submitted for this budget, which was last fall, that our federal receipts are not going to be as high as they have been, and that we had hoped that they would continue to be. And so when we submitted this initiative for the 5 investigators, the management initiated reclassification, we had planned to be able to cover a significant portion with federal expenditures, and we are no longer able to do that. So we are hoping, although we know it's a big ask, we are hoping that the Appropriations and Judiciary Committee and the legislature will believe it's as important as we do to allow the general fund to cover the entire cost of the management initiated reclassification for our 5 investigators. It's been approved. It's been waiting since 2019 for a permanent source of funding. We just don't have it. We are a very small agency. We have 13.5 employees, and we just don't have the funds to pay for the reorganization ourselves. Sorry, my lights just went out because I'm not moving enough. So I've included in my written testimony what the general fund amount would be if both if both types of investigator reclassifications were covered. So the 2022 number would go from 42,131,000 to 68,857. And the 2023 amount would go from 24,482 to 66,456. It's essentially just short of $25,000 a year. So we are grateful to the Office of the Governor for including the initiatives that she did in this budget. And we know everybody's stretching, and we appreciate the difficult task before both of these committees. That's really all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we are available now and at the work session and anytime in between to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Niersen. Appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from either committee? Representative Arata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just asking where the OSR funds are coming from that you have in your budget.
Is there a particular item that you're looking at, Representative Arata?
On the first page of the budget for your department, it lists some OSR funds, other special revenue funds. Can you tell me what those are? What the source is?
We actually have very limited OSR funds. We do charge when we are doing a FOIA request or a copy request. We're not allowed to charge for most things other than if it takes extensive time for us to prepare and redact every file that we provide or document that we provide, we have to review it to see if there are any items that remain confidential even after a FOIA request, and we have to usually copy and then redact every page of a file. So we do charge for our time and for copies and for mail. But other than that, we have a seminar fund that money runs through, but that's not an OSR. So I believe it's mostly for FOIA requests and copying.
So over $100,000 a year, approximately?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I am going to have to look at that and make sure that I'm giving you, I think my answer is inadequate, and I will definitely find a better answer for that and get it to you.
That would be good to have for the work session.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I can answer that, Amy, if you'd like.
Oh, yes, I don't see you, Melody, but I know you're here. I can hear you.
Good afternoon. I'm Melody Piper, Operations Director, and I can answer the question about the special revenue funds. We have, I believe there's 3 of those funds, and one of them, as Amy has described, is if we do have FOIA requests, we can charge for reasonable costs to redact files. So that's one of them, and it's an authorization to spend up to that amount in the budget should we bill and receive that. And then the other 2, I believe one of them is linked to our seminar, which we have used to be staggered every 5 years. We'd hold a seminar, but if we hold one, it is an authorization to receive and then spend that money for registrations for that seminar. And I believe mediation program is the other fund, and that program is for us to hold third-party mediations, and the authorization for that is, again, if we receive that much in mediation third-party funds, then we are authorized to spend up to that amount. I think that covers those funds. It's not that, that's just an authorization to spend.
Okay. All right.
I think it sounds like that might be some opportunity to have a little more detail at the work session as well. So
Sure. That sounds good.
Anything else, Representative Arata, or are you?
I'm all set. I look forward to receiving a little bit more detailed information. Thank you.
Representative Hymanson.
Hi, good morning. For the work session, could we have all of the OIT costs that appear in the budget put together in one document?
Are you talking about just this section of the budget or the entire budget?
The entire budget.
Duly noted. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Sneerson? Ms. Sneerson? See none. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate Ms. Piper being here as well, and look forward to the continued work throughout the work session and our work on the biennial. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Next, we're having Indian Tribal State Commission, and that is Paul Thibault. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. I apologize in advance. Are you here? We were provided written testimony, but I'm not seeing anyone come online. So we will move forward and can come back if necessary. So next we have Indigent Legal Services, and I believe Mr. Andrews is joining us with a number of other people to provide testimony and answer any questions.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome.
This is my first trip through this process, so if I stumble a little bit, I'll ask your indulgence.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I am Justin Andrews. I'm the interim executive director of MCILS, and I was struck listening to the presentations before us to hear from one agency that was quite large and one that was described itself as quite small. We're in the unusual position of being a small agency responsible for an astonishing number of outside people and cases. So although our staff count is quite low, our effective agency size, when you consider the hundreds of contractors who fulfill our obligations, is quite large. I have submitted written testimony rather than review all of the precursor stuff. I'll say I suspect many or most of you are familiar with the process that has been going on at MCILS, starting in 2017 with the Judiciary Working Group, the Sixth Amendment Center report, and the OPEGA report that came out most recently in November of 2020. Those reports, as well as others and investigations internally and through the media, have revealed that there were a lot of issues at the commission that needed to be addressed. And so I am very pleased to report to you that we have addressed many of the immediate problems, some to completion, some to stages where we're dependent on outside resources like OIT. And so the initiatives that we're presenting to you today are the initiatives that are necessary to carry us forward into compliance with the Sixth Amendment and state of Maine constitutional and statutory law. We have listed 4 principal initiatives, including increasing the size of our staff so that we can provide adequate oversight, meaning both financial oversight and training and quality control oversight, introducing public defenders' offices in Kennebec County and for appellate services, and bringing the rate of compensation to the contractor attorneys on which we rely up to an amount that is appropriate for them to be able to safely discharge their constitutional duties. So this is a turning point for us. And I know there are others who are going to speak to our needs, constitutional needs, and so I won't belabor that here, although I'll be available to answer questions in this session or in the work session, of course. What I will say is that we're at a point where we simply cannot move forward into further compliance with our duties or meet the expectations and obligations for oversight unless and we receive the funding that we are asking for. There are 2 executive staff, 2 administrative staff performing the roles of what should be 12 people. And without your assistance in properly funding the organization, we are not able to make the changes that we are required to make. From our perspective, it's not discretionary on us. We have to make the changes, and we're prepared to do that. Hope that you will consider our asks, because without them, we cannot succeed.
Thank you. Did you indicate that you might have other people presenting part of this budget, or are you just here to ask questions based on that testimony?
Well, ultimately, I recognize that is the decision of the chairs. I had understood that Commission Chair Josh Tardy would also present, and I'd understood that David Carroll, who's the executive director of the Sixth Amendment Center and was hired by the legislature to provide some insight into what needed to change and how, would present on that. Although, again, as I said at the beginning, I sort of stumbled my way through these early experiences. So I'll defer to the chair. I would, in the event that the committee does not want to hear from those other people, I would then spend more time on what the Sixth Amendment Center said and why these changes are necessary. I'm trying not to duplicate that testimony.
So, Mr. Tardy, are you providing direct budget comment?
No, I'm here to be responsive to the committee's questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, and would also, is it Mr. Carey, the other person?
Mr. Carroll.
Carroll, excuse me. I think what we're interested here in having direct testimony about the budget items. I know we, as a legislature, some of us are very, very familiar with the Sixth Amendment and also with the OPEGA report, but we're really interested right now in the budget item issues, not having a historical update on those items necessarily at this juncture. It certainly could be something that we might want to do in some more detailed work sessions as you defend or share with us exactly how we might be going forward with this and the need. But so I won't invite those other 2 to testify at this moment. But I will open it up to some questions, which I see we have Representative Moriarty, Senator Bailey, and Representative Harnett, and then a few others who have raised their hands. So we'll start with
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
if I could just pipe up for a second. There is testimony with respect to the proposed budget. There also seems to be testimony that has the title change package. So I need some clarification on that. If Mr. Andrus or Mr. Tardy want to just comment on what exactly that means, the part that's labeled change package. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would be best to address that?
I can respond to that.
Great, thank you.
So in my written testimony, there is a little bit of narrative. Then there are some brief sections that refer to the initiatives that we presented in the fall. And we, the organization, I was not here yet then, although certainly I've accepted and adopted that presentation. When you get to page 6 of my written testimony, I have referred back to the requests that we made at that time as the framework for discussing the initiatives, and I labeled them consistent with what had been previously submitted, just for organizational purposes. Perhaps I should have labeled them initiative as opposed to change package, but it was an effort to maintain consistency with what had come before. In my written testimony, beginning at page 6, I've got each of the things for you that we're asking and what we consider the cost to be. Beginning at page 9 is a breakout of how we arrived at those numbers. It didn't work well in a narrative form, so I placed that at the end. The end of my testimony, and not to belabor the Sixth Amendment report, I understand that's for later, but at the end of my testimony, I've accepted, with permission from Mr. Carroll, pages that were an appendix or 3 appendices to the Sixth Amendment Center report. And the reason for that is those are the initiatives we're asking for, and so they provide some written foundation for it. Does that address?
That clarifies it a lot. Thank you.
Sure.
So I think we had Representative Moriarty up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Andrus. I'm
Morning.
with Judiciary. We've had a couple of Zooms along the way and have met in that fashion. I'd be curious to know what my colleague, Representative Evangelos, recalls about this, but my recollection is that you were proposing doubling the size of your budget to meet the personnel needs and constitutional needs. And I am, to be honest, unfamiliar with the format of the presentations here, but I'm not seeing that. I thought you were coming out in the mid 30 million range.
And we do, sir. If you look at page 8 of the written testimony, there is a table.
I don't have that. Sorry, that may have come in some other time. I don't have it.
So I'll describe it for you very briefly. Yeah, in the conclusion, we have aggregated the costs and determined that to meet the initiatives suggested to us by the Sixth Amendment Center would cost approximately $36 million a year, which is the approximate doubling. Yeah.
Okay, so, all right. So you've confirmed my memory. Thank you.
Then we have Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have what I think is going to be a quick question. Executive Director Andrus, when you were recently before the GOC committee, you had indicated, and I think we're going to be hearing from someone from the ACLU, that they had put in a FOA request to the commission. And I'm just wondering if you can update the status of that request and if you have a time frame for when the commission may be responsive to that request by ACLU. Thank you.
I cannot provide you, Senator, with a precise timeline. We have begun the sort of structural work to figure out what things we can respond to, what we can't, and how we can address some of the requests in a way that is certain not to provide statutorily confidential information while simultaneously complying with our duty of transparency. My best estimate is that there are several weeks of full-time staff time involved in preparing responses to that. And I cannot articulate a date we can have that done because we don't have that staff time. We recognize the obligation to do it, and we'll take that seriously and respond to it as promptly as we can. But we have no surplus to give to it, and so I cannot tell you when that can be done.
So thank you. I just want to remind people too that we're here hearing the budget parts for this, and we want to make sure we're asking some clarifying questions that we might need for the work session, just to stay on topic. We realize that this is a big topic with a number of different agencies and groups involved in it. So Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you again, Mr. Andrus. And I believe this question is related to the budget. You're asking for a big number, obviously, compared to the number that is budgeted.
Yes.
Could you explain to me the risks to the state, the risks to our indigent defendants in the state, and the risks to retaining private attorneys who currently provide these services if the budget request is not met?
Absolutely. Thank you. So when I hear the question, the risk to the state, I think first of the risk to the people of the state in not having what amounts to an underlying insurance policy that every person in this state can expect and anticipate an adequate and appropriate legal defense in the event that a person gets in trouble. And there are few people who could say categorically that they will never come, that they or a loved one or a friend wouldn't be in a position where they would need these services. Without the budget that we've asked for, we simply cannot provide the oversight, cannot provide the training, cannot provide the quality of service that we want to provide. There are hundreds of excellent attorneys providing work to the indigent folks of Maine and doing an excellent job. But our charge is to ensure that they are not just working hard, but that they're educated and that they're working in a structure that ensures that the services that will be provided are what is called for. We simply cannot do it with the number of people that we have. That's number one. In terms of the risk to state government and answering that question in that way, I anticipate that someday somebody will bring a formal legal challenge. Zach Hayden will speak for himself when he chooses to, of course, but we've all heard from him in other contexts that he's interested in doing that. He sent me this on Friday. This is a stack of judgments and consent decrees against other states. I had hoped to work it into my testimony, and I wasn't able to do that, perhaps for the working group, but it is extraordinarily expensive to lose a lawsuit of the sort that he or somebody else may bring. There are damages, there are attorney's fees, and then at the end of it, you wind up writing the check we're asking for anyway. And so it would be extraordinarily expensive if that happened. I would say finally that some of what we're asking for is internal staff for our office. Some of what we're asking for is the ability to begin to staff public defenders' offices or to begin to have attorneys who are employees who can go and work on cases for us, which is not something our statute currently provides. Starting sometime last week, I don't want to be hyperbolic with a number, but Deputy Director Maciag and I have been working an extraordinary number of hours hands-on to place cases, particularly right now in Aroostook County, where there aren't enough attorneys. And so we need the ability to ensure that indigent folks who may not have the ability to travel from far northern Maine down to an attorney in Bangor have the ability to have counsel by also being able to place people where they need to be. On that subject, one of the questions we've been asked is why will we put the first PD office in Kennebec rather than Portland? And I just want to say that part of this is to be as resource efficient as we can and to bring the oversight of the development of that program into this building where it could have more precise oversight. So the risks are serious. There are financial costs to the state. In many of these instances, it's millions of dollars, but more importantly, it's the integrity and availability of that service to the people of Maine.
Thank you, sir.
I see Mr. Tardy's hand is up. Do you have a comment in relation to that question, or is this, or could I move on to Representative Evangelos with his question?
Feel free to move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have three things. First of all, I do want to raise a minor point of order. I think members of the Judiciary Committee in our correspondence with our staff and people who had contacted us were under the understanding that certain parties may want to weigh in briefly today, and that included Mr. Carroll from Boston, if he's available. I think it's the reason why I want them heard is that it provides the justification of why we're talking about $36 million versus the 19 million that's in the budget. I do want to recognize Representative Cardone. She has provided the vehicle LD 398, which will enact to implement the recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center report. And the difference between the 19 million and the $36 million is going to get fleshed out by the committee by adopting those recommendations and the costs associated with it. So I just wanted to make that part clear and also hopefully get those people recognized. But I do have a question for Mr. Tardy, if I may.
Sure.
So, Josh, I have a concern, and I have a question around the concern. I read in the newspaper this morning that the governor's office said that, and I'm quoting, that that the governor is opposed to adding general fund dollars to a program that is flawed and lacking in accountability, while not increasing the quality of representation in the main courts. So to put this in baseball parlance, we were a last place team. The manager is gone. We hired a new manager. He's making changes. New players have been brought in. We signed probably one of the best free agents in Chicago that they had to offer. He's on the team now. Would you agree with me that we are addressing the accountability issue?
Good morning, everybody. Josh Tardy. I'm a resident of Newport, and I'm the chair of the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. And Representative Evangelos, thank you for the question. I took the governor, the chief executive's comments to heart, and I certainly understand her desire to see the commission making progress. I think the onboarding of Justin Andrus has allowed us to demonstrate significant progress. I think in addition to that, I think you have a commission that is fully vested and passionate about moving the commission and our delivery of indigent legal services to a level that is gets better accountability, more transparency, and a better overall delivery of representation for legal services. And to be clear, I support the governor's the initiative in her budget proposal that gets us up to our baseline for the 18.3 million. To be clear, we are in a $36 to $37 million biennial budget as far as maintaining the status quo. And as Director Andrus has suggested in his testimony, we have, in addition to that, 4 separate initiatives that come with price tags that the commission unanimously endorsed for a proposal to the chief executive. And each one of those, we think, are important and responsive to the constructive criticisms that have been made by the Sixth Amendment Center, the OPEGA report, and all the various groups of experts that have looked under our hood. Okay, and so we are here for subsequent work sessions to discuss the details of those particular proposals. In particular, I am on a personal level hoping that the commission will look at our request for additional monies to increase central office staff. I think that is very critical. We can have a discussion about the cost of a Kennebec specific public defender office, which has a $4.2 million biennial price tag. We can have a discussion about another initiative which calls for a statewide appellate public defender's office, which is a $5 million price tag. And in particular, I know Representative Moriarty was wondering about where we were coming. Our proposal to the chief executive is far more than the mid-30s. With the hourly rate increase for attorneys, that initiative that we requested that the chief executive consider is a $23 million biennial impact. And so these we put together as a commission a proposed budget to the chief executive that we think could best respond to the criticisms of the Sixth Amendment Center, the criticisms of APEGA. And so I completely understand in a pandemic impacted economy, the tasks and the priorities that you legislators have, that you have to ask the tough questions of us. We know that to Representative Harnett's question about what happens if there isn't more money, we are susceptible, very susceptible to a lawsuit that challenges the constitutionality of our system. So thank you.
Thank you.
And just to follow up, Representative Evangelos, Mr. Carroll, I know, did give a pretty exhaustive and detailed presentation to Judiciary, and I think that there might be, if needed, one that he could give to AFA, but that's not on the docket for today. But we can certainly take your comment into consideration. So just wanted to follow that up. I have Senator Keim now with the question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just so everyone understands, Judiciary never got any of the testimony until after this public hearing started today. So I'm scrambling, running back and forth to my printer to print out testimony and then kind of play catch up, because one of the things that I did want to be able to discuss was the request submitted to the governor from MCILS, and I've just been made aware, I've just now been printing that out, and that's part of Acting Commissioner Andrus's testimony, I am assuming. My question is in part to do with supplemental. Is there leftover funds because the courts were closed and we weren't doing court cases? And if I'm out of order here, Madam Chair, please let me know when or how best to get this question answered. But Judiciary did recommend that we move right away with 2 positions for MCILS and in the supplemental budget, but I don't know how that would get funded. I'm thinking it could be from the leftover funds that's currently in the MCILS budget. Is that something that we can at least get a quick answer on before we, as part of this discussion, or no?
It's not technically part of this discussion. I think we're moving forward on the biennial. It certainly seems like something that they could prepare for you in a work session where we might have more detail around that, unless there's a quick answer to that.
I'm not able to offer a quick answer to it, but as part of the thought as we get down that road, I would point out that we'll certainly accept help from any quarter in any way it can come. And at the same time, want to be sure that we're planning for the surge in case volume that we anticipate when cases come back. So we can talk about that in more detail in whatever form is appropriate. I'll certainly participate in that.
Does that help, Senator Keim?
Yes, it does. And if I could make one more comment, in part FFF, the summary is wrong. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed that or made comment, but I thought it was important to bring up.
Duly noted. Thank you very much. Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to weigh in on a process point. First of all, I really appreciate the folks from MCILS being here, as well as the commission. And typically what we do with respect to policy committees and new initiatives is we ask the policy committee to draft the initiative in the committee and vote on those initiatives in the committee, and then send those to us in your report back. So that's the way, that's sort of the methodology of how things outside of the budget document get considered, first by the policy committee, and then whatever the policy committee, wherever you land, you then transmit that to appropriations through your report back. So Senator Carney, does that make sense? Do you understand my suggestion?
Yes, makes complete sense, and we will do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions by members of either committee regarding this section of the budget? Sounds like there's a number of things that will be brought to your work session. We look forward to that work that you're going to do on this under how Senator Breen described it. So thank you so much. I'd like to thank the commission and the new executive director for being here. We appreciate your time. We are moving on to Judiciary Department, Courts and Systems, and I believe we have Dennis Corliss with us.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good morning. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Joint Standing Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Dennis Corliss. I'm the Chief of Finance and Administration for the Judicial Branch. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to discuss the Judicial Branch budget and the new initiatives. Before getting into the various individual initiatives, I want to put the Judicial Branch budget into perspective for you. We have limited our requests to such items as facility operations in our 38 facilities with no provision for inflationary costs, requests for unforeseen information technology costs, and continuance of limited period positions. While we requested funding for additional guardian ad litem costs, these costs have stabilized since the request was made, and we ask the initiative be removed. I'll start in order of the budget request. I've numbered each initiative on each page, starting over at the beginning of the page with number 1. So on page 358, the first item is an other special revenue item. And this first initiative on the page continues 3 limited period law clerk positions. The second item, also an other special revenue item. This initiative continues 1 limited period Violations Bureau assistant clerk position. The third item is the item that we're asking to be removed, and that's an request for guardian ad litem costs, and was based on trends this past fall, which have since stabilized. On the next page, 359, the first item is a general fund item and provides funding for facility operation cost increases, including utilities, plowing, heat, and rent in many of our 38 court locations around the state. As I mentioned, there's no inflationary cost factor for any of those items. Number 2, other special revenue continues a 1 limited period facility engineer position as we have moved from county-owned courthouses to state-owned and operated facilities. We've had to increase staff in this area. Item number 3, federal fund continues 1 federally funded position dedicated to child protection matters. If those funds are received, this will authorize the use of that money for this position. The fourth item is an item, other special revenue item, continues 2 limited period collection clerks and 1 fine court screener. We are authorized by statute to use a portion of funds collected to assist in the collection efforts. These positions have provided additional notice to those who fought to pay fines and additional hearings for those who allege they cannot pay their fines. The collection clerks assist the clerk's office in providing notice and the opportunity to be heard when a defendant has failed or forgotten to pay a fine. Item number 5 is another special revenue item and continues 2 limited period Service Center Violations Bureau assistant clerk positions. The 6th item is a general fund item and provides funding for remote video technology for mediators and mediations and funding for antivirus software for Macs that had previously been provided by Microsoft at no cost. And the final item on that page is a federal fund item and continues 2 limited period court appointed special advocate legal services advisor positions. And these positions supervise volunteers that have saved the state about $400,000 in guardian ad litem expenses per year. On page 60, actually it's listed as a fifth item, but there's only one item on the page, so it'll be item number 1, is a general fund debt service entry, and that funding is to reduce on a one-time basis to reflect savings achieved by the refinancing of the 2011 debt issuances. We do have some language items. Part P, and it shows up in a few different places, Part P2 and Part P, and then pages 19 and 20 in the language. And that's attrition is increased from 1.6% to 5% for the judicial branch. Part 3, page 46. There's a language item for an increase in judicial salaries. As of January 2021, adjusted for the cost of living, Maine trial judges are 51st in the nation. This 3% increase is already in the base budget. With this increase over the next 2 years, and even if other states do not increase salaries for those 2 years, our judges will remain at the bottom of the list after the other 50 states and the District of Columbia. This increase attempts to not widen the gap with the other states as we work to bring our judges to an appropriate salary for their critically important work. Thank you for your time and consideration here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions either now or during the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from any members of either committee at this juncture? Representative Fay and then Senator Bailey.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. So I've asked this question of other departments, and in the order of being consistent, I'm curious about. I think I counted 10 limited positions.
Yes.
Limited time positions. I'm just curious why those positions are characterized as limited time. And you can either answer now or.
Sure. Each biennium, we do review them and do actually switch, either eliminate them or based on funding, because a lot of them are other special revenue and federal funds, so it depends on the availability of those funds. And then other times we do ask to make them permanent, and we did a few of those last biennial budget, but this biennial budget, we just are continuing limited period. We weren't looking for any permanent changes.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Corliss, on A256. I gotta put my glasses on. A358, sorry, under OSR, and there's a line of $300,000 for capital expenditures. What does that represent?
You're on mute, Mr. Corliss.
Sorry about that. Normally, that's been presented as an initiative and allows us to have, based on our collections, up to $300,000 for capital expenditures for our facilities. That's for 38 facilities. So that's the only appropriation that we get for that type of work. This year, it was made an item that was included in the base budget versus as an initiative. So it's just on how it's displayed in the budget, but it's something that happens each biennium.
Thank you.
Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a process note to our appropriations folks. I asked our analyst, Maureen Dawson, some time ago to put together a spreadsheet on all of the new positions proposed in the biennial budget. And she completed that a few weeks ago. I haven't distributed it only because we're kind of not there yet. But I just want folks to know that we will have the totality of new positions in front of us in one document when we need it.
Representative Hymanson.
Thank you. The debt restructuring, if we could, as this is for the work session, we could have a document that demonstrates all of the debt restructuring that the entire budget has had. I appreciate that.
Sure. Any other questions for Mr. Corliss? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for being here and providing testimony.
Thank
I
you.
know you always make yourself available for our work sessions, so I appreciate it. Thanks. Now we have Dan Emery, who's the chair of the board of Pine Tree Legal.
Thank you. Thank you. This is also my first time here, so ask your indulgence if I transgress any norms or anything.
No worries. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to address the Joint Committee in support of the Governor's proposed funding for Pine Tree Legal Assistance. A justification statement is included with my remarks. I'm a lawyer in Yarmouth and handle disability cases, and I'm chair of the Pine Tree Board. Nan Heald, the executive director of Pine Tree, is also available to answer questions, and Nan will also be available for the work session. I'm honored to represent Pine Tree. Pine Tree is an essential part of the civil justice system in Maine, with approximately 40 lawyers and offices in Portland, Lewiston, Augusta, Bangor, Machias, and Presque Isle. The proposed budget would continue to appropriate $500,000 per year to Pine Tree in support of legal services to low-income residents with non-criminal legal problems. I think you understand that Pine Tree is entirely separate from the indigent legal services for criminal cases, which Mr. Andrus addressed. Pine Tree began receiving this level of funding in fiscal year 2015, and it has been flat since then. The proposal is pretty simple. One item, $500,000. Your investment of taxpayer dollars in Pine Tree is a responsibility we have taken seriously for the past 37 years and continue to do so. The funds are an investment by the state in the ability of low-income Mainers to access justice and maintain stability. Pine Tree has adopted strong fiscal policies to provide accountability for all funding. It is one of the less than 1% of Maine nonprofits to have received the highest possible platinum rating from GuideStar. Although Pine Tree, due to limited resources, can serve less than 20% of those who seek our resources, the staff is dedicated to doing the best possible work with the widest possible reach. Your investment helps us leverage additional federal dollars and private foundation funds. Without that support, our organization could not continue to help low-income Mainers in every county with problems that threaten safety, economic stability, or housing. We're a first responder for legal problems facing client groups, including veterans, homeless youth, and victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. The state appropriation supports all of Pine Tree's services, including its nationally recognized websites, which support both the Maine people as well as military and veteran families. Pine Tree has adapted its services during the pandemic to keep its clients and staff safe while continuing to prioritize Maine families. In 2020, Pine Tree handled more than 6,300 cases around the state, again, including problems with domestic violence, public benefits, IRS stimulus checks, landlord-tenant matters, and various consumer problems. Of cases receiving full representation, 95% were resolved in favor of Pine Tree's client. The people served by Pine Tree are among the most vulnerable in our state. 91% had incomes below 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. 1 in 3 included someone with a disability. 1 in 5 was a household with children. 1 in 6 was 60 or older. 1 in 7 was Black, Indigenous, or a person of color, and 1 in 11 was a veteran. Pine Tree, importantly, also has expanded self-help resources on the 3 websites mentioned before, which are ptla.org, kidslegal.org, and the national website for veterans, statesidelegal.org. And in 2020, these sites were visited by approximately 1.7 million individuals. Securing access to justice for Maine individuals and families has a positive impact across society, the economy, health, safety, general well-being of our residents. We're making a difference in people's lives and ensuring that they are treated fairly in the legal system. In my private practice, I represent low-income clients myself. I've had the opportunity to work jointly with Pine Tree on cases and to represent clients on one issue who are represented by other issues. And I have the opportunity to see firsthand the excellent quality of the work that Pine Tree does and the critical importance of that work to the clients and how valued that work is by the clients. So both Nan and I are available to answer questions now. And as I mentioned, Nan will be present for the work session. And thanks to everyone for your consideration of Pine Tree and also for your work on behalf of the citizens of Maine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emery and Executive Director Heald, for being here. Appreciate you sharing this testimony. Are there any questions for either the Executive Director or the Chair of the board? I don't see any at this moment, but I'm sure we could always reach out if something were to come up. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question of my fellow chair and also staff. Are we expecting Commissioner Figueroa to do anything at this juncture or not?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It said as needed, correct? Yeah.
Right.
So go ahead. That concludes our testimony. And now we have 4 members of the public who would like to provide public hearing testimony for us. Oh, Representative Evangelos, do you have a question?
I think Mr. Tebow may be here for the MITSIC. You might want to check.
I think there weren't any initiatives, but I am happy. Mr. Tebow, did you join us? You weren't online earlier when I looked, so.
I apologize.
No worries.
No, we don't have a specific initiative, as I understand that, but it was my understanding that I was going to testify at this time as the agency.
My apologies. We're glad to have you here, and please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning to all of the co-chairs and the members of the 2 committees. For those of you who don't already know me, my name is Paul Tebow. I am the managing director of the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission, often referred to as MITSIC. I submitted 3 pages of written testimony, which I refer you to, and I'm not going to go through all of that. I'm just going to try to hit a few points. The MITSIC budget is at page A329 of the budget document. As you can see, it's a tiny amount relative to some other folks you've been hearing from today. The annual state funding for MITSIC is at $111,614, and it has been at that level for a number of years prior to my tenure at MITSIC. Basically, continuing funding at that level without finding other resources will not be adequate for MITSIC to carry on as it is doing for all of the next biennium. We currently function with a very skeletal staff, which consists of me as the only employee and some part-time contractors who do research and projects, also bookkeeping and IT assistance, but they're all very much part-time. Probably collectively add up to about maybe half of another staff person. And even that skeletal level of funding that we have currently, level of activity that we have currently is possible only because we've had a carryover. And as some of you may recall, there was a period of several years of where MITSIC had very reduced activity because the state positions on MITSIC were left unfilled. Fortunately, that is no longer the case, and we will be again back to full strength with the recent nomination of Sarah Medina from the state side of the commission. For fiscal year 21, MITSIC made the decision to adopt a conservative budget that strikes a balance between stretching our carryover out as much as possible, but also taking on some projects that we would not otherwise be able to do if we didn't have those carryover funds. But based on that conservative budget, we will be, without other funding from some source, we will be facing substantial cuts by the second year of the next biennium. And to put it simply, that would mean not even having a full-time managing director, not having a single full-time employee. We are seeking other funding. There's in particular one foundation that we've been in contact with that may be a source of funding one or more special projects. But it has always been difficult for MITSIC to obtain non-governmental funding because basically we are a very funny looking animal. We're an intergovernmental entity. We're not organized as a nonprofit corporation, and a lot of potential private funders shy away from providing funding to MITSIC for that reason. As you may know, MITSIC, although it has limited power under our statute, it has very broad statutory responsibilities, basically encompassing the full relationships between the tribes, the Wabanaki tribes, and the state of Maine. And that includes many things, including natural resources, economic development, education, public welfare, healthcare, public safety, courts, and other areas as well. MITSIC has been going through a transition over the last couple of years. Last fall, MITSIC selected a new chair. And as I mentioned, we're about to get back to full strength on the state side of the commission. MITSIC has an extremely talented and experienced group of people with backgrounds in government, business, natural resources management, law, healthcare, law enforcement, and other fields. But frankly, at this point, MITSIC is underutilized considering the level of talent we have. It is underutilized by both the state and the tribes, both with respect to the current responsibilities that we have under the Implementing Act, but also potentially with work for MITSIC that could arise from pending legislative proposals that you probably are aware of in terms of tribal-state relations. And one example of that I would give, last year, LD 2118 would have created significant new responsibilities for MITSIC in the areas of tribal-state consultation, dispute resolution, and education. We may see a similar provision emerge this year as part of the omnibus bill that we're anticipating regarding tribal-state relations. And the last point I want to make there is just, if there is additional work for MITSIC that arises from tribal-state legislation this year, then our need for additional funding would only increase, and we would hope that any new any new legislation that asks MITSIC to do additional work would also come with some funding to make that possible. With a staff of one employee, you can imagine that we would not be able to meet those obligations. And that's the extent of my testimony. I would again refer you to the 3-page written testimony, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow. Appreciate your comments. And we have Senator Carney with a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Tebow, could you please provide us for the work session the amount of what you called carryover funds that you've used in the last several years, say in the last 4 years?
I can, but I can basically answer that question now, Senator Kern.
That would be great, thanks.
It is in the written materials, and I realize you probably don't have those in front of you. I only submitted those this morning. We used about $50,000 of carryover money in the prior fiscal year, and we are now looking at, it appears that we will be using another 50,000 of the carryover in this fiscal year. Both of those numbers would have been considerably larger, except for the restrictions that the pandemic placed on the commission. We're a statewide commission that in normal times would be having meetings of the commissioners, with them coming from all parts of the state and meeting in various parts of the state. That's a significant piece of our expenses, but we've been meeting by Zoom now since last spring. It's about 100,000 of carryover for the current and previous fiscal year that we've expended, and we anticipate, as I said, in drafting the budget for this year, we tried to strike a balance where we could stretch that out as long as reasonable, but also take on some projects that we would never be able to do without the availability of those funds. So we've been doing both of those things, and we do anticipate that if we can't come up with other sources of funding, that the second year of the biennium is going to be a major financial crunch for MITSIC.
Could I please ask one follow-up question?
Sure, please do.
How much of the carryover money is still available to MITSIC for next fiscal year?
Well, I mean, the carryover from prior to my tenure, that's gone, but then for the the first fiscal year that I was on the job, we were able to carry over some of that. And because now this year that's gone, but at the end of this year, based on where we're going right now, I just looked at the numbers yesterday, and we'll probably still have around $90,000 that we can carry into the next fiscal year, which combined with flat funding, hopefully would get us through fiscal year 22. But at the end of, without other funding coming in from some source, by the end of fiscal year 22, we would be facing the need to make significant cuts. And as you can imagine, there isn't a lot to cut in our budget. I mean, I'm the only full-time employee, and what it comes down to is literally not having the funds to have a full-time employee.
All set, Senator Carney?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Jeff. Hi, Representative Evangelos.
Jeff's fine. Paul, has MITSIC fully recovered from providing the 100% financing for the Suffolk University study? And could you just briefly tell us today what that did to your finances at the time?
Yeah, for those who don't already know, that was back, I guess, 4 years ago now, maybe 5 years ago, but before I was managing director. But at that time, the Judiciary Committee was interested in having MITSIC do a study regarding the drafting of the Settlement Act with a particular focus on a couple of things, including the section 1735B that got added in at the end that limits the ability of the tribes to benefit from new federal, laws regarding tribes. And, but there wasn't any money that came with that. So MITSIC was confronted with very basic choice of, paying to have, that study done, or, but at the expense of having to cut way back on its own executive director's time. The commission made the decision to contract with Suffolk University to do that study because they felt it was really important to do. But the result was that the current executive director was cut way back to part-time because of that drain of the funding. Has the commission recovered from it? Yes, in the sense that because of the subsequent period of time where the prior administration did not fill state positions, MITSIC was, relatively inactive. So that when I came in at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, by that time, MITSIC had accumulated some carryover because it had not been, active.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Tebow? So appreciate you being here. My apologies for not realizing you had logged on. So
No problem.
thank you. And I'm sure you'll be available if there's any additional need at the work session in judiciary or with us.
I will.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So now we're going to move to public comment.
Pardon me,
Oh,
Madam Chair.
yes.
This is Representative Newell may have had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see your hand up, Representative Newell. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could possibly wait until the work session. I was just interested in hearing from Mr. Tebow as to what he's projected losses would be estimated at for FY22.
I don't, okay. As I indicated, I believe that with the carryover that we anticipate having at the end of this fiscal year, that if we don't have additional, duties imposed, that we can probably get through fiscal year 22 by essentially exhausting current funding plus whatever carryover we take into fiscal year 22. But going into fiscal year 23, we would simply not be able to maintain even the level of activity that we have now, unless there is, another source of funding or additional funding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tebow. I think I had my fiscal years. I should have went with fiscal year 23 rather than 22, and I think I was just kind of trying to get an idea, not necessarily losses, but what your projected needs would be for the remaining fiscal year 23.
If I could comment, Representative Newell, I don't think it's surprising that you find it a little bit confusing, because we are in a position of, facing sort of uncertainties and moving targets. The legislation this year may include provisions regarding MITSIC. We hope that it will look to MITSIC to do more with respect to things like tribal state consultation and maybe dispute resolution. But until we know whether that's going to happen and whether any funding will come from that, it's hard for us to, project exactly where we're going to be. And we are trying to find private sources of funding, although, it has been difficult in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow. Madam Chair, one more, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Tebow, can you speak to what you expect may or may not occur now that the commission is fully seated? What would be your expectation moving forward now that state commissioners and tribal commissioners are fully seated?
Well, as I mentioned in my testimony previously, we have a very talented group of people on both sides, state and tribal. And we recently went through a work planning process. We've created a new work plan that identifies projects and issues that we want to focus on given, adequate resources. So to me, it's really a question of, what is asked of MITSIC and what are the limits of our resources. But I believe that the group we have is a very talented group of people that can do more if asked. And I hope that's responsive to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for Mr. Tebow? Looking around, no one's waving their hands. Thank you so much for being here. Certainly appreciate your time.
Thank you
Now
again.
now we'll move to public testimony. We have 4 people to testify. Jim Cohen is our first, and we'll promote him to a panelist. Please let us know when you arrive, and if you could unmute yourself and show your screen as well. Mr. Cohen, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the 2 committees here today. My name is Jim Cohen, and I'm an attorney with the Barrow Law Firm, and I'm here today as legislative counsel for the Maine State Bar Association. We're here to speak on the portion of the budget that relates to the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. And our testimony is submitted in opposition, not because we don't support funding for the commission, but rather because we believe that more funding should be provided to the commission. So we are calling our testimony opposition. Our association represents 3,000 lawyers in the state of Maine. We also have very closely followed the commission and have a working group that is looking regularly at the commission opportunities for improving services. And we know that this is an area where improvement is needed. Access to justice is a key part of the mission of the Maine State Bar Association, and the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services is very much a part of ensuring that Mainers have access to justice. And MCILS is a key system for ensuring that Mainers who are indigent have effective counsel for areas including criminal law and child protective services. Now, we know that the Sixth Amendment Center produced a report several years ago outlining issues and concerns with the way the system is operating. The OPEGA analysis recently concluded also highlighted challenges to the system. But I think it's clear that part of addressing the challenges requires more funding, ensuring that there's sufficient oversight. And if we're going to have a system of fair and adequate services for indigent Mainers, we need resources to provide additional staff capacity to ensure that the system properly is overseeing that system, that there are resources to support training for lawyers, and that legal fees are set at a level necessary to attract and retain quality attorneys. Now, earlier this year, the Judiciary Committee recommended adding 2 additional staff. It wasn't clear whether that funding for those staff members is included in this budget. We obviously would support that. And as a final note, we would say we recognize and acknowledge the hard work of the board of directors for Mickles, their efforts to try to improve the system. They have suggested some additional initiatives that would be needed. We leave it to the committee to determine which of those makes the most sense for retaining and attracting lawyers, for training them, and for overseeing quality lawyers. And with that, I would be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Cohen? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand or wave frantically at me. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Our next testifier will be Megan Maloney, sorry, my bad. And when you arrive, please unmute yourself and.
I think I've arrived.
Ah, you have. Welcome.
Thank
Nice to see you, Megan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Megan Maloney. I'm the District Attorney for Kennebec and Somerset County. And I'm here, I put myself as neither for nor against the portion of the budget for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. And the reason I wanted to just briefly testify on this is to just emphasize how important it is that we do address the concerns of the Sixth Amendment Project and that we put the funding necessary towards establishing at least a pilot public defender program. And as that's been proposed for Kennebec County, I just wanted to make sure the committee knew that all of us in Kennebec County are completely in support and will do everything that we can to work with any new pilot project and hope to be of help in any way that we can. So that is all I wanted to communicate, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Maloney? I do not see any. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maurice Porter. Mr.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good to see all of you. My name is Maurice Porter, and I have a private law practice in rural Oxford County. I began accepting appointments to indigent cases back in 2002. Now, before Mickles was established in 2009, attorneys were appointed to the defendant's cases from the bench by judges individually, with no oversight, no standards, no special training, no special panels. The updated model, the Mickles model that was established in 2009, required more money than the old model because now it was to provide training and oversight, enforce minimum standards, and would require staffing. These changes did improve the defense of the indigent noticeably, at least from my perspective. Now we are 10, 12 years later, and the Sixth Amendment Center has made a number of recommendations to improve the Maine Commission of Indigent Legal Services. Most of them make a lot of sense and can be implemented quickly. Some will cost the taxpayer more money. The recommendations that come with a price tag and are reflected in the budget proposal include, and they've already been mentioned, but briefly, staffing. The Mickles office, you can't have 4 employees properly administer a system with 350 users. The oversight, the training, the processing takes time and it takes staff. This is something that really needs to be done. They need help. They do a good job, but they need more help. Establishing a public defender's office. The appellate court is the defendant's last chance for justice, and it needs leadership and it needs specialized training. Again, that requires staff and office needs. The increase of the hourly rate to $100 with an annual increase based on inflation rates. Maine ranks in the bottom 5 in per capita spending on indigent defense, and that is a long-standing issue that has had a direct effect on the ability to provide adequate defense for the people of Maine. This long overdue increase would still leave Maine spending less per hour than most states as well as the federal courts. And then finally, the Public Defender Pilot Program. This is the only recommendation from the Sixth Amendment Center that I'm not supportive of. And that's primarily because of the costs of establishing a new bureaucracy like this, that I think once the numbers are closely examined, especially when you compare us state by state, apples to apples, the cost to establish and then maintain a public defender's office would make our current budget look more than reasonable. I'm here to say that Mickles needs an upgrade. It does not need a replacement. I support the budget as proposed by the commission, accepting the public defender line item. Thank you for your time and all your good work.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Porter. Are there any questions for Mr. Porter? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next on our docket is Zachary Hayden. Just waiting for him to pop over as a panelist.
Je suis arrivé.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Breen. Representative Pierce, can you hear me?
We can.
Good.
Or I can.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Judiciary. My name is Zachary Hayden. I am Chief Counsel at the ACLU of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and defending the civil rights and civil liberties of the people of Maine. I'm here to testify in support of amending the budget as it pertains to the appropriation for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. We've submitted written testimony, but I wish to emphasize a few key points related to what Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services had asked for what the governor had proposed in the budget, and what will likely happen if those two figures cannot be reconciled. Last year, the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services sought money in the biennial budget to expand its office staff to allow for appropriate training and supervision. It requested money to add a public defender's office for the statewide appellate practice and a pilot program here in Kennebec County, to begin the process of developing public defender's offices, possibly around the state. And it requested money to increase the rate of compensation and for attorneys who are doing this important constitutionally required work. Reasonable people can disagree about some of the particulars of these proposals, but the budget that was proposed, which included none of the funding that was requested, was simply not a reasonable response to the recognition by MCILS, which follows the recognition by people across the state, in fact, people across the country, that Maine's lack of a system is inadequate and that Maine is failing in its obligations under both Maine law and the Maine Constitution. As the commissioner for the executive director for Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services noted, they are currently expected by law and by the Constitution to evaluate lawyers for appointment, to supervise those lawyers, to provide training, to evaluate their performance, all with a staff of only 4. And as the executive director responded to a question from Senator Bailey earlier this morning, they don't even have time to respond to public documents requests, such as the one that we've made of them asking for information about how they handle their operations. I want to just close. I know that the Attorney General was here this morning, and it's, I think, worth considering the contrast between the Attorney General's office and the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, because the Attorney General's office also has a number of lawyers who it sends out into courts across the state to do important work. And yet, for those lawyers, it carefully screens those lawyers. It provides regular training for those lawyers. It pays those lawyers a salary with benefits. It provides them with an office, or at least it did in the before times. It provides them with support staff, and it supervises those lawyers using 13 different divisions, each with its own chief attorney, additional management support from a chief deputy attorney general, a chief operating officer. I point this out not because there needs to be identical resources between the Attorney General's office and the defense side, but it reflects, these structures reflect an understanding and an acknowledgement from the current Attorney General and from former Attorneys General that these structures are necessary, that you need to have structures in place, that you need to provide supervision, that you need to provide training, and that you need to provide appropriate compensation. It's not enough to simply say, lawyers, we know that you've got your bar license. We hope that you're going to do a good job. There needs to be clear expectations for performance and resources to set those lawyers up for success. My organization has filed lawsuits around the country to address problems related to violations of the Sixth Amendment. It should not be necessary to file such a case here. The legislature and the government have all of the information it needs to know that these are important obligations and to know what needs to be done to meet these obligations. Maine is not living up to its constitutional obligation, and we hope that this committee, these committees, will take important steps towards remedying that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions any members of the committees might have.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Appreciate your testimony. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hayden. I want to recognize all the valuable work you've provided to our committee. You've provided us such valuable insights and helped move our reforms along. I do have a quick question for you. We can put the reforms in place that we're seeking to assure that our indigent defendants receive, and I emphasize, effective legal counsel. Would you imagine that it may result in fewer people being incarcerated?
It's hard to say what the results will be of that, but it's important to note that it's not simply a question of whether people are sentenced to jail or prison rather, and how long they're sentenced for. The right to the effective assistance of counsel is the right to have a guiding hand in dealings with the government. And you don't measure that simply by how many people are convicted or how many people are incarcerated. It's a matter of making sure that the Constitution is being followed. That's the measure of whether the Sixth Amendment is being satisfied, not the number of people that are incarcerated or sentenced to other for other offenses.
Sure, thank you. I was just getting around to the idea for the Appropriations Committee that for every person we don't send to prison, we save $50,000. So there is a potential that if we get our act together, that while we spend more money on this side of the justice system, we may be saving quite a bit of money on the other side. So thank you.
Representative Moriarty? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please stop me if I'm out of line or premature with my comment to Mr. Hayden. I think of the Attorney General as the managing partner of the largest law firm in the state. And I agree with you completely that the AG's office requires training of its people and so forth. But the key distinction for me between the AG's office and MCILS is that the Attorney General is the employer and naturally has a program for training and ensuring the professional development of its employees. MCILS, by contrast, is not an employer. It's more of a, what term would I use? A sort of a intermediary, a brokerage firm or something of that nature. So where do you stand in terms of the ultimate resolution of this dilemma?
I'm not sure what the dilemma is that you're referring to, but I didn't mean by the analogy to the Attorney General's office to suggest that the Attorney General's office and the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services were similarly situated in regards to their employment relations. All I was suggesting was that when the Attorney General's office sends lawyers out to fulfill important state responsibilities, it makes sure that those lawyers are trained, that those lawyers are supervised, they're mentored, they're evaluated, and when shortcomings in their performance are identified, appropriate care is given to remedy those shortcomings, and that the Attorney General's office ensures that it can pay its lawyers and that it has support staff for those lawyers, computers for those lawyers, research tools for those lawyers. And the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, which as you are absolutely correct, is essentially not in a what we call a traditional employment relationship with the criminal defense lawyers that it appoints. Nonetheless, is responsible by statutes adopted by this legislature, as well as by the Constitution, for making sure that the lawyers that it sends into court have been trained, have been supervised, have been evaluated, have been mentored, and that they're receiving appropriate compensation, not only so for the lawyers that are already on the list, but to make sure that we can continue to get lawyers on the list, which has been a huge problem in many parts of this state. So that's the example that I was trying to draw with that analogy, but thank you for asking for that clarification.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Hayden? Oh, Representative Moriarty, to follow up?
If I could.
Sure.
Like Attorney Porter, I go back to the days, start of my career in the court-appointed defense counsel context, and we didn't have anything like MCILS. And from the perspective of new attorney, it seemed to work pretty well back at that time. The dilemma that I see is this: a law firm that doesn't train its new associates is going to fail. It appears to me, as I have acquired more knowledge about MCILS in this session, that the statutory structure imposes employer-type responsibilities upon an organization which is not, in fact, an employer. And I don't know that, notwithstanding all the best talent and intentions in the world, that that's a formula that's destined for success. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
I do. Thank you, Representative Moriarty. We can look to the experiences of 49 other states and the District of Columbia, and they have all found, to varying degrees, that satisfying the requirements of the Sixth Amendment requires at least employing some criminal defense lawyers. Some states have all of their criminal defense lawyers who are handling court-appointed cases as employees, and public defenders, they're known. Some states, like Massachusetts, which used to be part of Maine, use a hybrid system. They have a robust system of public defenders, but they also use private attorneys who are appointed. But even with those private attorneys who are handling cases on an appointment basis, similar to the way we do things in Maine, those attorneys are provided with a robust system of training and evaluation and supervision, and they're adequately compensated. They're compensated, consistent with what a lawyer needs in order to run an office and to carry a adequate caseload. So it's possible to have a system with private attorneys are handling part of the work, but no state, and the District of Columbia has been able to do this the way that Maine has tried to do it now for a number of decades.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else with any questions for Mr. Hayden. So thank you. We appreciate you being here and fielding a few questions, and I'm sure people can reach out if they think of something additional. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative Pierce.
Absolutely. So that concludes our public testimony for the judiciary part of the biennial budget. We appreciate seeing the Judiciary Committee being here, Chairs Carney and Chair Harnett. And I think your report back is due March 12th. So we look forward to the work that you will do in your committee on that, and then continuing our conversations on this. So good luck in your afternoon activities, whatever they might be. For the Appropriations Committee, we have hearings this afternoon with Criminal Justice and Public Safety. In order to give people time for some lunch, I think we'll start those at 1:15 as opposed to 1 o'clock. So that'll give you a little bit of time. So we'll say goodbye to Judiciary, and we'll see the Appropriations Committee at 1:15. Great. Make sure you silence and turn your Zoom off, AFAers, or log back in completely. Take care. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back here with appropriations, beginning our next set of public hearings. We're joined this afternoon by our colleagues from the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. And we have already done our introductions of AFA this morning. So if Representative Warren, would you be interested in walking through the introductions of the committee, your committee?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Senator Breen. Let's start off with Senator DeChambeau, my co-chair.
Your voice is wobbly again. I think it's your mic. Hi, I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32. I represent Dayton, Lyman, Arundel, Kennebunkport, and geez, I just forgot another one, Alfred, and my hometown of Biddeford. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm just going to go right through the screen. How about Representative Rudnicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And once again, I'd like to say we're doing the service of the state of Maine by not meeting in person. Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Pickett. I am the House Representative for District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Representative Newman.
Yes, I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
And Representative Costain, and you might want to change your name on Zoom, but Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Senator Searway.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Representative Morales.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Representative Sharp.
Good afternoon. I'm Braden Sharp from District 46, Durham, North Yarmouth, and part of Pownell.
Representative Lookner.
Hey everyone, my name is Grayson Lookner, represent part of Portland, District 37 out by the Jetport and the Fore River.
Representative Pluker.
Hi, I'm Bill Pluker, representing House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thank you.
And Representative Reckitt. Oh, Representative, you are muted.
Representative Reckitt, District 31, South Portland.
And I'm Representative Charlotte Warren. I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner, and I am Senator DeChambeau's co-chair.
Thank you very much. If the folks on criminal justice and public safety would indulge us just for a second and do your rename function and put your committee, your 4 letters after your name. That way the public will be able to tell which committee all of us are on. I would really appreciate that. The way you do that, if you need a refresher, is you go to your square and you click on the 3 dots at the top of your square and top right corner, and then you drag down, you'll see a rename, and you can do that.
I think, Senator Breen, my name is, oh, it did pop up. I thought I exhausted all the letters. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get going with our public testimony, I just want to apprise both committees that we have a lot of public testimony teed up for this afternoon, over 20 people. Actually, it says over 30 people at this point. We will be running a clock for 3 minutes, but I would ask that we try to keep in mind that this is a forum for the public in large part, and that we should really focus on gathering more information from the bill sponsor, the administration, and try to focus our questions on clarifying or additional information. And I think especially so because we have so many folks waiting. And what we're going to do is have our commissioners go through all of the testimony. So we're going to have Commissioner Liberty, and then Major General Farnham, and then Commissioner Soschuk do their testimony in that order. And then we'll take questions from the committees for those folks, and then we'll turn to public testimony. So are there any questions from either members of the AFA or Criminal Justice before we get going? Okay, if something comes up during the hearing, you need my attention, please use the raised hand function at the bottom. And that will make it very easy for me to acknowledge, to see that you need my attention. If you have any technical issues or anything like that, please don't hesitate. So it looks like Commissioner Liberty is ready to go. So welcome, Commissioner Liberty, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Randall Liberty, and I'm the Commissioner of Corrections, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Biennial Budget Bill LD 221 Part A as it relates to the Maine Department of Corrections. As Governor Mills has said, at a time when Maine people are hurting, when small businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, and when the ranks of the unemployed are swelled, and when we are fighting a deadly virus all around us, we are proposing balanced budgets as required by the Constitution, and that continue efficiencies, good fiscal management, curtailments to cover projected revenue shortfalls for all 3 fiscal years. They focus on combating the COVID-19 pandemic by continuing to rebuild the state's public health infrastructure and protecting essential healthcare, education, and life-saving services. They do not change Maine's tax rates, and they maintain the Budget Stabilization Fund. With a future made unpredictable due to the ongoing pandemic, these budgets make good on the promises of government, which is to protect and support the well-being of our people and institutions. The Department of Corrections is responsible for the direction, general administrative supervision, guidance, and planning of adult and juvenile corrections and affiliated programs within the state of Maine. It is the department's directive to firmly control all of the state's community corrections and correctional facilities to provide for the safety of staff, residents, and clients, to undertake appropriate programming for the classification, education, rehabilitation, and maintenance of residents or clients, and assure an effective system for the supervision of parolees and probation clients. Through the guidance of the state, Maine State Legislature, and the department endeavors to improve the administration of correctional facilities, programs, and services for residents and clients. It is my understanding that the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee would prefer to save questions at the end rather than allowing for questions, so I'll proceed. Beginning on page 8096 of the general fund recommended biennial budget for fiscal years 2022 and 23 Part A, we have the department's baseline appropriations for the biennium, which is predominantly in the general fund, with the appropriation of $209 million and $212 million over the biennium. Federal expenditures and federal block grant and other special revenue in prison industries are small in comparison, with a baseline allocation of $8.5 million and $8.6 million respectively. Page A97 begins with our first program, administration, which represents the department's central functions, including the Office of Commissioner, Victim Services, Classifications, Investigation and Audit Functions, Adult and Juvenile Services, Medical and Treatment Services. The administration program also includes costs associated with the Department of Administration and Financial Services, Internal Service Fund for Information Technology, Finance, Human Resource, and other services provided by DAFs. The new initiatives, including other special revenue funds, however, this merely established allotment for the department's agricultural program in the amount of $139,246 and does not represent new funding. This allotment allows for the DOC to spend revenue made from our own programs. I'll now move on to our next program, Adult Community Corrections, on page A99. The Adult Community Corrections Program provides funding related to the cost of probation officers, support staff, regional officers, and contractual community services for the supervision of adult clients who are on probation or parole. There are no new initiatives for the Adult Community Corrections Program. I'll now move on to the next program, which is the Baltic Correctional Facility on page A100. The Baltic Correctional Facility is located in Warren. BCF is made up of male minimum security facility clients with current population of approximately 147 residents in the population. Baltic provides educational programs, treatment, work release, and community restitution. There are no new initiatives for the Baltic Correctional Facility. The capital construction repairs improvements are located on A100. It's an account associated with the federal expenditure funding related to capital construction. The account is currently inactive as no federal funding has been received and contains a placeholder of $500 should the department receive funding in the future. There are no new initiatives in the capital construction repairs or improvements program. The main correctional center is located on page A101. That facility is located in South Windham and currently houses approximately 335 medium and minimum security male residents. The Women's Center is located within the main correctional center and houses approximately 59 women. The main correctional center provides education, treatment, and industries programs for men and women. The main correctional center also serves as the intake facility for the department. Adjacent to the main correctional center is the Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center. This is a minimum security facility currently having a population of 68 and provides educational programming, treatment, work release, and community restitution. I'll now move on to our next program, the Correctional Medical Services Fund, located in your budget on A102. The Correctional Medical Services Fund provides contractual medical and other health and treatment related services to the residents under the department's custody. The new initiative provides funding for all other related to annual medical costs associated with the Down East Correctional Facility, opening in the fall of 2021. The Correctional Food Program consolidates food commodity purchases by centralizing the control and purchase of food, allowing the department to take advantage of opportunity buying, coordinated dietary requirements through the healthier coordinated menus, provide direct oversight to reduce the commodity costs of the food throughout the system. The new initiative that's specifically related to food service in this area is related to the Down East Correctional Facility, representing associated costs for food over the biennium in the amount of $157,000 and $162,000 respectively. The Corrections Industry Program, located on A103, provides residents with an opportunity to work and learn new skills while earning income, which goes toward reimbursing the state for their room and board, as well as payment toward victim restitution and child support. The program consolidates all the correctional industries programs across the department into a centralized account for better operational and fiscal control. There are no new initiatives with the Correctional Industries Program. I'll now move on to the next program, which is the County Jail Operations Fund, located on A104. The County Jail Operations Fund provides county funding to the county jails. The department is a conduit of state and court funding to the jails. The department also provides administrative services to the jails, maintains the corrections reporting of actual systems, which is the income for statement data, and bed availability reporting, which is jail population data at no cost to the jails. There are no new initiatives with the county jail operations fund. I'll now move on to the next program, which is the department-wide overtime, which remains on A104. The department overtime program supports the cost of overtime incurred in the department's correctional facilities for unbudgeted overtime. This program was established to reduce the need for emergency budget requests in those circumstances. I will now move on to the next program, which is the Down East Correctional Facility on A105. The Down East Correctional Facility program budgetarily defunded, and the facility was closed in 2019. This is a new initiative to reestablish the Down East Correctional Facility. The Down East Correctional Facility is located in Machiasport and will house minimum security male residents and provide education, treatment, and community restitution. Work release, community programs will also be offered, as well as an industrial shop and vocational educational programs. The new facility will be a pre-release center with 15 MDOC personnel and all of the costs associated with opening, running a new pre-release center. I'll now move on to our next program, Justice, Planning, Projects, and Statistics, located on page A106. The Justice, Planning, Projects, and Statistics programs managed through the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group administers federal funding from the Maine Department of Justice and offers the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. These funds support prevention, intervention, and juvenile justice support improvement grants to local, state, and community service providers. There are no new initiatives in this program. I'll now move on to the Juvenile Community Corrections located on A107. The Juvenile Community Corrections Program funds the cost of juvenile community corrections officers, support staff, office space, and contracted community services related to the supervision and treatment needs of juveniles under the community supervision. There are no new initiatives in this program. I'll now move on to our next program, Long Creek Youth Development Program Center, located on A108. The Long Creek Youth Development Center is located in South Portland and currently serving approximately 30 detained and committed juvenile residents. As of Friday, we had 27 residents located at Long Creek. The facility provides reception and diagnostic services, education, mental health, medical and substance use disorder treatment services, and treatment for problem sexual behavior. There are no new initiatives for Long Creek. Before I move on from juvenile services, I want to take a moment to let the two committees know that the Department of Corrections will be releasing an updated juvenile services strategic plan. The plan details the actions necessary on behalf of the Department of Corrections to continue our efforts in reducing our use of secure confinement by enhancing cross-system collaboration and increasing the use of community-based programming, housing, and other supports. This updated juvenile services plan will be forthcoming in a change package. We look forward to working with the committees on that in the coming months. I'm seeking a meeting with the co-chairs of Criminal Justice Public Safety in the near future, and we have scheduled a meeting with the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee early next week to discuss specifically that matter. I will now move on to the next program, Mountain View Correctional Facility, located on A107. The Mountain View Correctional Facility is located in Charleston and houses approximately 300 minimum security male residents. This facility provides education, work opportunities, community restitution and mental health, medical, substance use disorder, and problem sexual behavioral services. There are no new initiatives at the Mountain View Correctional Facility. We'll now move on to the next program, which is the Office of Victim Services, located on A110. The Office of Victim Services is responsible for the provision of services to victims of crime whose offenders are in custody or under the supervision of the Maine Department of Corrections. A person who is a victim of a crime is entitled to certain basic rights, which include to be treated with dignity and respect, to be free of intimidation, to be assisted by criminal justice agencies, to be informed about the criminal justice system, and the rights of victims are served through information, resources, and referrals. As a department, we take seriously the impact of crime and the impact that it has on our victims. Victim-centered safety planning and victim wraparound planning pertinent to victim safety is offered and arranged through the Office of Victim Services. As you review the budget for the Office of Victim Services, keep in mind that the Department of Corrections is a pass-through for funds for the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. Therefore, we do not keep any portion of these funds, nor does the DOC receive any sort of administrative fees. The Office of Victim Services has a position fully funded through the Victims of Crime Act grant. There are no new initiatives in victim services programs. We'll move on to the parole board located on A111. The parole board program reviews requests for residents who are eligible for parole. There are no new initiatives in this program. The Maine State Prison can be located on page 112. The Maine State Prison is located in Warren, currently houses approximately 738 special management, close, and medium security male residents. Programming activities include industries, education, vocational programming, wellness offerings, mental health and substance use disorder treatment. There's housing for protective custody residents, an infirmary. The intensive mental health unit is also located there. There are no new initiatives for the Maine State Prison. Part BB and CC allows the Commissioner of Corrections to review the current organizational structure to improve organizational efficiency and authorizes the state budget officer to transfer positions and available balances by financial order. The ability to make these transfers is limited to the period of July 1st through December 1st of each fiscal year in the 2022 and 23 biennium. Any transfers resulting in a mission change or facility closure must have legislative review. Part BB, Section BB1. Notwithstanding the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 5, subsection 1585, or any provision of the law to the contrary, the Department of Corrections, by financial order upon the recommendation of the state budget officer and the approval of the governor, may transfer personal services. All other capital expenditures funding between accounts between the same fund for the purpose of paying overtime expenses during the fiscal years of 21 and 22 and fiscal years 22 and 23. These transfers are not considered adjustments to appropriations. This, in summary, this part authorizes the Department of Corrections to transfer by financial order, personal services, all other or capital expenditure line categories between amounts within the same fund for the purpose of paying departmental overtime expenses in the fiscal years of 2021, 22, and 22 and 23. Part CC, Section 1. The Commissioner of Corrections shall review the current organizational structure of the Department of Corrections to improve organizational efficiency and cost effectiveness, and shall recommend transfers of positions and available balances. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, the state budget officer shall transfer these position counts and availability balances or available balances by financial order. In order to achieve the purposes of this section from July 1st to December 1st of each fiscal year of the 22-23 biennium. Position adjustments made after December 1st and before July 1st of each fiscal year may not be considered an adjustment to position counter appropriations. The transfer and adjustments authorized with this section must comply with the requirements of the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 5, subsection 1585. Any transfer or adjustments pursuant to this section would result in a program or mission change or facility closure must be reported to the Bureau of Budget, to the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over criminal justice and public safety matters for review before the associated final order is submitted to the governor for approval. These transfers are considered adjustments to the authorized position count, appropriations, and allocations. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Commissioner Liberty, thank you very much. In the interest of time, we're going to move on to the next person to present. And Commissioner Liberty, if you can stand by for questions after that, that would be great, after the next two presentations. So next we have, I believe, Major General Douglas Farnham, who is here, hopefully, to testify regarding the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Doug Farnham, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management. I'm here today to testify in support of the Biennial Budget Bill, LD 221. As Governor Mills said, at a time when Maine people are hurting, when small businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, when the ranks of the unemployed have swelled, and when we are fighting a deadly virus all around us, we are proposing balanced budgets as required by the Constitution that continue efficiencies, good fiscal management, and curtailments to cover the projected revenue shortfalls for all 3 fiscal years. They focus on combating the COVID-19 pandemic by continuing to rebuild the state's public health infrastructure and protecting essential healthcare, education, and life-saving services. They do not change Maine's tax rates, and they maintain the Budget Stabilization Fund. With a future made unpredictable due to the ongoing pandemic, these budgets make good on the promise of good government, which is to protect and support the well-being of our people and institutions. The Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management coordinates and administers the discharge of Maine state government's responsibility for all military, veteran, and emergency management activities through the authorization, planning, provision of resources, administration, operation, and audit of each. In addition to the federal mission, our soldiers and airmen are immediately available to respond to the governor and citizens of Maine in times of crisis, man-made or natural disasters. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services provides numerous support services to Maine's 115,000 veterans and manages Maine's 4 veteran memorial cemeteries across the state. The Maine Emergency Management Agency is charged with all disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, and homeland security operations within the state of Maine. My testimony today will focus on Maine Emergency Management Agency. I will address our budget in the order listed in the public hearing testimony agenda and will include programs with and without budget initiatives. I will begin on page A118, Administration, Maine Emergency Management Agency Program. The administration program in the Maine Emergency Management Agency provides leadership, coordination, and support in the 4 phases of emergency management: mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery, to lessen the effects of disaster on the lives and property of the people of the state of Maine. It also provides guidance and assistance to the county and local governments, as well as other state agencies in their efforts to provide protection to citizens and property. The state budget provides funding for the required state match for federal grants to maintain capability and keep programs to standard. The 6 initiatives associated with this program are found on the following pages. Page A118. Initiative number 1, reduces funding by managing professional services contracts, travel, state vehicle operations, employee training, technology, and office supplies within available resources. General fund will decrease in FY22 by $33,140 and FY23 $33,196. This initiative reduces operating expenses by managing costs within available resources. Essential services will continue with no cut in programs. Initiative number 2 reallocates the cost of 1 director of management of Maine Emergency Management Agency position funded at 37.5% general fund and 62.5% federal expenditures fund to 100% federal expenditures fund within the same program. The general fund will decrease in FY22 by $61,595 and FY23 by $63,590. The federal expenditures fund will increase by the same amount respectively in FY22 and 23. This initiative reallocates the cost of this position appropriately to the Homeland Security Grants Program. The director serves as the Deputy Homeland Security Advisor to the Governor, a member of the Maine Information Analysis Center Advisory Board, and is responsible for ensuring the Homeland Security Government Grant Program funds are managed in accordance with the terms of the agreement. Page A119, initiative number 1, reallocates the cost of one vacant planning and research associate 1 position from 100% other special revenue funds to 50% other special revenue funds and 50% federal expenditure fund within the same program. Federal expenditures fund will increase by $39,682 in FY22 and $39,985 in 23. Other special revenue funds will decrease by the same amount respectively in FY22 and FY23. This position is responsible for activities in both the State Emergency Response Commission and Emergency Management Performance Grant programs. This initiative reallocates costs appropriately according to the time and effort spent on each program. Initiative number 2 transfers all other to personnel services to allocate grant-related personnel costs. All other is reduced by $50,000 in FY22 and $51,500 in 23. Personnel services is increased by the same amount respectively. Personnel within MEMA perform activities in support of the Disaster Assistance Program. This initiative transfers all other allocation to personnel services for the Disaster Assistance Grants program to cover these personnel costs. The last 2 initiatives on page A119 are to increase funding for employee-initiated reclassifications. Initiative number 3 provides funding for the approved reclassification of 1 Planning and Research Associate 2 position to a Criminal Intelligence Analyst within the same program, retroactive to April 16th, 2020. Federal Expenditures Fund will be increased by $6,788 in FY22 and $41.99 in 23. This initiative increases funding for an employee-initiated reclassification retroactive to April 16, 2020, to provide for additional duties and responsibilities required of the incumbent. Initiative number 4 provides funding for the proposed reclassification of 1 Planning and Research Associate 1 to a Planning and Research Associate 2 within the same program. General fund will increase by $1,047 in 22 and $1,750 in FY23. Proportionately, the Federal Expenditures Fund will increase by $3138 in FY22 and $5253 in FY23. This initiative increases funding for the proposed employee-initiated reclassification in the event the reclassification results in a higher pay range and will provide the additional duties and responsibilities that will be required of the incumbent. Let's now move to page A120 for the next program under MEMA. This program, the State Emergency Response Commission, which is responsible to facilitate and coordinate the development of statewide plans to be implemented for comprehensive and effective response to hazardous materials emergencies for the safety and well-being of the people and the environment. There are no new initiatives in this program. The last program under MEMA is found on page A129. The program funds the state share of the Stream Gauging Cooperative Program. The state funds 1/2 or less of the United States Geological Survey's cost of flood monitoring, forecasting, and warning on designated main streams and rivers. There are no new initiatives for this program. This concludes my testimony. My staff and I would be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Major General Farnham. Really appreciate it. Hope you can stand by. We are going to finish with public safety and then we'll have questions from the 2 committees. Thank you. So next we have the Maine Department of, pardon me, let me get my thing out. We have the Fire Protection Services Commission and then Public Safety. And I believe Commissioner Soschuk is going to do both of those. Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes, I am, Senator Breen.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I know you're live streaming straight through, so out of respect for your time, I won't read the overall budget message as a repeat that you just heard from a couple of the other presenters. But good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mike Soschuk, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. I am here today to testify in support of the biennial budget LD 221. DPS was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 625 positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. The Maine Fire Protective Services Commission is on page A210. The commission was established to monitor and evaluate the state's fire protection services system on a continuing basis and to provide recommendations to the appropriate state agencies and to the legislature regarding necessary changes in the fire protection services system. The commission is created by Public Law 5 MRSA Section 3371 as passed in 1999 by the second regular session of the 119th legislature. The commission is comprised of 23 appointed members, one of which is the state fire marshal or the fire marshal's designee. The commission advises the governor and executive officers, the legislature, the Maine Forest Service, municipal fire departments, and any other parties affected by its recommendations regarding fire protection services. The commission submits a report containing the results of its studies, findings, and recommendations to the governor and to the Joint Standing Committee of the legislature having jurisdiction over fire protection services matters by December 31st of each year. There are no initiatives related to the commission. This concludes my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer the questions at the end of our proceedings. And I'm happy to continue.
Yep, go right ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you. Good afternoon again, Senator Breen, Representative Person, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is still Mike Sostruck. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. I'm here to testify in support of Biennial Budget LD 221. You also just heard our departmental overview. I will add to that. As Maine experienced the impact of COVID-19 and agencies were directed to implement curtailments, the bureaus within DPS reviewed all expenditures to determine areas where savings could be achieved. DPS employees were asked to share any thoughts they had for possible cost-saving measures that could be implemented. The DPS family rose to this challenge, and many innovative ideas were shared, which were implemented and result in the savings reflected in the initiatives we will discuss today. I will begin today on page A439 with Administration Public Safety Program. This program is the Commissioner's Office, and it oversees the activities and programs of the bureaus and offices, undertakes comprehensive planning, develops and implements procedures and practices to promote economy and coordination within the department, and actively seeks cooperation between the department and all other law enforcement entities in the state. The office houses the Public Information Office and coordinates with the Department of Administrative and Financial Services for information technology, financial, and human resource services. The first initiative adjusts the baseline budget in the other special revenue fund by $15,843 in FY22 and $18,199 in FY23. This initiative is to align the funding for professional services with available resources due to moving funding from the general fund to other special revenue funds in FY22 and FY23. The next initiative provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies. As part of a cost-saving initiative in FY21, a process was implemented to use price match features and lower-priced alternatives for supply purchases, which will result in a cost savings. The request includes general fund decreases of $335 in both years. There is also a highway fund reduction that will be discussed under the highway fund budget at a later date. You will see entries labeled as highway fund informational throughout the budget document. The next program, Background Checks, Certified Nursing Assistants, begins on page A440. This program within the State Bureau of Identification implements and maintains a system to perform fingerprint-based background checks for individuals who enroll and complete the courses to become a certified nursing assistant for the Maine Registry of Certified Nursing Assistants. The only initiative in this program provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies, as explained previously. The request includes general fund decreases of $119 in both years. The next program, the Bureau of Capitol Police, begins on page A441. The Capitol Police is a law enforcement agency responsible for the safety of the people and the security of the buildings that make up Maine's seat of government. The Capitol Police patrol the state-owned or controlled property in Augusta, enforces laws, including parking and traffic regulations, and respond to alarms and other calls for help or assistance on 2 campuses. The Capitol Police night watch persons check the security of approximately 50 state-owned buildings and properties in Augusta and Hollowell at night and on weekends. The Department of Health and Human Services contracts with Capitol Police to provide law enforcement and security at the Riverview Psychiatric Facility. This program is staffed by 5 officers. The first initiative increases the baseline budget in the Federal Expenditures Fund by $5,000 in FY22 to allow for the purchase of equipment and technology with grant funding if the opportunity arises. The next and final initiative provides funding for increased technology costs, the Office of Information Technology. The increase is $7,422 in general fund, all other, for each year. The next program, Computer Crimes, begins on page A442. Since its inception in 2000 as a task force, the unit has investigated thousands of cases of child exploitation and analyzed the associated computers and data storage devices. Additionally, the unit has evolved into the state's technology support solution for criminal investigations to include fraud, theft, threatening, robbery, stalking, child abduction, and homicide cases. This unit has 18 positions assigned to it, and the positions are funded from various accounts as shown below. Those would include Computer Crimes General Fund, Program 0048, that's 12 positions. State Police General Fund, Highway Fund Split Account, Program 0291, that's 6 positions. The first initiative reduces funding in the general fund due to a decrease in technology costs through OIT. The decrease is due to cost-saving measures implemented in FY21 related to eliminating non-critical services provided by OIT. 3 desk phones were removed, as well as several remote access tokens that were no longer needed. These savings were partially offset by increases in the OIT rates for FY22 and FY23. These eliminations resulted in savings to the general fund, all other, of $380 each year. The next and final initiative in the Computer Crimes Program provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies for reasons previously noted. The request includes general fund decreases of $500 in both years. The next program, Consolidated Emergency Communications, begins on page A443. The Consolidated Emergency Communications Bureau was created in 2004 by legislation for the purpose of providing consolidated emergency communications to state, county, and local public safety agencies. This bureau operates 3 regional communication centers that provide both public safety answering point emergency call taking and emergency dispatch services for police, fire, and emergency medical services. The bureau provides dispatching services for state entities, including the Maine State Police, Marine Patrol, Environmental Protection, Warden Service, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, State Fire Marshal's Office, Division of Forestry, and the Maine Turnpike Authority. The first initiative provides funding to include 2 emergency dispatch system administrator positions in the special retirement plan pursuant to Public Law 2019, Chapter 537. The personal services line in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund is increased by $8,898 in FY22 and $4,063 in FY23. The all other line in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund is also increased by $157 in FY22 and $162 in FY23. The next initiative provides for an increase in legal services costs to the Office of the Maine Attorney General. The increase to the Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund is $4,159 and all other in both years. The next initiative provides for funding for in-state travel in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Program. This is to allow for staff to cover overtime shifts in regional communication centers other than the center they are based out of and to attain training. The increase to the Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund, all other, is $9,358 in both years. The fourth initiative provides funding for clothing and employee training in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Program. The increase to that program, all other, is $6,589 in FY22 and $6,606 in FY23. The next initiative provides funding for increased technology costs through OIT. The increase is primarily related to adding GIS services, which are the backbone for a large number of Spielman functions, from mapping to validation of addresses. Address validation is integral for determining previous incidents at locations, as well as notating officer/responder concerns based on an address or location rather than in conjunction with a specific person or persons. It is also necessary for the MDT tracking feature, which allows us to locate cruisers in the situation when the officer is not able to connect using either the radio or phone to provide their location. The increase is $52,027 in the Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund, all other, in FY22, and $51,912 in FY23. The final initiative can be seen on page A444 and provides funding for an increase in state cap charges. This initiative results in an increase in Consolidated Emergency Communications Fund, all other, $150,986 in FY22 and $158,335 in FY23. The next program to be discussed, the Criminal Justice Academy, begins on page A445. The Academy is the facility for training and certification of all criminal justice personnel, which includes the basic training program for law enforcement officers, correctional officers, emergency communications dispatchers, judicial marshals, harbor masters, and shellfish wardens. It is the training facility for all in-service classes, which includes supervision and executive training, tactical and evidence collection training, and many specialized instructor development training courses. In addition to the full-time staff, the Academy relies heavily on volunteer instructors from state, county, and municipal law enforcement agencies, county and state corrections agencies, and all other criminal justice fields. The Academy provides many instructor development classes in order that these students can be the future volunteer instructors. This partnership philosophy has been supported by the police chiefs and sheriffs in Maine to provide very cost-effective training to the respective agencies. In 2020, the Academy had 9,940 hours of donated instructor time from 119 different agencies. The first initiative provides funding for an increase in state cap charges impacting FY23 only. The other special revenue account is used to pay for payroll and state cap. Due to an increase in personal services in FY23 and a corresponding increase in state cap, the baseline is insufficient and needs to be adjusted. The increase to the other special revenue funds, all other, is $2,451 in FY23. The final initiative for the Academy provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies for reasons previously noted. The request includes general fund decreases of $4,379 in both years. The next program to be discussed is the Division of Building Codes and Standards, which begins on page A446. The Division of Building Codes and Standards was created to adopt, amend, and maintain the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Codes. The division also resolves conflicts between MUBEC and existing state statutes and to provide funding, check that word, training for municipal building officials, local code enforcement officers, and third-party inspectors. The first initiative provides funding for the maintenance and support costs related to the agency licensing management system and related contracted technology costs associated to the online certification and licensing processes. The increase to the other special revenue fund, all other, is $7,934 in both years. The next initiative provides funding for the continuation of a Public Safety Inspector 3 position previously established by Financial Order 001066, F as in Foxtrot 1. This request increases the other special revenue funds appropriation by 1 headcount. Personnel services of $86,401 in FY22 and $90,731 in FY23, and all other of $5,469 in FY22 and $5,564 in FY23. The final initiative provides funding for increased technology costs through OIT. The increase is $2,566 in the other special revenue fund, all other, in both years. The next program, the Drug Enforcement Agency program, begins on page A447. The Maine Drug Enforcement Agency is a statewide multi-jurisdictional task force with personnel assigned to the task force by municipal, county, state, and tribal law enforcement agencies. MDEA's mission is to disrupt the drug market, which undermines the ability of drug suppliers to meet, expand, and profit from drug demand while supporting prevention efforts and contributing to treatment efforts through a collaborative statewide drug enforcement effort. The first initiative provides funding for the continuation of an Office Associate 2 position previously established by Financial Order 001098, F as in Foxtrot 1. This position provides administrative support to the Southern District Task Force located in Portland. This request increases the other special revenue funds appropriation by one headcount. Personnel services of $70,079 in FY22, $73,573 in FY23, and all other of $3,128 in FY22 and $3,142 in FY23. The next initiative provides one-time funding for travel, repairs, employee training, technology costs, and related state cap in each fiscal year to align the allocation with the existing resources. This increases all other in the federal expenditure fund by $183,536 in both years. The revenue to support this request is from federal equitable sharing funds. The next initiative provides funding for increased rent rates and increases the allocation in the federal expenditure fund by $47,192 in both years. The revenue to support this request is from federal equitable sharing funds. The final initiative for the MDA provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies for reasons previously noted. The request includes general fund decreases of $3,350 in both years. The next program, Emergency Medical Services, begins on page A449. The Maine Emergency Medical Services program establishes the training, equipment, and patient care protocols for the system, conducts hundreds of training programs for ambulance services, emergency medical technicians, and emergency medical services dispatchers. Maine EMS is also responsible for inspecting emergency medical services and emergency medical dispatch services and ambulances, investigating complaints, and monitoring system performance/quality improvement. The first initiative on page A449 reallocates the costs associated with one emergency medical services licensing agent position from 100% general fund to 60% general fund and 40% other special revenue funds within the same program. This reallocation aligns the costs with the percentage of work performed in each fund. The general fund personal services decrease is $36,386 in FY22 and $37,856 in FY23. The increase to other special revenue funds personal services is $36,386 in FY22 and $37,856 in FY23, and all other of $1,446 in FY22 and $1,505 in FY23. The next initiative provides funding for the continuation of a business system administrator position previously established by Financial Order 001099 F as in Foxtrot 1. This position is the EMS for Children Coordinator. The increase to the federal expenditures fund is one headcount in personnel services of $104,650 in FY22 and $109,070 in FY23, and all other of $37,565 in FY22 and $37,741 in FY23. The last initiative for Maine EMS provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies for reasons previously noted. The request includes general fund decreases of $335 in both years. The next program is the Office of the Fire Marshal beginning on page A451. The primary mission of the office is to protect the lives and property of those who live, work, or visit the state. The Prevention Division is primarily responsible for the safety of people at public events, in buildings used by the public, in places of assembly, and in healthcare and childcare facilities. The Investigation Division is primarily responsible for the investigation of fires and explosions. They also regulate the storage of explosives, the storage and use of fireworks, and investigate accidents involving mechanical rides. The first initiative provides funding for the approved reclassification of a fire investigator position to a senior fire investigator position. The reclassification was approved on December 13th, 2019. The incumbent in this position has passed the International Association of Arson Investigator exams. When this occurs, they are reclassified to senior fire investigators. The increase to the other special revenue funds, personal services, is $27,600 in FY22 and $14,356 in FY23, and all others $604 in FY22 and $314 in FY23. The FY22 request includes retroactive pay back to December of 2019. The next initiative provides funding for the approved reclassification of one public safety licensing and inspection supervisor to a public services manager 2 position effective August 12th, 2019. This request increases the other special revenue fund personnel services by $75,520 in FY22 and 29,493 in FY23. All other of 1,652 in FY22 and 645 in FY23. The amount for FY22 includes retroactive pay back to August of 2019. The next initiative provides funding to include one assistant state fire marshal in charge of investigations and the special retirement plan published in Public Law 2019, Chapter 482. The Assistant State Fire Marshal in charge of investigations is a position that was created during the previous budget cycle and filled in FY21. This request increases the general fund personal services by $17,090 in FY22 and $17,178 in FY23. The next initiative can be found at the top of page A452 and provides funding for vehicle replacements. This allows for the replacement of 3 vehicles per year. The increase to the other special revenue funds capital expenditures, $97,782 in each year. The next initiative provides funding for the increase in lease costs at the Central Maine Commerce Center. The increase to the other special revenue funds, all other, $17,372 in each year. The next initiative provides funding for the increased cost of OIT. The increase to the other special revenue funds, all others, $26,290 in FY22, $26,460 in FY23. The last initiative provides funding for an increase in state cap charges. The increase to the other special revenue funds, all other, is $52,710 in FY22 and $55,943 in FY23. The next program, Highway Safety, begins on page A455. The Bureau of Highway Safety promotes behavioral driver safety programs and projects designed to make Maine's roads and highways safe. These programs consist of motor vehicle occupant restraint, child restraint, impaired driving, motorcycle safety, speed enforcement, and the Maine Defensive Driving Program. The Bureau also is responsible for the annual planning, development, implementation, and evaluation of the Highway Safety Plan for Maine. You will note that this program also has a section for Highway Fund informational. The only initiative in the Bureau of Highway Safety reallocates the cost of one highway safety coordinator position from 75% federal expenditure fund and 25% other special revenue funds to 90% federal expenditure fund and 10% other special revenue funds within the same program. The increase to the federal expenditure funds and offsetting decrease to the other special revenue funds personnel services is $12,519 in FY22 and $13,034 in FY23, and all other of $150 in FY22 and $157 in FY23. The Licensing and Enforcement Unit begins on page A456. This unit within the Bureau of the Maine State Police is responsible for the licensing functions associated with private investigators, private security guards, and concealed firearm permits. The only initiative for the Licensing and Enforcement Unit provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies for reasons previously noted. The request includes general fund decreases of $250 in both years. As requested, we are providing the testimony previously given before the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Transportation on February 25th. This testimony begins below with the Maine State Police. The Maine State Police program begins on page A457. The Maine State Police provides full law enforcement services to areas that do not have police departments. Troopers respond to all manners of calls for service, such as any police department would. Troopers also patrol the rural roads, interstate system, and Maine Turnpike, enforcing motor vehicle laws and responding to accidents. Maine State Police detectives investigate all homicides outside of Portland and Bangor, as well as other major crimes. The Maine State Police operates a crime lab, computer crimes lab, and a commercial vehicle unit. They maintain the state's criminal history records and sex offender registry. They also provide many other specialized teams and law enforcement services to the state of Maine. The first initiative provides the funding for technology costs of the Office of Information Technology. These reductions were the result of a detailed review of OIT costs and services being provided. Non-critical services were reduced or removed to achieve savings. Savings were achieved by removing landlines, fax lines, and reducing the number of OIT personnel working on Maine State Police applications. Decreases $407,073 in general fund all other for FY22 and $400,511 for FY23. There's also a highway fund reduction that will be discussed under the highway fund budget at a later date. You will see entries labeled as highway fund informational throughout the budget document, and these will be discussed at a later date. The next initiative changes the funding source for some general operational expenses to align with available resources. This allows these operational expenses to be funded out of other special revenue funds. The other special revenue funds, all other, is increased by $51,252 in both years. The next initiative at the top of page A458 provides one-time funding for the purchase of DNA kits, test kits through the Federal Expenditures Fund. In FY22, we were able to make these necessary purchases by using funding available through the DNA grant. This increases the Federal Expenditure Fund by $65,961 in FY22 only. The next initiative provides funds for the approved reclassification of 2 planning and research associate 2 positions to criminal intelligence analysts effective July 26, 2019 and August 7, 2019. The general fund personnel services increases by $14,511 in FY22 and $5,105 in FY23. This initiative also has a highway fund portion that will be addressed at a later date. One of these positions is fully funded through a Homeland Security grant, and the reclassification results in increases to the Federal Expenditures Fund. The Federal Expenditures Fund personal services increases by $21,575 in FY22 and $7,857 in FY23. The Federal Expenditures Fund all other increases by $540 in FY22 and $197 in FY23. For both of these reclassifications, the FY22 increases include the retroactive pay owed to the employees. The next initiative adjusts the baseline allocation and the other special revenue funds personnel services by $675,000 and all other by $16,895 in each year to reflect the current level of reimbursements of overtime pay for escort and construction details. The amount needed for these overtime details are fully reimbursed by the requesting entities. The next initiative reduces the funding for debt service retirement costs to meet general fund and highway fund cost reduction efforts. In FY21, the certificate of participation financing used to purchase Maine State Police vehicles was reviewed and restructured, and these changes result in cost savings during FY22 and FY23. Savings were achieved in FY22 by reducing the number of vehicles purchased in FY21 from 56 to 38, eliminating the down payment and extending the payback period of the financing from 24 to 36 months. The FY23 savings will be achieved by elimination of the down payment and repayment over 42 months. The savings achieved by this restructuring resulted in a general fund all other decreases of $786,472 in FY22 and $649,728 in FY23. This is a one-time saving for FY22 and FY23 only. The next initiative in this program provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of office supplies. As a part of a cost-saving initiative in FY21, the process was implemented to use price-matched features and lower-priced alternatives for supply purchases, which result in cost savings. The request includes general fund decreases of $29,000 in both years. The next initiative on the top of page A459 provides a general fund reduction due to savings in the cost of cell phone services. As part of the cost-saving initiative in FY21, a detailed review of the current cell phone cost was performed. Lines that were deemed non-critical were turned off, and renegotiation discussions were held with each of the cell phone carriers. These actions led to cost savings, which are reflected as a general fund decrease of $16,250 in both years. The next initiative reflects savings achieved as a result of innovative thinking from the Maine State Police garage employees regarding changes that could be made to achieve ongoing vehicle maintenance costs, or savings rather. The change to maintenance schedules and oil weights resulted in a general fund all other savings of $81,350 each year. The final initiative reflects savings achieved in the cost of gasoline. Maine State Police personnel drive approximately 10 million miles per year. These savings are achieved by implementing a process to ensure all of the benefits of the current gas purchase contract in place are taken advantage of, and the additional mileage achieved due to the maintenance changes noted above are accounted for. General fund all other savings is $68,350 each year. The next program to be discussed is the Traffic Safety Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Program, which begins on page A460. This unit, referred to as CVEU, oversees and enforces the laws regarding vehicle size and weight for the protection of Maine's infrastructure. The unit verifies compliance with the federal motor carrier safety regulations through both roadside enforcement efforts and terminal safety reviews of motor carriers. to reduce commercial vehicle-related crashes statewide. Roadside enforcement includes the verification of valid commercial driver's licenses, hours of service for drivers, vehicle safety inspections, and the weighing of vehicles. The only initiative for CVEU increases the federal expenditures fund baseline to reflect increases in the federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration grant awards to Maine. The personnel services is increased by 300,000 and all others increased by 347. Check that, 345,769 in each year. The final program I will be presenting today is a Turnpike Enforcement Program on page A461. Turnpike Enforcement, or Troop G, patrols the Maine Turnpike 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure safety and enforce the laws of the state. There are no initiatives related to this program. This concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Thank you.
So to the members of Criminal Justice and Public Safety and Appropriations, we now have the opportunity to ask questions of either Commissioner Liberty, Major General Farnham, or Commissioner Sawchuk. I see Representative Fay with her hand up, and then Representative Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Commissioner Sawchuk. On page A440, the background checks for certified nursing assistants. And this is probably maybe a question we can get an answer to later, maybe a little bit more detailed. The Department of Health and Human Services also has the Maine Background Check Center, and I'm curious about potential duplicative efforts here and why certified nursing assistants are specifically treated to background checks in the Department of Public Safety. Thanks.
And thank you, Representative. I know that here at the State Bureau of Identification, the background checks are actually a little different in that we utilize fingerprint-based checks, which are a little bit more in depth than the Department of Health and Human Services. But I'm happy to get some more additional information for you, and we'll circle back for the workshop. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, because it's my understanding that they're making some changes in the requirements for background checks over at DHHS. So that would be a good conversation to have. Thank you.
Representative Corey, then Representative Arata, and then Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got some questions for Commissioner Liberty. Is he still here?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
There he is.
Cool. And I don't know if you'll be able to do this for the work session or not, but can you provide the cost to incarcerate inmates at each of the locations or each one of your facilities, including the estimated or expected cost to incarcerate at DCF?
Sure, I can provide that to you for the work session next week.
Okay. And then are there costs in bringing DCF online not captured in the actual incarceration costs?
I don't believe so, other than the construction cost. And as you know, the construction cost is approximately $8 million, and we seem to be on target at this time.
And then, lastly, with the new costs to bring DCF online, are we saving money in other places? Meaning, is it going to cost us more or less to incarcerate there? Have we shifted staff from one location to another location? Are food costs going to be, the same per inmate? Those are things I'm curious about.
Sure. So as indicated in the budget, we've appropriated those areas. Food service, all our personnel, we'll have 15 individuals on site with 50 residents on site when we reestablish by late summer of 2021. Administratively, we'll be managing that facility from Mountain View. So we'll keep the administrative cost down using existing administrative resources.
Okay, great. If I could just find out, like I said, what the cost to incarcerate per facility plus what it's going to cost to incarcerate at DCF. Thank you.
Thank you. Will do.
Next is Representative Arata, then Senator Searway, then Representative Hymanson, then Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also for Commissioner Liberty. This is regarding Long Creek Youth Center. You're doing a great job. We only have 27 students there. That's wonderful. I'm old enough to remember when they had a basketball team, and I used to play against them, and that was always a fun experience. So it looks like you have about 6.5 employees per student, and I was wondering, that just seems like a pretty high ratio, and is that something that's going to be addressed in the change package that you mentioned, or do you have any other explanation for it? What am I missing?
Thank you, Representative. As the population has declined over the years, the staffing packages remain the same. And the work that we've done with the Juvenile Justice Task Force, which some of the members here are involved, indicated that we should reinvest more in the community and taking some of those resources that have been appropriated for the facility, pushing resources into the community and having less of a reliance on incarceration for our youth. And so that the presentation we make to the in the work session next week will include a bunch of that information, but it's a bit premature right now. I want to meet with the co-chairs of criminal justice, public safety, and get their input prior to releasing anything.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to hearing more about that.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Liberty, can you make sure that appropriations gets that report or that strategic plan as well?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Senator.
Great. Senator Searway?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. So this is directed to Commissioner Liberty as well. I know that a lot of these years, it looks like pretty closely matched, and there's slight increases. What I was wondering is, generally we have like so much cost per inmate, and I didn't know if, for the work session, if we could see what the cost per inmate was before COVID and what it is now, and how it's going to change in the next during these 3 years, and how it compares and how the staffing will compare to that, because I see that it looks like the staffing numbers are basically going to stay the same, and that's what I was just kind of wondering about.
Thank you, Senator. I'll get that information for you for the work session.
Thank you.
Representative Hymanson and then Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, one for Commissioner Liberty and one for Major General Farnham. To the Major General, your second initiative on page A118, the director of MEMA is now 100% federally funded. Can you tell me about that change? How did that happen?
There to pay for those military positions as DSGs. So all that money
basically, we have some ability to move. I'll let Pete Rogers answer it more directly, but right now, a lot of the funding for MEMA comes through federal grants. And so we do have some flexibility to make a judgment on how those are allocated. And so we've just made some different designations.
Okay, thank you. And for Commissioner Liberty, the Families First federal funds, do you use those for juveniles in Long Creek or other juvenile corrections populations? Is there a plan to use those programs in that population?
I'm not sure of that funding source, but I'll get back to you with that information.
Okay, great. It's a new federal program with funding programs for people who are at risk through DHHS. But I wondered if you had access to those funds, or you were going to use them, or that was part of the plan. So I'd appreciate knowing about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Commissioner Sawchuk. Commissioner, I know that the Fusion Center or the Maine Information Analysis Center is a program of the Department of Public Safety that many of us have expressed interest in. and it's not presented anywhere in the budget. So my two questions are, why isn't it included in the budget? And are there any proposed changes for the budget over the next 2 years?
Thank you, Representative. I'm happy to check into that. It is a program that's jointly run by MEMA and the Maine State Police. I don't remember reporting out on it specifically in years past, but I've only been around for a couple of years. I could be wrong. So I'm happy to check into that. And to my knowledge, there are no changes recommended from the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you.
Representative Rudnicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to step out for a moment, so I hope this question wasn't asked, but for Commissioner Liberty, the Long Creek Juvenile Center, I know there's been talk about the cost to run that facility based on the number of inmates that we currently have there, or use we currently have there. Could you tell me, has there been any talk of reduction of staff? Because I think you had mentioned in a previous conversation with us that there was something like 170 staff members there. And for 30 youth, has there been any talk about reduction in staff that way?
Representative, I did touch on that briefly, and we've developed a strategic plan as a result to juvenile services that we provide and reinvesting some of those resources into the community, as was determined by the Juvenile Justice Task Force. I'll be briefing the co-chairs of Criminal Justice Public Safety soon, and then I'll spend time explaining in detail. I believe we may have a hearing with Criminal Justice a week from today, where I'll delve into it and give you specifics on how we're going to reinvest those resources to better serve the juveniles in the state of Maine.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our presenters from any committee members? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Let me just change screens here for a second. Okay. Oh, Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I just threw that up there at the last minute. So Commissioner, thank you for coming today. In terms of the plan that you're going to be developing for the juvenile system, will that change the budget request? And if so, will you be presenting those amendments to AFA?
Thank you, Representative. I see no change in the budget. I see a reinvestment of the dollars that we have to provide better programming and services to youth in the community.
Any other questions from any committee members? Okay, so this, I think, will give us the opportunity now to turn to the public for public testimony. At the moment, we have 34 people who have signed up to testify. And we're going to do what we have done in past scenarios where we have such a large number of people ready to testify. We're going to run the 3-minute clock. And my good co-chair is going to help me out with that and keep the timer and prompt folks when they are out of time. And so I would just request that everybody who comes on to give testimony that you make sure you do your very best to stay within our 3-minute timeline. With 33 people, that's about an hour and a half if everybody sticks strictly in the 3 minutes. So I'm just going to walk through the list that I have on my computer. It seems organized by not by my design, but by alphabetical order of the first name. So I'm going to call out the name of the person who's coming up and then a couple of folks after that. So folks are ready to be in the queue. So the first one I have is Abdul Ali, and then I have Adam Zuckerman and Anna Brewer. So I will move Mr. Ali over now to panelists.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'll just get right into it. Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and a member of Joint Stand Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Abdul Ali. I am the Advocacy Director of Maine Youth Justice. I am writing a testimony already that I'm going to be putting in, but I want to personally just like make my own testimony that, you know, about how I feel about in particular this this budget. So we know that there's like 27 kids left in there inside the juvenile facility, and I was previously incarcerated in the juvenile facility. It's been 8 years since I've been inside. I've been doing this work for about 8 years now, and what we notice in particular to the divestment of the juvenile facility is that it's not happening. We don't really see any money coming out of it. We do see youth going back into the communities, but we don't see any support that's happening. Last night, somebody died. That was a young girl. She's at the age of 27. Her name was Najma. She overdosed. Last year, four other youth died. They were all of color. And some of them were previously incarcerated in the juvenile facility. This is what happens in the communities when people do not reinvest into the communities that are affected by systemic racism, especially after they were divided and removed and highways were built in between. So we all understand the history of what happened in this country, and we see the results of the pain and oppression that's happening to youth of all colors, of what that are poor white, of Asian, of Hispanic, of all, they are in these communities. And I feel like we need to not only shut down this juvenile facility because we're seeing that it doesn't help and it harms our communities, but we want to reinvest the $18 million that's going to that facility back into the communities that need it most. And it shouldn't be held by the Department of Corrections. It should be held by a whole different system. The Department of Corrections is a jail system. It's a prison system. We have a real prison problem inside of America. So please, for everyone that's listening, thank you for all the work you guys are doing. Please really consider the work that the community in taking over, the protection of the youth and the growth of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Ali from any of the legislators? Not seeing any. So thank you again for coming and thank you for your patience. Next, we have Adam Zuckerman and then Anna Brewer and then Brendan McQuaid. And Mr. Zuckerman, I'll just ask you when you arrive over here to just give us a shout out and let us know where you are. Just say hello so we can find your square.
Hi. Can folks see me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Adam Zuckerman, and I'm the lobbyist for Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. I'm here today to testify against the proposed criminal justice and public safety appropriations in LD 221, the biennial budget. Budgets are moral documents. Free from rhetoric, they're a pure distillation of our values, of who we are and what we care about. When he was a vice presidential candidate, now President Biden said, "My dad used to have an expression, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value." So let's take a look at the budget for CJPS. It proposes that we spend $27 million to jail 28 children at Long Creek. Putting kids behind bars is a failed model that does not help young people thrive and become contributing members of society. Community-based treatment options closer to home help children who are struggling. This budget proposes that we spend $1.6 million more on MIAC, a secretive intelligence unit that, according to a whistleblower lawsuit and its own leaked documents, spends much of its time surveilling peaceful protesters. Those include protesters who dare to critique racism and police brutality. It has also asked law enforcement to monitor activism against Central Maine Power's controversial transmission line. CMP's head of security happens to serve on MIAC's advisory board. Maine is the safest state in the nation, and crime has gone down for 8 straight years. So why does this budget call for $421 million for the Department of Corrections? The Maine DOC itself has reported that the majority of incarcerated Mainers are there because of Maine's high rate of substance use disorder. The rate exists because of our state's response to the opioid crisis is still largely one of policing, not public health focused interventions. It's beyond frustrating to hear the state ask for $421 million for jails and prisons, and then cry poverty when it comes to fully funding our schools, when it comes to caring for seniors and people with disabilities, when it comes to addressing the fact that 1 in 5 Maine children struggles with hunger. What could we do with just some of those $421 million? We could move funds out of corrections and into areas like community-based treatment, substance use treatment and prevention, and upstream solutions to the diseases of despair that have increased alongside our corrections budget. Gordon Smith, Governor Mills's director of opioid response, notes that we do not currently have enough resources to treat people struggling with opioid use disorder. He has highlighted 3 specific areas we need investment now. Medically supervised withdrawal detox facilities, Maine has 2, and adolescent facilities for medically supervised withdrawal, we have 0, and residential placement, which isn't affordable for any of our, if not for any residents in Maine who aren't the wealthiest. We could also use it to fund alternatives to the criminal justice system and help past released inmates integrate into society. Those include innovative ideas like Representative Heidi Brooks's proposal for a halfway house for new Mainers. This budget creates the conditions that it then proposes it itself will fix. It prioritizes confinement over care, surveillance over safety, and excess over efficacy. As President Biden's father said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." This budget does not reflect the values of Maine where I grew up. We deserve better and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckerman. Any questions for Mr. Zuckerman for any of our legislators? I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much. Next, we have Anna Brewer, then Brendan McQuaid, and then Brian Pittman. So Ms. Brewer, when you move over to the panel, please just say a quick hello so we can find your square. That would be great.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and esteemed members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Anna Brewer, and I am the Homeless Voices for Justice team leader. I am testifying on behalf of Homeless Voices for Justice, which is a grassroots organization based in Portland, Maine. We are comprised of people who are or have experienced homelessness, and we work to end homelessness and poverty in Maine. I am here to testify in opposition to the proposed budget in LD 221 and ask for the money to be spent on what Mainers need: housing, substance use treatment, healthcare, mental health supports, and other social services. The lack of investment in these social programs is not new and was an obstacle that we were facing as a state years before the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen cuts to mental health and substance use services, to vital case management programs, and in Portland, we have watched many shelters, homeless shelters, be forced to close due to lack of adequate funding. Further, we know that Maine spends less than 1% of its budget on housing, a dismal amount when compared to the percentage of our budget spent on criminal justice. As members of Homeless Voices for Justice and as staff, we have seen how these continued cuts to vital services harm Mainers. What our neighbors and community members need are life-saving services that can allow them to meet their most basic needs. However, due to our broken social safety net, those resources are incredibly hard, if not impossible, to access. This causes our community members, including many members of Homeless Voices for Justice, to stay in homelessness longer, the consequences of which cannot be understated: trauma, negative health outcomes, exposure to violence, and more. Further, we witness the criminalization of homelessness all around us. Our community members are criminalized for activities related to meeting their most basic needs, such as sleeping in public, loitering, and using parks and public spaces, as well as more. In Homeless Voices for Justice, we know that housing, not handcuffs, will solve homelessness. However, the governor's proposed budget does not reflect this. As COVID-19 wages a war on the poor in our country, as housing insecurity and hunger are on the rise, as we witness a dramatic and tragic spike in overdose deaths as a result of the pandemic, and as we reckon with the racist history and present of the United States, all of this calls for us to spend our money on programs that prioritize people and not policing. Our social services cannot serve people without the funding they need. We ask you to rethink this budget with these questions in mind. What if you were experiencing homelessness, or what if your child was experiencing homelessness? What if you couldn't access healthcare, substance use treatment, or mental health treatment that you so desperately need to survive and thrive? All because of a lack of investment in these programs and an overinvestment in the programs that criminalize your day-to-day existence. We urge you to act in accordance to our main values of looking out for our neighbors and providing opportunity for our citizens. And I urge you to vote against this proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Any questions for Ms. Brewer from any of our legislators? Okay, thank you so much for your patience and thanks for being here. Next, we have Brendan McQuaid, then Brian Pittman, then Callista Cross. So Mr. McQuaid, just give us a shout when you arrive so we can find your square.
I think you're on mute, Mr. McQuaid.
I'm not seeing him
All
yet.
right. Good afternoon, senators and representatives.
Oh, great. Thank you.
To give comment. My name is Brendan McQuaid, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed budget. I am a criminology professor at the University of Southern Maine and author of Pacifying the Homeland, the only book published on fusion centers to date. As you know, Maine's fusion center, the MIAC, has been in the news since May as a result of a whistleblower complaint and hacks. After following these controversies and reviewing the hacked documents now in the public record, I can say with certainty that the MIAC makes no significant contribution to public safety. In fact, MIAC surveillance hurts our democracy and harms people. We have known for a long time that fusion centers have serious problems. Over a decade ago, the DHS Office of the Inspector General and the Congressional Research Service released major reports detailing their dysfunction and excessive secrecy. In 2012, a U.S. Senate investigation confirmed these findings. The Senate could not find any fusion center reporting which uncovered any terrorist threat or disrupted an active terrorist plot. It did, however, find chronic over-reporting of dubious information, misappropriation of funds, and accounting mechanisms so lax that DHS could not tell Congress how much money they have invested in fusion centers. What has changed since then? We know that, despite all the recent talk of transparency from DPS and MIAC leadership, there is no figure for the spy center in the budget being discussed today. I know from open records requests that the MIAC's budget hovered around $1 million from 2016 through 2019, and as of 2020 was over $800,000. What of the MIAC's operation? We know that the whistleblower complaint alleged that the MIAC spied on peace and environmental activists, maintained an illegal database of gun owners, and violated the privacy laws concerning data retention and sharing. The hacks showed that the MIAC monitored racial justice protests and disseminated social media conspiracies about pre-staged bricks at these protests to police as intelligence. My own analysis of some 1,300 leaked documents, definitely produced or shared by the MIAC, found that nearly 80% of these documents concerned criminal matters, mostly minor crimes, minor drug and property crimes. Here is one example that shows how MIAC surveillance harms Mainers. An officer safety bulletin from 2018 alerts officers to an armed Maine resident living in the woods reportedly suffering from mental health issues. The document explains that the family members suspect that the individual suffers from Huntington's disease, and two of the individual's immediate family have already passed away from the progressive and fatal genetic brain disorder. This report sits beside countless other similar documents. They provide a dispiriting account of the effects of our decades-long commitment to governing through crime. The MIAC details endless untold tragedies of people struggling with homelessness, addiction, mental illness, trauma, abuse, and other harms. These people have become targets of police because we lack other means to address social problems. In this legislative session, you have an opportunity to do something different. You can stop governing through crime and start governing with care. You can zero out the MIAC's budget, close the unit, and reinvest those funds into programs that address the real public safety needs of Mainers. I hope you will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McQuaid. Any questions for Mr. McQuaid from any committee members? Representative Fecto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming, Mr. McQuaid. In your findings, do you know how much information from fusion centers is shared with the federal government?
Well, I'm doing some work actually with a data scientist at Harvard to kind of map this out. Right now, it appears that a lot of what the MIAC does is circulate information from the federal government and from particularly the Boston Regional Intelligence Center and the Boston FBI. I don't see, we don't see much information flow from Maine to the federal government, but this is pretty tentative findings right now. So hopefully I'll have more to say in the future.
Thank you.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Mr. McQuaid. I remember reading about sort of the MIAC article or the MIAC situation, I think last year, and they had mentioned the gun owners and information on them. I've since reached out to both the commissioner and also FFL dealers and everything else out there, and they really can't point to specifically what this information was. And, you know, they were saying that it's a claim that was made by somebody in that, you know, lawsuit against the department. Do you have more information about this aside from what I've already heard?
I don't. There's nothing in the hacks about the gun database, and you know, DPS and MIAC officials don't want to talk about these specific allegations because of the lawsuit.
Okay.
So there's really nothing about it besides what's in the whistleblower complaint.
Yeah, you said it though. You explained what was in the whistleblower complaint, but we don't have the information from that complaint. But thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McQuaid? Not seeing any. So thank you very much for your patience and for joining us today.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Brian Pittman, then Callista Cross, then Chelsea Putnam. So Mr. Pittman, I will move you over to panelist. And if you'll just give us a little shout when you get here, we'll find your square.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, your camera's not on. Do you have a camera?
Yeah, I can turn that on.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Pittman. I'm a resident of Bangor and a criminology professor at UMaine Orono. Since I've moved to Maine here in June, I've been taken aback by the care Mainers have for one another. However, this proposed budget does not reflect this care. Instead of funding social programs and housing, this budget continues the funding of policing, prisons and jails, and the war on drugs, all of which are only successful in targeting poor people, people of color, people with mental illness and drug addiction, among others. In the budget, there's a proposed $127 million for the state police, which is not an effective use of funds to actually prevent harm. Instead, it will only exacerbate harm, given that police will continue to be enlisted to responding to substance overdoses and mental health crises. These are some of the most expensive and yet least effective responses to Mainers' needs. This budget also reflects the state's continued desire to implement failed responses to the state's opioid crisis, which Maine just experienced its deadliest year. This is in spite of the recommendations of Governor Mills's director of opioid response, advocating for increased investment in medically managed withdrawal facilities, adolescent facilities for medically managed withdrawals, and residential placement. We should be diverting funds from Maine State Police to these solutions that actually help people in need. This budget also includes $13.6 million to the Maine DEA, a budget that has more than doubled in 10 years. Maine's DEA has not been successful in preventing the distribution of illegal drugs. Excuse me. These funds in the drug war writ large have only served to be, again, a war on poor people and people of color. It also allocates $1.6 million on Maine's Secretive Police Intelligence Agency, of which Professor McQuaid just outlined to you all. Despite Maine's crime rate dropping for an 8th or 9th consecutive year, the Department of Corrections budget is $421 million in this budget. Jails and prisons are some of the largest mental health providers in the country and in the state. These funds should be, again, diverted away from correction systems which do not prevent harm or crime, and instead invest it in harm reduction programming. Moreover, prisons and jails nationwide are the sites of many COVID outbreaks, one of which happening right now here in Penobscot County. We should begin this process and have long begun this process of decarcerating people, and should use this new budget to prioritize that process by investing in programs that, again, prevent harm and help people. Finally, I second the first commenter who talked about the closing of Long Creek Youth Development Center, of which this budget also gives millions to. Putting kids in detention centers is a failed model that has no positive impact on helping young people become active members in our society. I urge legislators to vote against this proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Any questions for Mr. Pittman? Senator DeChambeau and Senator Searway. Then Representative Fecteau. Go ahead, Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you, Senator Breen. Mr. Pittman, you started off by saying you were a professor at UMO. Listening to you, you focused on Maine. I would be interested in the research in other states, how they may respond to juveniles, crimes, convictions, MDA, how that differs than what Maine does.
Mr. Pittman, did you hear that question?
Yep. Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, I'm taking notes of that. So yeah, I can, that's not something I have directly in front of me, and my experience is not with juvenile justice, but that's certainly, I know where to look and to find the research for that, and I can certainly report back to you on that if you would like.
Senator DeChambeau, is that okay with you? You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if, well, eventually it would impact a budget, but as chair of criminal justice public safety, it's information that I'd like to look at in other states, but thank you.
Senator Searway and then Representative Fecteau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious where you get your statistics here in Maine, where we target colored people and poor people. Would that be from the law enforcement, or would that be from the lawyers, or would that be from the judges, and where is those statistics to bring that forward like that?
First, I would encourage you to say people of color and not colored people. Second, these specific statistics are reported and have been reported in other outlets since I've moved here. Various news outlets have reported the disproportionate incarceration of people of color. And so I can also gather that information for you and present that to you as well.
Is it from the law enforcement or from judicial?
I would need to double check on that to see where that direct source is at.
Thank you.
Representative Fecto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pittman. Interested, you talked about the amount of funding that's going towards the Department of Corrections. Wondering if you had a comment or a statement on how the Department of Corrections has been doing as far as substance use and linking people who are incarcerated with community services such as substance use treatment in the community.
Here in Bangor, I work with a local organization here with folks that are involved in advocacy work around the jail, and that is something that has been absent, at least in Penobscot County Jail, for example, at least from the reports that we are hearing. And that's the most that I can really speak on in terms of the responses that I'm personally aware of. But here in Penobscot County, yes, there have been reports that treatment has been absent for something like substance use.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett, I can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, if I may ask you, have you reached out to the sheriff in Penobscot County and had any conversations with him in regards to what kind of programs that they are doing throughout the jail, which speaks a lot to what you're testifying to today?
I have reached out. I've had one correspondence with the sheriff previously. Most of my correspondence comes from folks that are either connected with people incarcerated or that have been formerly incarcerated in PCJ, or people that are connected to people that have been incarcerated or are formerly incarcerated in PCJ.
Okay, and sir, would you're doing a deep dig into this and trying to find out exactly what's going on, and wouldn't a good investigation into that, wouldn't it be best before you come out with statistics to reach out to both sides of the coin rather than just one side to find your statistics?
That can be your perception. My perception is that I value the lived experiences of folks that have been incarcerated on the inside, and that is the approach that I have taken with that.
And sir, I want you to know, I'm not saying that you don't, that I don't value the same thing. I'm just saying, to get an overall picture of what's really going on, I think we have to really dig into both sides and find out what actually is taking place now and what we need to put in place to supplement that to make it better all the way around. Would you not agree with that?
It's possible that it could make the analysis more comprehensive.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Pittman? Okay. So it has come to my attention that there are numerous legislators who are lined up to testify, and because they also have committee assignments and committee obligations in other places, I'm going to try to work them in with every other member of the public. So the next person we're going to have is Representative Kessler, and then we will go to Callista Cross. So Representative Kessler, I will move you over. I understand you're probably phoning in.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and I am extremely thankful for the opportunity to utilize technology to be a part of this democratic process as I drive my daughter to the doctor this afternoon. I wanted to just be able to speak from the heart here about this portion of the budget, and particularly as it pertains to Long Creek, which is located in my city of South Portland. I just have to share with you my own experience in a past life. I used to work at a facility just like that in upstate New York. It was a non-secure detention facility with youth who were sex offenders, as well as other kids who were traumatized and just had many problems at home where they had ended up in this facility. And it was a nightmarish place. And I am not aware of any particularly good outcomes of any of the kids that I worked with. And the research has shown us time and again that that kind of facility does not help these children be able to heal like they need to, and it is not setting them up for success in the future. And I'm aware that there's 28 kids roughly and 170 some odd staff and an 18 million per year budget. And this committee is going to be hearing quite a few bills that really strikes at the core of some of these issues, which is housing and the need for more affordable, more stable, more secure. And for a fact that there are better solutions for these children that will be less expensive in the long run. And I also can say for a fact that my community wants to see a future beyond Long Creek in its current form. So I really strongly encourage this committee to really look at the legislation that deals with a transition for Long Creek this session and look at more constructive ways that we can actually help this youth and in the end be more cost effective and effective for the kids. So thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity to phone in.
Thank you, Representative Kessler. Any questions from any of the committee members for Representative Kessler? Okay. Thank you. Next, we are going to have Callista Cross, and then we will have Representative Dodge. Are you with us, Ms. Cross?
Trying to figure it out. I guess I got you. Okay.
Want to turn on your camera?
I don't know if I know how to do that. I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry.
Okay, go, just proceed.
Okay. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Callista Cross, and I live in Cornish, and I'm here today to speak against the corrections public safety budget. And my story is a little bit different from the rest, but it looks like the state of Maine really needs money desperately in so many places that it doesn't get to. And so I have a nephew who is in Maine State Prison, and he's been in there for 32 years. And he's in there for something that he didn't do. And because we didn't have enough money to prove his innocence, he is still there. And so I would like to tell you a little bit about him, that he was just with the wrong person at the wrong time. And he was 18 years old, and now he's 51, and he spent his whole life in prison. I'm sorry. He has done so much good at the Maine State Prison, and they just like him so much up there, and the staff and the warden and the past warden, that they know him very well and know what a good person he is. And he has taken hospice programs. He's trained with the dog training program. He's out with the beehives. He does fundraising, and he does so much to help everyone there at the prison that he can possibly do. And he knows he did wrong. He was with the wrong person, and he is paid for it. But now it's time for him to go. So my issue is, why don't we have parole in the state of Maine? That here's a person that's going to spend 10 more years in prison. And what good is that going to do? To have him when he's all ready to be released, and the staff and members know that he could be released. And I'm sure he's not the only one there. And so, and that means $45,000 a year per inmate that Maine could save, putting it towards the homeless, hungry children, a lot of other things that the money could be used for. And if he spends 10 more years, which he probably will if we don't get parole in, that would be like $450,000 more that the state of Maine has to pay. And this is one inmate. There's like 900 inmates at Maine State Prison alone. So we're having such a problem with money in the state of Maine. And I remember I have written to every governor since he's been in prison, trying to get parole, trying to get changes made if possible, to let people give them a second chance. He's a good person. And I know there's others there that are good people that could be let go. They're ready to go and earn their own money, you know, and not have the government take care of them. And so I think this is a big thing that we all need to look into, and we need to work together on this. The prisoners can't do anything about it. So we people in the state of Maine have got to do something about giving people second chances when they've earned it. And so, this is my issue. And I just hope that we can do something to change this whole predicament, because otherwise we're going to keep paying money on these prisoners when they can be released and be out and earn their own money. Give them a second chance.
Ms. Cross, thank you so much for sharing your testimony. You've gone a little over time. If you could just wrap up.
Okay, well, I think I've said about everything I needed to say, that I just think we need to get parole in. So thank you very much for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cross? Looks like Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you, Ms. Cross, for sharing your testimony. It's not easy to share things that are so personal. I will let you know that we do have a parole bill in this year. So I'll expect you to come back and testify in favor of it. So thank you again for being here and sharing your story.
Thank you.
Representative Fecto?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cross, for sharing your emotional testimony. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to completely leave it up to you to answer, because I don't know the situation. But is this person incarcerated for a non-violent crime?
It's a violent crime. Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Cross? I don't see any. Thank you so much for being patient and for coming in and sharing your family story with us. We appreciate it.
Very much.
Next, we're going to have Representative Dodge and then Chelsea Putnam after that. So let me find Representative Dodge.
Madam Chair, she's under R, I think, way down at the
Thank
bottom.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Did I make it out of Never Never Land, please?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Representative Jan Dodge of House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am before you today to testify on LD 221, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Budget. In my district and throughout our state, there are citizens who struggle with mental health and substance abuse issues. Many of them mistakenly end up in our criminal justice system and correctional facilities. Statistics show Maine is one of the safest states in the country, and many of our law enforcement agencies and leaders use a community policing philosophy. There has been a decline in our crime rate, but despite all these, we are still waiting for funds to follow many unmet needs. Some of these are medically managed withdrawal facilities for adults and juveniles, more intervention and support services for vulnerable populations. Hospital emergency departments are sometimes a very long intermediate stop for violent patients who need psychological or substance abuse treatment. Intensive case managers coordinate evaluations, placements, and reintegration. Both the managers and treatment slots are overburdened and in short supply. These are two examples that affect our local hospital and our county, as well as our state. Please consider utilizing this budget to reflect the caring for fellow citizens that we tout as characteristic of our state. Correctional facilities are not appropriate for those who are mentally ill or suffering from addiction. The current budget focus is on law enforcement. The need is for increased health approaches. Please make some aggressive adjustments to increase the human investment in the budget before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Any questions for Representative Dodge? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So next we have Chelsea Putnam, and then we'll have Representative Osher, and then we'll have Courtney Allen. So I'm going to move Chelsea Putnam over. And Ms. Putnam, please just give us a little shout when you get here so we can find your square.
I'm here.
Great, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, as well as Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Chelsea Putnam, and I'm a resident of Holton, Maine. I am also a person in long-term recovery, which for me means that today I'm a mother to my daughters and an advocate for recovery in my community. About a year ago, I finally found where I belong and found recovery in my community. I found recovery at the local recovery community center where I am now employed. I really found myself in these recovery centers, and I work hard every day to better myself in my community that I live in. Now, almost 2 years into recovery, I have my very own place for the first time, and I'm starting school in March for my CADC. Recovery has completely changed my life and has created so many opportunities for me. I am where I am because my community helped me get there. I also organize with MRAP, Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, in an effort to ensure people who are directly impacted by the opioid crisis and the war on drugs have a voice in their local and state governments. I am here to testify against the proposed budget, LD 221. Jails are not the answer to the opioid crisis in Maine. The number of incarcerated people is outrageous when most of them are in need of some kind of treatment. Before recovery, I was incarcerated multiple times, and not once did that ever lead me towards recovery. I see people every day in my community who are released from jails and prisons with nothing, no money, nowhere to sleep, nothing to eat, and no support from their communities. They look to these communities for help, but there aren't enough funds to closely meet these needs, especially in rural areas like mine. The reason for that is way too much of this money is being spent to incarcerate them, when we could spend it on treatment, housing, and recovery support services. Please listen to these communities and hear our needs. I urge you to vote in opposition to the proposed budget and put more money towards what we need most: treatment, housing, and recovery support services, not incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Putnam. Any questions for Ms. Putnam? Not seeing any. So thank you again for coming, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Representative Osher. And then we will have Courtney Allen.
Hello.
Hi, Representative Osher. I hear your mic and now I see your face. Welcome.
Apologies for my delay in figuring out how to get on.
Thank you for joining us.
Certainly. So hello, this is my testimony. Senators Breen and Deschambault and Representatives Pierce and Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Representative Lori Osher from Orono, District 123. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in opposition to the proposed budget and to ask for the money to be spent on what Mainers need: housing, treatment, healthcare, and mental health supports. Budgets are documents that illustrate our priorities. Budgets articulate our ethics, our morals, and what we care about. Reviewing and revising our budgets enables us to change what we fund based on the results of careful evaluation of the outcomes of previously funded programs. As a newly elected legislator, I'm disappointed to see that the Governor Mills's proposed two-year budget is a plan to fund programs that have continuously failed. Proposes over $266 million to the Department of Public Safety, and within that budget, $127 million for the state police. The proposed budget continues to fund the practice of using police as the first responders to substance use disorder and mental health calls, even though studies show that dispatching social workers results in better outcomes for the citizens in distress at far less expense to the state. Maine has just seen its deadliest year in the opioid crisis, but the governor's proposed budget doesn't shift resources to adequately fund opioid emergency response and treatment. The governor's director of opioid response, Gordon Smith, says that we do not currently have enough resources to treat people struggling with opioid use disorder. He highlighted specific areas that need investment now: medically managed withdrawal detox facilities, 2 adolescent facilities for medically managed withdrawal, and residential placement for those in recovery who cannot afford it out of their own pocket. Yet the proposed budget doesn't fund these gaps. Governor Mills' budget has taxpayers continuing to fund the drug war against our citizens. The proposed two-year budget includes over $13.6 million to the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. 10 years ago, the proposed two-year MDEA budget amounted to $6.3 million over 2 years. So this is a huge increase. And we would think that a huge increase means that we invest more money because we know that's where the money should be spent. But in fact, the huge increase didn't keep our drug overdose deaths from continuing to rise. The failed drug war disproportionately targets Black and brown people. While Black people account for far less than 2% of the state population, they represent 21% of the Class A drug arrests and 15% of Class B drug arrests. People of color account for 12% of our adult incarceration population and 23% of our juvenile incarceration population. Crime in Maine decreased in 2019, yet for the 8th straight year in nearly all categories. It did in nearly all categories, but this decline has not translated into savings because the drug war is designed to perpetuate high arrest and incarceration rates. The Maine Information Analysis Center, as has been discussed already today, is the secretive police intelligence agency within the state police. Its proposed budget spends $1.6 million, despite the lack of evidence illustrating that this agency makes Maine safer. The unit admits that it gathers information about Maine groups and organizations that are not suspected of crimes, including people struggling with substance abuse disorder. Spending money on surveillance.
Representative Osher, this is Representative
Yes.
Chair Peirce. How are you? With so many people here to testify, we're trying to keep people to 3 minutes. So you're a little over that. I'm hoping you might be able to summarize. Appreciate your testimony.
I will wrap it up. I will wrap it up. I have the rest is written. And I will say that I think that we're spending money on surveillance of citizens instead of supporting programs for those in need of assistance is unacceptable. And so I just implore you, as our goal is not to manage these agencies. Our goal as legislators is to set the big picture goals, and the big picture goals is justice. And I encourage you to follow the guidance from the book of Deuteronomy that says, justice, justice, thou shalt pursue. I request that you vote to spend the money on what Mainers need. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Osher. Any questions for Representative Osher? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for making yourself available. So we're going to have Courtney.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Oh, Representative Fecto.
It's okay. I'll email her.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I was late. It seems she may be gone, so I'll email her.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're now going to have Courtney Allen, and then Representative Crafts, and then Cullen Ryan. So let me go up to Ms. Allen and just give us a little shout when you arrive in the panel, please.
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Courtney Allen. I am the Policy Director for the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. MRAP is a statewide grassroots movement of people in recovery and our allies across the state of Maine. To be clear, I do not represent any particular treatment or recovery organization. Actually, quite the opposite. I represent the people on the ground in Maine who have been directly or indirectly impacted by substance use, addiction, recovery, and the criminalization of substance use. I'm here to testify in opposition of the biennial budget, a budget that proposes nearly $500 million to disproportionately incarcerate police and monitor people with substance use disorders, while we continually fail to meaningfully invest in real solutions to the problem: detox, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery support services. In just a few weeks, LD 488 will be before the Health and Human Services Committee seeking funding for 7 new recovery community organizations, a proven recovery support strategy at the price tag of $1 million. I am all too aware of what the committee is going to say because it's the same thing that I hear every single year. I know we really need this, but we just don't have the money. But we do have the money. We could take it from the $421 million allocated to the Department of Corrections because we know incarceration does not work to treat substance use. We could also take it from the $13.6 million allocated to the DEA agency because even though their budget has increased by double in the last 10 years, there's more drugs on the streets of Maine than ever before. And we're still losing more people to accidental overdose than ever before. 502 last year, to be exact. The recovery community feels every single one of those losses. But the point is, there is money. We're just spending it in the wrong places. We have to move from just saying that we can't incarcerate our way out of this problem to actually not doing it. That process begins and ends with which systems and solutions are funded and at what level of funding those systems are funded. If we continue to fund the criminal justice system the same way we always have, we will get the results we always have. Instead, I'm urging you to vote in opposition to this budget proposal and to reinvest some of this money into solutions that we know work: detox, treatment, harm reduction, and the 7 new recovery community organizations. If we begin to reimagine our budget and meaningfully invest in these new systems, we'll get new results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Any questions for Ms. Allen? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much for making yourself available and for your patience today. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Representative Crafts, and then Cullen Ryan, and then Representative Bailey. So let me go to Representative Crafts. And again, just shout a hello when you land so we can find your face.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and my esteemed colleagues on both the Criminal Justice and Public Safety and Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I am Representative Lydia Crafts from House District 90, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm testifying today against funding Long Creek Youth Development Center as part of the Maine state biennial budget. There's ample evidence, as you've heard today, and from across our nation, that imprisoning youth is individually harmful, destructive for families, and creates irreparable damage to communities. I've witnessed the damage and re-traumatization that occurs in the lives and families of imprisoned youth here in Maine. I previously worked as a clinician with youth involved in the criminal justice system. I've heard the sobs of heartbreak, witnessed the devastation of grieving parents, and helped children try to re-enter lives seemingly foreign after detention. I've seen youth detained for addiction, for emotional instability, for reenacting violence witnessed in their families of origin, and ultimately, I've seen children in our communities imprisoned for being poor. The Center for Children's Law and Policy's 2017 report notes that Long Creek Youth Development Center inadequately serves the mental health needs of detained children. In my clinical opinion, it's an impossible task to adequately serve children's mental health needs when they're imprisoned, separated from their families, and left without their network of natural supports. We as a state are about to put $37 million towards this impossible task again in this proposed budget. We can and must do better as a state. I provide this testimony today to emphasize that we cannot simply discuss dismantling Long Creek Youth Development Center. We must also rebuild effective community services that our children desperately need. We must allocate increased funding for home and community treatment through Section 65 for mental health services. We need youth-specific addiction services. We need comprehensive restorative justice like the Maine Youth Court and the Restorative Justice Project of Midcoast Maine. For there is hope, justice, health, and well-being ahead for the youth of this state. Please put these ideas into action and reallocate the funding to essential youth services in Maine's budget. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Crafts. Any questions? Oh, a couple questions from Representative Lookner and then Representative Fecto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Crafts, for joining this committee meeting today. I just wanted to say that there are several bills coming up pertaining to defunding and reallocating resources from Long Creek and figuring out the best ways of providing for our adjudicated youth and making sure they don't end up in the system in the first place. So I hope I can count on you to co-sponsor some of those bills and join us on our committee when those come up.
Thank you, Representative Lookner.
Representative Fecto and then Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for presenting today. Do you have any recommendations where restorative justice is currently being practiced appropriately? As an educator, I have seen the title used often, but I've not seen it implemented nearly appropriately.
Well, I would ask Representative Fecto if you could explain what you mean by inappropriately, or what, just more directly, what appropriate.
I don't think restorative, it's being done restoratively. I don't think it's the full thing. I don't think enough commitment has been placed in our schools to train educators and teachers and the like on how to roll restorative justice out appropriately. And I was wondering if you know of any institutions that have invested in it and have any institutions, whether education or elsewhere, anywhere where in Maine where it's being used and trained effectively.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I have 2 points. One, I referenced comprehensive restorative practices. So specifically in the criminal justice system, I know across the state, we have a lot of separate entities providing some. I know that the Restorative Justice Project does has a staff person at Long Creek currently, I believe. So I think part of the problem is that it is broken up into pieces. I've been a mentor through the Restorative Justice Project for the last 12 years. And it's hard when it's county by county, town by town, trying to support the movement. Secondly, I also work in the public school system and special education, and I can echo your same feedback that the term restorative justice has been used. And while I'm glad that it's getting more attention, it certainly does need to be done well. And I think whether that's in the education system or in the criminal justice system, there's been a lot of current research right here in Maine looking at nonviolent offenders, how to rebuild and repair harm that's been done. I think that's, separately as an issue through the DOE and how we want to look at that from a state along education lines. Your point is well taken.
Thank you.
Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Crafts, for your testimony. I just wondered if you could clarify something for me, and this is something that's been bothering me as I've been listening to the testimonies. We've had a few students who've been very violent, murdered their parents, committed arson. What would we do with them if we didn't have Long Creek, a place to protect them from others, from themselves and protect others?
Yeah, well, thank you, Representative Arata. I appreciate your point about community safety. And we know that statistically those numbers are tiny. I can't necessarily speak. I know states have handled it differently in different places. I am not suggesting that there will never be a case for an adolescent youth who needs to be detained. I think the problem I have is the amount of funding, as many presenters have discussed today, is disproportionate in relation to how we fund mental health treatment. So I can't speak directly to your question, but I can say that home and community-based treatment, Section 65, is currently funded at $16 million a year. And that's not adequate. So if we're creating these school to prison pipelines, if we're incarcerating youth without providing them any of the in-home community-based services, I know several children have been detained at Long Creek because they have not had a safe place to be, right? And that's not an acceptable answer for our state or our communities to be placing people in detention centers because home is not safe or DHHS doesn't have appropriate foster placements for them. So I think your point is that, it's a complex issue. And I certainly don't ever want to deny the fact that community safety is really at the heart of all matters of criminal justice.
So do I understand correctly? You're not for completely eliminating funding for Long Creek. You just think it's disproportionate.
I think that I can't speak to the movement to shut down Long Creek. I'm not the person, I'm not the expert in that. But why I'm here today is to testify for the increased need of mental health treatment and basic needs for youth.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rada, I think you bring up a good point, and I wonder if in Commissioner Liberty's proposal that he's going to be presenting in the next week or two, there might be something in there that addresses that concern.
That would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see. Any other questions for Representative Crafts? I'm not seeing any. Thank you again for coming. Thanks for your patience in coming to testify. We appreciate it. Next, we have Colin Ryan, and then we're going to have Representative Kyle Bailey, and then we'll have Dusty Holman Sprague. So Mr. Ryan, just give us a hello when you land, and we'll find your square.
Hi, I've landed. Thank you.
Yes, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Ryan. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, and Representative Warren, and members of the committee. Thank you very much. My name is Cullen Ryan. I work with community housing in Maine. I've been in the field of homelessness for 34 years. I've seen some patterns. I serve in the statewide homeless council and the continuum of care. Testifying like others before me, thinking against this budget because I think we can rethink it and do better. What we have in front of us is a vicious circle. A rather small group of people are ricocheting through Maine's most expensive emergency systems, including the criminal justice system, emergency rooms, homeless shelters, and they don't belong there. They're touching each of these systems because they have behaviors that are symptoms of illnesses, including serious and persistent mental illness and substance use disorder. We fail to treat these illnesses directly, and instead we react to the symptoms as an emergency. And we do this over and over again, and it costs a lot of money. Each of these systems knows each person by name. People involved will tell you these people do not belong at their facility. They're overwhelmed by their presence because it's an emergency and they lack proper resources or internal systems to address and treat their illnesses. They're overwhelmed and they will need money to manage these emergencies, and they will, rightfully so, fight for resources to ensure their systems can be braced for the emergencies that overwhelm them. And that's how we see budgets like these. What's in front of you is a series of individual budgets designed to keep up with the emergencies unfolding. And these systems will work to keep up, and they'll continue to be overwhelmed, often by the same group of people who keep returning because they have no place to go, no place to call home. They're homeless, and their illnesses are untreated. To stop the vicious circle, we need to first ensure that our emergency systems are adequately funded, and it's important that we have an and here, create supportive housing so that each of these people can become stable and no longer touch all of the emergency systems. We need to do both initially, but by finally doing the second thing, we can begin to downsize the first. And that's because the relatively small group of people that's been overwhelming the system will no longer touch them. They'll be housed and they'll be well, and that will take enormous pressure and demand off of each of these systems. We've been modeling this in the homeless system, intentionally housing our longest stayers. We've reduced the numbers by as much as 75%. But now we're moving backwards because there's no place to house people and services are not yet fully available to support people in the community. But where we have housed people, some 301 individuals so far in Portland alone, we've had a 94.9% success rate keeping people housed. They stay. We've proven that the supportive housing costs less than homelessness. It also costs less than incarceration, a whole lot less. It costs less than hospitalization. It's past time for a budget that moves away from a constant cycle of emergencies because we are bouncing people from system to system redundantly. It's time for a budget that contemplates housing each person and delivering support services for success. Look no further than the cost of Long Creek for the 28 youth there. Housing each would be some $12,000 a year. And services might be $5,000 to $10,000 more per person. Even if these numbers are conservative, look how different that figure is from the $600,000 per person we're spending to keep them incarcerated right now. Let's please take the proactive leap and get this right so we can all stop running around in circles. Mental illness and substance use disorder can be treated. but both can only be treated if people have housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Any questions for Mr. Ryan? Representative Lookner.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Ryan. Can you just say one more time how much these supported housing programs cost per person compared to incarcerating folks? I missed that.
Yes, 2 steps. Start with the housing. Let's say $12,000 a year. That's $1,000 a month for rent. Services, it depends on the caseload size, but somebody earning $50,000 with a caseload of 10 would be able to serve folks for $5,000 a year. As you get to smaller caseloads, larger caseloads might be $5,000, or smaller caseload might be $10,000. But you can see the huge difference between that and trying to incarcerate somebody, because you don't need to provide 24/7 support if somebody is safely and successfully housed. They need support for success there, and that support can diminish over time.
Thank you for that.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator Breen. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. That's very helpful. So that means that we could be housing these children who are placed in Long Creek because there's no other place to put them for $32,000 a year, using your most extreme numbers, as opposed to right now, I think we're spending $660,000 per year per youth. So that's a rather large difference.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
And the other question I had, and you might not be the right person, Mr. Ryan, to answer this, but I'm going to ask the question now in hopes that somebody behind you has the answer. I recently heard the figure of how many youth that have committed the level of crime that Representative Arata asked about were, when they were tested for competency, would have been able to stand trial if they were in the adult system. So what I mean by that is, we know that people are sometimes not competent to stand trial because we deem, after testing them, that they aren't responsible because of their mental illness. And in the adult system, we then do not even put them through the trial. I just heard a statistic of that. It was a very high number of those youth that Representative Arata was asking about. So I'm just wondering if you know what that percentage is, or if someone after you has that data. I think that will be really helpful. Obviously, we are going to need some small secure confinement. And I think Representative Arata used the perfect term to protect these children from themselves and also to protect the community. But I'm really looking for the number of folks who, if they were in the adult system, would actually be competent to stand trial. So thank you for letting me ask that question.
And thank you, Representative Warren. I don't have the exact answer, but I will say that I have watched Commissioner Soschuk explain back when he was the chief of police for Portland over and over again. He says it so articulately. He's ticked down a list of people and why they ended up in the criminal justice system. And it was so apparent as he said it, that this person was not thinking correctly. This person was not thinking correctly. And it's substance use disorder that changes the way that people are thinking. And it's mental illness that keeps people from being able to think clearly. So there will be data to exactly what you're asking. But it is a pattern that is extremely available. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ryan? Okay. Thank you very much. Next, I hope we have Representative Bailey. If he is still in the queue, I do not see him. Not seeing him, and I also learned that, well, let me say who's going to be next. I might be catching folks off guard, and I apologize. Let's see. Is Doug Dunbar, Nick Gallagher, or Emily Troll is, I'm going to see if Doug Dunbar is able to join us. One moment, please. Is Mr. Dunbar here yet?
I am here. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you too. Thank you.
All right. Well, I know it's getting very late in your day, and I understand to an extent, as you'll hear in a moment, what you're going through. I worked in the legislature, the governor's office. I was Maine's chief deputy secretary of state for a while, so I won't keep you very long. But importantly, perhaps more important than those jobs that I held or those titles that I had, I spent time incarcerated about 3 years ago. So to the chairs and the distinguished members of these two committees, thank you for the chance to be here. I consider Commissioner Liberty, though I don't know him, I appreciate many of his views and the work that he's done and his family's history in terms of corrections on both sides of it. And so I hope you'll understand that I'm wearing my citizen's hat now, not my professional hat, where I'm working with him on some projects. But I just want to say that during my 30-year career in government, working in the legislature, Congress, the governor's office as Maine's chief deputy secretary of state, and in other capacities, I thought I understood a thing or two about our criminal legal system. Regrettably, not until going to jail for several months in 2017 and 2018, then participating in the Penobscot County Adult Drug Court Program, were my eyes opened to the many injustices, inequities, and harmful practices inherent in the system, our criminal legal system, both here in Maine and nationally. Like most of the people we incarcerate, I was sick, afraid to disclose lifelong debilitating mental illnesses, obsessive compulsive disorder, and anxiety. I began self-medicating with alcohol immediately following the terrorist attacks of 9/11 while working on Capitol Hill as then Congressman John Baldacci's Director of Communications. Finding myself surrounded in jail and drug court by individuals suffering from substance use disorders and other mental health challenges, I realized how profoundly misguided and counterproductive our practices and spending priorities have been for decades. Again, this isn't a Maine-specific problem, it's a national failure. What's been done for generations in the United States hasn't worked. We should all realize this by now. Our recidivism rate is unacceptably high. We all know this. Our lack of recovery resources in our communities is unacceptably low. We all understand this. A course correction is long overdue. Fortunately, you're in the enviable position of being able to bring about change by demonstrating vision, leadership, and courage. You have the opportunity to work with others in state government to bring about more incremental steps. Working in the legislature and in Congress, I always appreciated when lawmakers wanted to know about data and evidence. Regarding the criminal legal system, we know what works. The studies have been done. Much research has been completed. Abundant evidence is already in.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yep.
You're at your time limit. If you might summarize. Yep. Thank you so much.
So this is what works. We need to focus on restoration for victims of crime and those who commit criminal offenses. We need to send far fewer people to jails and prison and emphasize recovery and wellness. For those incarcerated, we need to direct substantially more resources to treatment and reentry preparation. We need to vastly expand educational opportunity in prison. These are the best practices. These are the ways to save significant money. These are the humane and moral choices. The list of course correction measures is long, but we're long overdue in acting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Any questions for Mr. Dunbar?
And by the way, to Senator Sear and to Representative Pickett, you asked about data and evidence of crime statistics, particularly as they relate to people of color. The Maine Department of Corrections, Senator Sear, has some of the information you were seeking. And it's very readily available. And again, we're talking about people of color, Senator Searway, people of color.
Any questions for Mr. Dunbar? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Nick Gallagher and then Emma Findlin LeBlanc. So Dr. Gallagher, I will let you in and just give us a hello when you get here, please.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
So I'm Dr. Nick Gallagher. I'm the medical director for the addiction medicine department here at Maine General. I would like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak here. And I would like to speak in opposition to that, to the budget. So I'm a Mainer. I grew up in Maine, did my med school in Maine, but I trained in emergency medicine in New York, and I did my addiction fellowship at Brown in Rhode Island. So I've seen some other very recently practices in regards to addiction and how it's managed in the community. I just came back here in August, so I'm sort of still learning how everything works now. So I just want to start by highlighting a few things that we certainly know, and that is that for one, addiction is a chronic brain disease. There's measurable neurochemical changes, much like depression, anxiety, and this not only increases people's predisposition for addiction, but it also makes it really difficult to be in recovery. We also know that opioid-related deaths are increasing in Maine. So we also know that people, and this is backed up by many studies, that people do much better with more resources, which kind of makes sense. So in regards to the United States in general, the US incarcerates more people than anyone else. And we also per capita have the highest drug overdose death rate. So not only are we jailing more people, we're also most people are dying out of any other country. And the recidivism rate is really high for non-violent, and I'm talking mostly about non-violent drug-related offenses. So I do see quite a few patients here that right out of jail, some of them leave jail and come to my office. What I've learned doing this work is that the people that I see that have resources like a place to live, food to eat, just the basic needs met, do so much better than people who are homeless. I'm not a expert on the Maine jail, so I'm not going to claim to be. I'm still sort of learning what the programs are there, but I do know that, and it's backed up, that just jailing people for nonviolent drug crime, not only does it cost a bunch of money, but it also doesn't actually get them anywhere to where, and it doesn't advance them in any way in regards to their recovery. So I would say, in order for nonviolent drug crime, instead of incarcerating people, we need more funding for housing. This is all stuff people have said. I'm just coming at it from the angle of sort of managing these patients in our community firsthand. So all the stuff people have said before, housing, we need funding for medically supervised detox programs. I have so many patients that they need residential programs. They need to go somewhere for 30 days to help with they're so new on in their recovery, and they have nowhere to go. And these people, I've found that patients that have nothing to lose are the ones that are the hardest to help. So I would say helping to get some funding into these social programs is going to make a big difference in our community, hopefully decrease the amount of deaths that we're seeing from opioid use. So I really appreciate your time for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dr. Gallagher. Any questions for Dr. Gallagher? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your input, Dr. Gallagher. I think I've been saying this right along, is back in the 80s and 90s, we had a lot more resources than they do today. And I think that is where a lot of this anger is coming from, of incarceration, because I do think, you know, we had High, we had Jackson Brook, we had Hope House, we had New Directions, and you know, I can go on. There's a whole bunch of them. Halcyon House. Anyway, yeah, I talked to Judge Stokes, and he said really the judges are at loss of where to send individuals and to get them help. And if you put them just out in the community, they become a danger again. And so they don't dare to do that. And that's why they end up in the jail system. So it's kind of like a round robin situation until we get more resources. And I agree with you.
Senator Searway, do you have a question?
Yeah. And how do we get those resources? I guess that's the key, is how do we get the resources back?
So I guess, I don't know if you're asking me that directly, but we have, first of all, we have a lot of people working in this field in the community. Myself, there's a few other doctors that are working in this field who I'm sure we would love to express any kind of ideas that we have, or also to sort of tell you what it's like from the, you know, from where we're sitting, you know, dealing with these with this issue firsthand. So I don't know the logistics behind that, but I would, you know, I think we have people that are really concerned and could express some ideas for sure. And that's why I'm here.
Any other questions for Dr. Gallagher? Not seeing any.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for making yourself available, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
So I skipped over a member of the public because I had a technology hiccup. So next is going to be Emily Troll, and then we're going to have Emma Finland LeBlanc. So Emily Troll, I will move you over now to the panel. Just give us a hello when you get here, please.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear Senator Breen, Senator Warren, and all honorable committee members, first, I just want to thank you for your perseverance in listening. We are at 3 hours, I think, into this meeting, and you are still hearing from people. So thank you so much for spending this time with us. I'd like to add my voice to those who are asking that you move money in the budget away from incarceration and towards housing and healthcare and education. Please do move to close Long Creek and develop some solutions that'll really work for those young people. Solutions, some of ideas that we've just heard about, you know, that include stable housing and connection with others and therapy. I'm not speaking to you as an official lobbyist or member of any group. I'm just a South Portland person who has watched Long Creek persist despite public outcry for far too long. I'm also a school teacher who has dealt with some really challenging behaviors and have always seen that it comes from an unmet need or from an illness or some combination there. I'm also a homeowner and a taxpayer, and frankly, it makes me feel gross that my tax dollars go towards imprisoning young people. I really think that we can protect public safety and help youth become safe and responsible members of our society. I think we can do it. I think you can do it. So I urge you, please don't wait for Commissioner Liberty's suggestions. I would say just like grab him, include his expertise as you rethink the budget right now. Be bold. I'm begging you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And thanks for your patience. I apologize again.
Not-
Any questions for Ms. Troll? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So next, we're going to have Emma Findlin LeBlanc, and then Gina Morin, and then Izzy Ostrowski. So Ms. Findlin Blanc, I will move you over now to panelist.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and committee members. My name is Emma Finlan LeBlanc, and I am calling in today to join so many others in speaking against the proposed budget. I have a doctorate in anthropology, and one of the things that my research has focused on is the criminal justice system here in Maine. When it comes to making public policy, there are a lot of gray areas, a lot of places where we don't necessarily know the right answers or we don't have sufficient research. And you have this incredibly difficult job of trying to make your best guess about what's going to work. But that's actually not the case when it comes to criminal justice. There's this thorough, reliable body of research that shows what works and what doesn't. And for a long time, we didn't have that information. And so policymakers were just making these best guesses, right? They're guessing that stricter drug laws would lead to less drug use or that more police would lead to less crime. And the system that we have today was largely built out of those best guesses. But these policies have now been in place for decades. And what we know, what the data shows, is that they just don't work. In fact, they often cause more harm, as you've been hearing all afternoon. So we know that jails and prisons exacerbate mental health crises. We know that they disrupt drug treatment, they destabilize families, they push people out of the workforce, and they often lead to worse health outcomes as well as greater financial destitution in the long run. And they're also just this huge waste of taxpayer money. You know, you can keep going to the dentist, you can keep throwing money at that, going back again and again, getting root canals, having crowns put on your teeth, but that's not going to fix your broken leg. And that's essentially what we're doing here, right? We're throwing money at solutions that we know at this point don't work. In the course of my research in Maine, I spent a fair bit of time with police and sheriffs and other law enforcement officers. And all of them emphasize that the primary issues that they deal with ultimately are based in mental health crises. And they also know that these aren't really police matters, or that they shouldn't be. That's not what police are for, and that wasn't what the criminal justice system was built to fix. And these really aren't controversial questions. They shouldn't be. This is just about making informed and evidence-based policy. It's just about doing what works. And so if we're genuinely concerned about keeping neighborhoods safe, about reducing crime, about keeping people healthy, about supporting members of communities that need it the most, then this corrections and public safety budget is just deeply misguided. It would fund this system we have that at this point it's outdated, it's broken, it's already caused a great deal of harm and wasted a great deal of money. And instead, we should fund those programs that do work, again, that you've heard so much about today and you will continue to hear about, things like counseling and inpatient drug treatment facilities, housing, healthcare, youth restorative justice. And so to approve this budget really would be a terrible misuse of these scarce resources that communities so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And thanks for your patience. Any questions for Ms. Finlan LeBlanc? Not seeing any. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gina Morin and then Izzy Ostrowski. And then we're going to go back to someone who was earlier but had to leave, Dusty Holman Sprague. So Ms. Morin is next.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Gina Moran, and I am a resident of Auburn. I am here to testify against the proposed budget for the Department of Public Safety. Folks struggling with opioid use disorder, OUD, shouldn't be in prison cells. They belong in a treatment center. Also, those in detox shouldn't be forced to do so at home without medical attention. Maine has just seen the most deadly year of the opioid crisis, and we are not adequately resourced. Mainers and their families are searching for treatment and being turned away time and time again. What if these folks were your loved ones? Will you tell your loved ones that getting treatment for OUD doesn't matter? As a former corrections officer, I want public safety, but the truth is some of the initiatives of the DPS do not increase public safety. Locking up folks with OUD doesn't make us any safer either. I've seen firsthand what happens when Mainers with OUD get caught up in the criminal justice system. These people have a medical disorder, and adding a prison sentence isn't going to make their disorders magically disappear. In many cases, it exacerbates their struggles. They get out of prison after completing their sentences, then new problems abound. They struggle finding employment and housing. These folks need to be in treatment and treated with compassion and empathy instead of being thrown into the criminal justice system. Gordon Smith has highlighted 3 specific areas we need investment now. Medically supervised withdrawal facilities, Maine has 2. Adolescent facilities for medically supervised withdrawal, we have 0. And residential treatment, inaccessible unless you are wealthy. I watched my partner struggle with OUD. I also watched her detox at home, and that's not a proper place to do so. It tore me up inside to see her wailing in pain while vomiting uncontrollably. In the past 10 years, we have doubled the amount we spend on MDEA. In that time, we've spent over $47 million funding drug enforcement agents, and you can still find any drug you want anywhere in Maine at any time of day. This is taxpayers funding the war on drugs, which is nothing short of a war on people, and that's not acceptable. I ask you, please let Maine be an example by allowing folks with OUD have the compassion and dignity of treatment instead of treating them with a storm of inhumanity by forcing them into the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moran. Any questions for Ms. Moran? I'm not seeing any. Thanks so much for your patience. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Izzy Ostrowski and then Dusty Holman Sprague. Is Izzy Ostrowski with us yet? Not seeing Izzy Ostrowski. I hope I didn't send Izzy into cyber purgatory. Why don't we move on to Dusty Holman Sprague while we try to find Izzy Ostrowski. Oh, there's Izzy Ostrowski. I see a name, but I don't hear. the voice.
Hey, can everyone hear me okay?
There you are. Great. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the committees. My name is Izzy Ostrowski, and I'm the social change advocate at Preble Street, a human services, anti-poverty agency with over a dozen programs and services provided across the state. I'm here today to testify in opposition to these proposed budgets and ask for the money to be spent on what Mainers need: housing, treatment, healthcare, mental health supports, and other social services. Day after day, our unhoused neighbors are criminalized for mundane actions, such as spending many hours in public places, sitting on benches, or napping in parks. According to the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty, in the last 10 years, laws criminalizing homelessness have multiplied. Individuals experiencing homelessness should be met with well-funded mental health services, substance use treatment programs, rental assistance, and compassion. And yet, they are subjected to over-policing and the trauma that accompanies many police interactions. A recent report stated that 26% of Maine's homeless population is Black or African American, even though they make up only 1% of Maine's total population. Recent racial demographic data from 10 Preble Street programs corroborate this inequity and show that a high percentage of people of color access Preble Street services. On average, 22% of individuals needing to access Preble Street programs are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. 38% of the people that use Preble Street's quarantine shelter for individuals and families who are COVID positive or are awaiting the result of a COVID test are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Preble Street values our partners in the municipal and state police departments that we work with. However, we should not be dependent upon the police as first responders for mental health and substance use crises as we regularly do. Maine Department of Corrections has reported that a majority of incarcerated Mainers are there because of Maine's high rates of substance use disorder. This is coupled with the fact that more Mainers died from drug overdoses in January than in any month over the past year. We can tell you, there are not nearly enough substance use treatment programs. The fact is, investing more in police services and incarceration than on mental health, substance use treatment, and housing assistance will only inflict more trauma on our unhoused neighbors, especially those of color, who are constantly criminalized for living in poverty. To live in a society where you are punished simply for being without basic needs, and to languish in homelessness with untreated mental illness or substance use disorder is to experience utmost cruelty. This proposed budget would continue to fail Maine's most vulnerable, which is why Preble Street asks you to spend this money on services that would actually improve the lives of Mainers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ostrowski. Any questions from any of the legislators for Ms. Ostrowski? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and thanks for being here today. Next, we're going to have Dusty Holman Sprague, and then Jan Collins, and then Janet Drew. So Dusty, I will move you over now.
All right, I think I've arrived. Wonderful. Thanks so much, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren. I'm so happy to join you this afternoon, and of course the rest of the committee. I'm representing on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. For over 40 years, the Maine Women's Lobby has advocated for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls, with a focus on the most marginalized communities. We are here in opposition today to the budget, the criminal justice budget, as it was presented. A lot of folks have spoken, and of course you have my written testimony, about the strong connection between substance use and criminalization. I just want to walk it back a little and point out the strong connection between early trauma, particularly sexual and domestic violence, and then subsequent substance use and incarceration. For women, there's a really bright and clear connection between early trauma and later incarceration. And this is true in Maine, it's true nationwide, but women who are incarcerated are 30 times more likely to have been prior victims of sexual violence. For folks here on the Criminal Justice Committee, you know that I represented the Sexual Assault Coalition for many years. And what we saw again and again were that survivors of sexual violence and domestic violence, it had really high rates of then depression, of suicidality, of mental health needs, and then of substance use. And then the very next step is incarceration or system involvement. So I just want to draw those connections between gender and the mental health and violence issues that women face, and then substance use, and then criminalization. I also want to share very briefly a personal story that I very seldom talk about because it's not my own story to tell. It's about my brother, who's 10 years younger than me. My brother started to struggle with substance use following trauma, a number of years ago, and I spent days, hours, months on the phone with him looking for evidence-based support and treatment, and we could not find any. When it finally got bad enough that he needed a bed, we looked for a bed, and we could not find any. When we finally found a place for him in a 30-day program, they kept him in for 12 days, and then to reward him for his success, they let him out early so they could make room for someone who was worse off. But for those of us, like people like me, I remember leaving a hearing so I could drive to visit him and see if he was still alive because my parents had called me in an emergency. When they finally let him out of his program early, and we were all horrified, 6 months later, he was in prison. If you haven't had your 9-year-old meet his uncle, talk to his uncle on the telephone through the glass after you spent years trying to make it work, we can't be doing this. Until a bed in a domestic violence shelter or a bed in a recovery house or a treatment program is as widely available to Mainers in need as a bed in a jail or prison, we have to think differently about how we're investing our resources. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holman Sprague. I see Senator DeChambeau has her hand up. Senator DeChambeau, I can't hear you. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dusty. I think you made me smile for the first time in the last 3 hours, in that I do very much agree about early trauma leading to incarceration. And I know, and the people know that themselves, the person who ended up in prison, but they didn't access the community programs until they were confined. And I just wanted to say that, not that you're going to put people in jail, but that's where it blossomed and that's where they got some treatment and follow up. But I just wanted to tell you my experiences. You are very correct, both for males and females. And that was the only time they disclosed, is once they were incarcerated, but go ahead, thank you.
May I reply?
Yeah, if you may.
Sure.
I thank you for that comment, and I thank you for your past work, Senator DeChambeau. I have seen in many cases where people don't access services until they are incarcerated, But I have also seen, as an administrator of Maine's sexual assault services and the person who oversaw the helpline for sexual assault for over 10 years, that we had about 10,000 contacts per year, and we could not afford to expand our services to more hours. We could not afford to hire on enough people to actually fill the time during our highest volume. And we could not afford to extend our text chat services to the highest volume times. So there's a conundrum around, sometimes people don't access services until they're system involved, but there are a lot of people who are looking for services that can't access them because they are not fully staffed for a lack of resources.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Holman Sprague. We always appreciate when people have the courage to share their personal stories. I know that it's not easy. I think that you agree with me, and I think this is the message that you're trying to get across, is that it seems sort of perverse that Mainers who are looking for help, who are going to their doctors, as we heard earlier, and saying, please help me, and they must be turned away because we don't have beds available to them. Yet we're proposing to spend more money on the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. So we aren't going to help people who are saying, please help me, but instead we're spending more money after spending $47 million over the last 10 years. And in that 10 years, we've lost over the population of my city of Hallowell. I'll just say that. So I think what you're saying is that's the part that's really perverse, is people can't get help when they want it, but yet we sort of congratulate them when they get help after we incarcerate them. Would you agree?
I would agree and add that the lack of ability to access services when you are too substance, when you have reached a point that you no longer have continuous employment and therefore access to health insurance, is a real tragedy.
Any other questions for Ms. Holman Sprague? Not seeing any. Thanks for your patience and for coming back. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
So next we have Jan Collins, and then Janet Drew, and then Jason Trahan. So Jan Collins, give us a hello when you get here, please.
Hi there.
Hi.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks to everyone who is still here after all this time. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Appropriations and Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committees. My name is Jan Collins, and I am Assistant Director for Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. I am here today to speak against the Corrections and Public Safety budget. My father suffered from substance use disorder, alcoholism. When he was arrested and sentenced, my mother was left with the care of 4 children under the age of 5. We lost our apartment, transportation, and his income, our only means of support. We would have been homeless, but for my farmer uncle allowing us to live in a plywood trailer he hauled to county fairs. We had no running water and 2 plywood bunks to share between the 5 of us. My sister and I were tucked into either end of the top bunk, and my 2 infant brothers shared the bottom bunk with my mom. Our plumbing was an outhouse. When a parent is imprisoned, the whole family goes to jail. Any resources that might have been holding the family together are lost, and more often than not, the family on the outside is left in desperate poverty. It took my family decades to gain a solid foothold. My father never did. What would have saved our family? A recognition that my dad suffered from a treatable medical condition. I tried to imagine what my life might have been like if instead of jail and prison, my father had been able to enter treatment. What would it have been like to have a father in my life? Anyone would tell you Ray was a great guy, except when he drank. We have an excess of jail beds in Maine and not enough substance use disorder treatment beds. We have an excess of jail beds in Maine, but not enough beds for people with mental health needs. The same can be said for homelessness. We have $18 million to keep 29 children incarcerated at Long Creek, but not enough money to provide for juvenile emergency mental health beds. We have sheriffs and county commissioners vehemently stating that county jails are the largest mental health facilities in their counties with no resources to treat their mental health conditions. And still, we do not adequately fund mental health services. We have people in prison who have completed every rehabilitative program possible and even teach other inmates, but no opportunity for parole. We continue to fund jails and prisons, but fail to fund programming and reentry services that would increase the chance of success upon release. It is time to reflect on the terrible toll on our communities the current funding priorities have taken on individuals, families, and children. There are alternatives that would place us on a path to healing and vitality. It is time to change direction and funding priorities. Stop spending inordinate amounts of our precious funds on causing pain and suffering, and spend the money instead on the services that heal our communities. We have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Any questions from any committee members for Ms. Collins? Thank you so much for being with us today and for your patience.
Thank you for your time and for all of your hard work.
Next, we have Janet Drew, and then Jason Trahan, and then Joe Everett. So I'm going to let in Ms. Drew.
I lost myself. I'm sorry.
You're here. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Janet Drew. I'm a retired nurse in York, and I'm here in opposition to this budget. I think everybody has said so much of what I did want to say, but I want you to know that I am involved with multiple groups at local levels and beyond, and the message is the same, that we've been doing the same wrong thing for too long, and it's time to support, to get to the root causes of why people end up in these desperate straits. And that's going to take money for the root causes, not for the consequences. The risk of Jan Collins, who preceded me, and Callista earlier today, stories are heartbreaking, and people that are either on a merry-go-round of recidivism or long sentences, we're not helping people, and we're not making our communities safer. And this budget is full of places where we're spending money on policing. I wonder where the policing in schools fits into the dollars that are put in this budget. MIAC, MDEA, Maine State Prison, Long Creek, they want to build a new Northeast Training Center. And this morning, the Attorney General mentioned money for Child Protective Services. I was thankful Senator Bailey questioned the data and again talked about prevention, because it starts with prevention. It doesn't, incarceration is not the solution. Education, opportunity, and to just to answer something Representative Pickett mentioned, I have reached out in the York County Jail system through the York County Commissioners to find out, we are still arresting nonviolent people? Have we let out anybody who is a nonviolent person that that is in because they owe bail? I can't get information on those things. Board of Visitors aren't meeting because of COVID, but people don't seem to be getting released because of COVID. We need to care more and have beds for the right things for people to live in and succeed. Thank you. We can do better.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Any questions for Ms. Drew from any committee members? I am not seeing any. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jason Trahan, who's here, and I'm going to let Joe Everett in for the next up. So, Mr. Trahan, you can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Trahan, and I'm a resident of Lewiston. I'm here today to testify against the proposed budget for the Department of Public Safety. Rather than funding police and jails, we need to fund people and places that care. I've spent time in the criminal justice system as a direct result of substance use disorder, and I've seen the ways the war on drugs is a war on people. During my time in jail, I saw someone with heart disease, a heart condition. They were detoxing from substances in the cell next to me, and nobody would give them any medication that they needed, not right away. As his cellmate begged for someone to help, the man stopped breathing. He lost his life because the state didn't value it enough to treat him as a human being with an illness. Instead of paying to punish sick people, we need to give people the tools that they need to build healthier lives. When I was in jail, there was one CO, only one CO who could point me toward recovery outside the program outside jail. All they wanted to do for me was let me out. It was sheer luck that I found help as soon as I did. Even when people want help, the resources aren't there for them. Too often, people have to overdose before they can get referred to drug court. That's a lot of chances for people to die and for families to be harmed. People get structure from jail, but it's not the same as the help that they would get in other settings. I got friends that were in jail that did the same recovery program in jail that I did on the outside. They relapsed as soon as they got out of jail. The mindset of being locked up and under someone else's control, when you don't even know what you really did wrong, that doesn't help anybody get better. We need more treatment programs that meet people where they are and help them change their own stories. With a change in mindset, I've reclaimed my life. I'm a loving dad to my kids, and I lead recovery groups. I got one tonight. We need to invest in our communities, not use taxpayer money to break them apart. Since getting sober, I've spent time teaching skateboarding to kids at the Tree Street Youth Center in Lewiston. And I've raised over $800 to make sure that every kid that wanted a skateboard got one. And if I can do that, imagine what we could do together with some of $421 million proposed for the Department of Corrections over the next 2 years. We could instead expand recovery programs and help Mainers lead their lives they deserve to lead, that they deserve to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trahan. Any questions for Mr. Trahan? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us, for your patience, and for sharing your story. We appreciate it. Next, we have Joe Everett, and then we will have Joseph Kubetz, and then Justin George. Hello, Joe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, and Representative Warren, and other honorable members of the committee. My name is Joe Everett, and I'm the CEO at the Opportunity Alliance here in South Portland. And I'm here with you this afternoon representing the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative, which is a collaborative of 7 organizations that provide comprehensive mental health services to children and adults pretty much across the state. We are here today, like so many others, because the current pandemic has laid bare glaring areas where we can and must do better. This is particularly true in the area of mental health and substance use services. While so many individuals are facing increased needs for their persistent and serious mental illness, many others are being diagnosed or recognizing their mental health symptoms for the first time. This reality has brought the under-resourced community mental health system to the brink. There are simply not enough resources to properly and adequately operate a system of care, providing essential services at this time, while preventing more serious and expensive outcomes. The COVID pandemic has brought to the light the incredible intersection between mental health needs and all the sectors of our society, our schools, our emergency departments, our homes, and yes, our correction system. Mental health services, or lack thereof, is the underpinning of the crises we face in each of these areas. We continue to spend significant state resources on our correction system, incarcerating individuals living with mental health and substance use disorders who have not had access to community-based mental health and substance use services at the right place at the right time before they found themselves in trouble with the law. As Sheriff Kevin Joyce of Cumberland County has said, he, as the overseer of the Cumberland County Jail, is running the largest mental health facility in the state. Over 70% of those incarcerated in our county jails are taking psychotropic medications. Behind bars is not the place to provide mental health and substance use treatment, yet that is where we are using our precious resources, while very little services that could prevent an ultimate incarceration in the county jail are lacking, severely lacking. As devastating as COVID-19 has been, it has produced a few silver linings. One of those is our chance to do better. It is a critical time to look at our spending and determine if it is efficient, if it is wise spending, and if it reflects our values and needs as Mainers. We need to rethink the millions of dollars spent on housing and feeding people behind bars who primarily need mental health and substance use services. This one area of the budget seems out of sync with our main values. As community-based organizations, we want to take care of clients. We want good outcomes, and we want to successfully address the issues of making sure our people get the right services at the right place at the right time. We are in the business for this purpose. We urge you to divert money to community-based mental health and substance use services. This is a better option for what Mainers need and what we value. I thank you so much for your consideration, and I will be open to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Everett. Looks like Senator Searway has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what you had to say. I think that, we need resources, and do you think that we need another mental health center like AMHI or a rehab center for drug abuse? I mean, it seems like we need some place where they need to go for treatment, and then it would kind of reduce the rate in the jails. I think it could be a gradual thing, but I think all at once just getting rid of the jails and not putting the resources out there is putting the cart before the horse. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm unfortunately, my expertise is not in jails and prisons. What I would say, sir, about the mental health system is that it needs to be adequately funded. I think that we have a system that could work very effectively if it was resourced properly. The mental health crisis system, we have the main crisis line. We have 8 districts where there are crisis organizations that provide crisis services, but we don't receive the funding we need to be supportive. As I've been listening to the meeting this afternoon, I've been working as a social worker for 30 years, and when I began my career, we began dismantling substance use treatment centers. Someone referenced the old 30-day treatment programs. They've gone away because they weren't, understood to be best practice. So I think I like what Gordon Smith, his suggestions that I've heard a couple of times this afternoon around resources for folks living with substance use disorders. It's very scary. We have people that are, using IV meth, which is very dangerous and very life-threatening. So yes, I think that we do need to invest, as Gordon has suggested, in that particular piece of behavioral health, while also looking at what resources could be available, really just to leg up the existing system.
Looks like Representative Lippner has a question for you.
Hey, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Everett, for speaking. And I just wanted to, really quickly point out that AMHI was a really, awful institution where a lot of people were left for decades languishing with mental illness. And the idea was, at least in my understanding, having studied this in school, that in the 80s, we were supposed to take that money and put it into community integration services for people with mental health disabilities and so forth. So, Mr. Everett, is your view that those services have been underfunded over the decades that were originally in AMI, and that money should just go where it was originally intended?
I was not here when the consent decree began, and I think that there was intention for money to get funded over the years, but nothing sort of stands the test of time. So that was 31 years ago. So there's been lots of changes, but I think, looking at the current system and looking at needs and really listening to stakeholders, talking to the people who are our end users who use the services, I was very impressed with Dr. Nick Gallagher, talking to providers of the service or staff who work with me. I think that really have a good grasp of the system. I think many people do not need to live in, most people do not need to live in institutions. We need to fund their services in the community. And we at the Opportunity Alliance serve about 20,000 Mainers a year. And we do operate 70 residential treatment beds, both mental health and substance use treatment beds that are, for the most part, short-term stays. But the rest of our clients live independently at home with services.
Thanks for that. Just a real quick follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
Is there anybody we could speak to who's kind of familiar with the history of deinstitutionalization that maybe could come testify and tell us, well, back in the 80s when we decided to close AMHI, here's what the plan was then, here's what's happened. Let's show us a timeline, the number of people who have ended up on the street and then in jail who, is there anybody like that you can think of that we should invite to this?
Yes, there's an advocate. I'm not sure if she is able to, but she's advocated on behalf of mental health consumers for many years, Karen Evans. And some of you may know Karen, but she has written about AMHI. She's been involved with different projects after the fact. And she's my historian. She's given me I've been here 25 years and I've known Karen all those years. And she would be a great, I think, historian if she was available. And if she's not available, I definitely could, talk to other people. Simone Mallon, probably at the Consumer Council, also has a pretty broad perspective. And I mention those two individuals because I think they really truly represent the voice of people who experienced AMHI. So it's a really unique and valuable perspective. So Karen would be phenomenal if she was available.
Karen Evans. Okay,
Karen Evans.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Everett? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, we have Joseph Kubetz, then Justin George, and then Jonathan Reynolds. Mr. Kubetz is here, I believe.
Good afternoon. I'm right here.
Yes, thank you and welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks so much for being here. I'm just going to pull up my testimony here. You all have remarkable persistence going on 3 hours now, so thanks very much for staying with it. I certainly don't mind if people want to take a little stretch break as I offer my testimony. I want to have compassion for you all sitting there. So feel free to stretch as I give my testimony. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Joseph Kubetz. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm here to testify against the proposed budget for this coming year. I believe we need to invest more of our budget in programs like restorative justice that a lot of folks have talked about already, and programs that help those who are struggling with addiction issues, rather than the old way of simply locking them up and throwing away the keys and thinking that that works. Someone a lot smarter than myself said the following: in a free society, all of us are responsible, but only some of us are called guilty. I'm going to say that again. In a free society, all of us are responsible, but only some of us are called guilty. With this in mind, I believe passionately that our neighbors who are currently in prisons and jails are often those neighbors who have not had as much support or resources that the rest of us often take for granted. For me personally, I had a drinking and driving charge many years ago. And I am lucky that the consequences of that were an easier lesson than many other people have to learn. And the reason for this is probably in large part because I had a wide variety of support and resources all around me. And I've been able to grow into a more healthy version of myself. Also, in learning about this issue of our budget and how we think about people who have been convicted of crimes, I'm struck by two things. Number one, the data shows that prison inmates who receive college educations as a part of their time in prison have a far lower recidivism rate than those who don't get a college degree during their time in prison. People who get degrees don't go back to jail. This is an important point that we need to look at. And what does it tell us? I think that it shows us that when people have been convicted of crimes and that they get the support that they need, for example, a college degree, they become healthier and do better. And then they also get a chance to develop their own tools so that they can eventually be of service to our great state as well. Secondly, as a number of folks have mentioned, there's data with a strong link in our neighbors who have been convicted of crimes and the types of support they've had in their own lives. Social scientists, like many who have spoken, those who work as social workers, psychiatrists, doctors, and those who analyze the data from their work will report to you again and again and again and again that almost every one of our neighbors who commit serious crimes are people who have had an unbelievably traumatizing set of events happen to them during their lives. And also that they had a startling lack of resources and support around them. So to put that in common wording, none of us here today has perfect families or perfect support.
Excuse me, Mr. Kubitz, this is Representative Peirce. You're over the 3 minutes, so if you could summarize, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. We all have challenges, sure, to be sure, but the key takeaway is this. Almost all of our neighbors who we might be tempted to consider serious criminals are people who have been dealt a really tough hand in life. The kind of hand that all of us here today would probably faint if we got that hand dealt to us. So I would strongly advocate that we stretch and find a different kind of a budget that actually works and helps our neighbors stay healthy and vibrant and end up contributing back to our state. And thanks for the chance to speak to you all, and I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kubetz. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, that was great. Good job.
Any questions? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is just a really easy question. That is such a powerful quote. Who said it so that I may possibly reuse it?
You know, as I was preparing my testimony, I don't know, but I believe it would be very easy to Google and find it. I was struck by the quote too, so thanks for appreciating it.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing it.
Any other questions for Mr. Kubetz? Thank you very much for being here, and thanks for your patience and sharing your perspective with us.
Yeah, thank you all very much for being here.
Next, we have Justin George, and Justin is here, and then we're going to have Jonathan Reynolds.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Justin George, testifying in opposition. In treatment, we often hear about the cycle of self-destruction within the individual. However, I would like to focus on a cycle of self-destruction on a much larger scale, not for an individual, but for entire communities. For thousands of years, we have used the same method for justice of a crime committed, punishment. However, punishment is not justice, it is merely revenge. Justice would create a solution for the betterment of all, which would prevent the crime from being repeated. Incarceration only temporarily removes the problem. I have been to prison 3 times, and not once did I come out a changed man or witness change within any of my fellow inmates. I don't want to get into the debate of genetics versus environment. I'm here to tell you from experience that people do not inherently make self-destructive choices. They are created by a community that failed them when their immediate environment was bleak or hopeless. It takes a village to raise a child, and communities need to admit their part in the problem. They need to focus on how to reach a solution rather than punishing others to cover up their failure and not helping those who need it most. They say the hardest thing to do is usually the best thing to do. It is easy to protect law-abiding citizens from people with a disease that cause them to act irrationally by imprisoning them. The hard thing would be upsetting some of the victims that are used to this form of justice in order to make a change in the world and prevent other victims in the future. We have used the same methods for so long, yet crime has not significantly gone down. Drug and alcohol abuse has not gone down, and deaths from drugs and alcohol has not gone down. The criminal justice system practices the definition of insanity. Now, here sits a committee debating whether or not to put over $420 million over the next 2 years into a system that clearly does not work, a system designed with no actual solution to the problem. Change is not easy, especially when it involves hundreds of thousands of people, and sometimes it may get worse before it gets better, and nobody wants to go against the grain and endure the backlash for creating change. Nevertheless, when something is not working, you need to find alternative ways to fix it. I am not here advocating only for substance abuse treatments over incarceration. I am also advocating for the victims of crimes directly related to substance abuse and mental health problems by desperate people in desperate situations to sustain their habit and lifestyle. Don't these victims of burglaries, thefts, and a long list of other crimes associated with substance abuse deserve a change in the way the system works? What good is justice for the victim when a crime is committed, when another approach to the situation may avoid the person from ever becoming a victim? Would you buy a house with no foundation? Would you buy a car that does not run? So how can you justify investing so much money into something that doesn't work when there is another way? A way to make a change today that gives our future a better world to live in. I'm not saying rehab, drug courts, and mental health programs are 100% successful, but they are over 100% more successful than incarceration. So don't invest in maintaining a fruitless and ineffective system. Invest in a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. Any questions for Mr. George from any committee members? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for hanging in there and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we have Jonathan Reynolds. And he is here. If he could turn off his camera and turn on his mic. And then after Mr. Reynolds, we'll have Marshall Mercer.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody for allowing me to be here today. My name is Jonathan Maine, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. I'm also an organizer for the Maine Recovery Act. I'm here today to testify in opposition of the proposed budget. This send nearly $500 million to a system that does not work, yet when my friends seek treatment for use disorder, they are not able to find it. There's enough money to fund these systems, money in the wrong places. Do we care about people or do we care about hurting them? And the criminal justice system hurt people. Prior to my recovery, I was incarcerated many times. If I had received treatment at a younger age, it would have saved thousands of dollars in taxpayer money to my family and my close ones in years of my life. Putting $500 million in the criminal justice system is not only wasting our taxpayers' money, but also creates harm to our community members. We could take some of that money and use it to things that actually work, like recovery community centers. There's enough money for these centers. We just need to stop sending it to systems that do not work. Budget. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Any questions for Mr. Reynolds? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience and for being with us. Next, we have Marshall Mercer, and then we're going to have Michael Kabidi.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Mr. Mercer.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, distinguished members of the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Marshall Mercer. I live in Machiasport, Maine, and am an organizer for Maine RAP. I'm here to testify not only as someone who grew up as a slave to the system, or just some black man looking for a chance to rant about how unfair the justice system has been to me. No, I'm here as a concerned citizen and a taxpayer that hasn't seen this system work from the inside nor the outside of it. We have tried it the same way for a long time and haven't seen any change. I came up through this broken system, and the deeper I got into it, the more of an animal I became. Institutes like Long Creek weren't designed to create rehabilitation or growth in the areas where our youth need to grow. Instead, it became a gladiator camp where young boys were forced to become men real quick. My time in youth corrections was not educational, at the very least, maybe barbaric, but absolutely not educational. We need to come up with a better system to help educate our youth and a better way to help those of us that have a substance use disorder. I've been in recovery for over 3 years by the grace of God and the help of my recovery community. I myself now am a recovery coach. I also run a recovery center in Machias. These are things I wouldn't have been able to do if I was sent to prison. I was given a chance at a second treatment. I'm checking time through treatment and taught how to live in today's society. If not given that chance, I'm not sure where I'd be today. Instead of locking us up, I propose we use our tax dollars to educate and rebuild the human spirit instead of creating animals, because ultimately, locking us in a cage definitely does not reform us. Right now, Maine RAP is supporting a bill in the Health and Human Service Committee that will allocate $1 million to 7 new recovery centers in the state of Maine. Everyone keeps saying we don't have enough extra money, but here I am looking at this budget for the criminal justice system, and we seem to have enough money for that. Why can't we use our money to help us instead of harming us? We need more mentorship-based programs where we focus on building a new relational pattern to life, something more personal. We must become better students of recovery. Emphasis, recovery, not recidivism. We have seen enough of our brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and everyone else go in and out of jails and not get the true help they need. At best, putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. I've seen firsthand what giving someone a second chance does. Change people. And we need to start helping to change people from the inside out. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Any questions for Mr. Mercer? I am not seeing any. So thank you very much for your patience and hanging in there and sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Martin Chartreux. I will move him over. Chartrand.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did you have Michael Kebede?
Yes, thank
Kebede
you.
first, excuse me. Boy, I
Yes.
butchered that. Please help me. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you, Michael Kebede, and then Martin Chartrand. Thank you.
No problem. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of both committees, good evening. My name is Michael Cabeda. Feel free to not use my last name. And I am Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. I'm here to testify in support of amending the CJPS budget and to applaud you all for sitting here attentively for the last 4 hours. You've already heard that we have relied on the policing institutions in our country to solve challenges better suited to our healthcare, housing, and educational systems. Senator Sirway gave us an interesting and frankly inspiring window into some of the systems that existed in the 80s and 90s. In raw numbers, white Mainers have actually suffered the most, but non-white Mainers, poor Mainers, and Mainers with disabilities have suffered disproportionately. We cannot allow this to continue. Previous speakers have said this already. The budget shortfalls associated with the pandemic give us a chance to step back and reassess how and where to invest our funds. You've heard a lot about Long Creek. Let me give you some data to put a little bit more flesh on those bones. According to perhaps the most rigorous study about juvenile justice ever conducted in Maine, well over half of incarcerated youth have a recent history of mental or behavioral illness. 69% of youth committed in Long Creek 2 years ago received behavioral health services through Maine Care. The year before they were committed, 71% of that group received the most intensive form of behavioral health services. For too many children, the juvenile justice system has become the default provider of behavioral and mental health services. Adult corrections is no different. To fix this problem, to Senator Sirway's question, how do we get the resources that we had in the 90s and 80s? To fix this problem, the Juvenile Justice System Assessment and Reinvestment Task Force recommended strengthening what it calls the continuum of community health programs. One way to do this is to close our youth prison, which costs millions, but houses only 27 youth, and transfer the funds to community-based alternatives to incarceration. Now I'm going to make a point that I haven't heard made, but is a crucial one, I believe. Divesting from our policing systems and investing in our social systems would not only improve the lives of our state's most vulnerable people, but it would also improve the lives of those who are employed by policing systems. Prisons harm not just prisoners, but also prison guards. Policing hurts not just the police, but also the police. The deeds that the policing system sometimes pressures its workers into are almost certainly connected to low life expectancies and high rates of depression and suicide of police and corrections staff. The sooner we devise and fund alternative livelihoods for our police and prison staff, the likelier we are to improve the length and quality of their lives. Finally, I'd like to make a recommendation to Representative Fecto, who asked a question about restorative justice. There's an organization in Maine called the Restorative Justice Institute of Maine. I encourage you to reach out to Kelsey Park or someone else who works there and have a conversation with them. I also recommend this book. It's called Beyond Survival, and it's full of excellent essays that show how restorative and transformative justice principles can function and work. On behalf of our members, I urge you to start the long overdue process of reducing the budgets of our prisons, jails, and policing systems and invest in our housing, healthcare, and educational infrastructures. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabeda. Did I say that better that time?
You said it very well, yes.
Thank you so much. Looks like Representative Corey has a question for you.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I sat on that committee that looked at the incarceration of youth in the state of Maine, and they did not come to the conclusion that we needed to shut down Long Creek, as a lot of people have gotten on and said today. Do you recall otherwise?
I think that they envisioned a world in which Long Creek would be less and less important and eventually disappear. I would have to reread the report to answer definitively whether they said shut down Long Creek. I know that wasn't their top line message, but the report they produced just happens to be the best data we have on the health of the youth in Long Creek.
Okay, thank you. I would suggest you go and reread that report. Thank you.
I will add, there's another series of reports that I think you, Representative Corey, and other members of the legislature should read on this question. It's the Place Matters report series, and it's a series of several reports about alternatives to juvenile incarceration in Maine. And it's the best information I know of to answer the question that's been posed many times during this public hearing: where do we put the youth? And there are clear, straightforward, direct answers to that question. So Representative Corey, thanks for giving me the opportunity to say that. And I recommend that you and all of you read those reports. And a link to those reports is at the bottom of my testimony.
Any further questions for Mr. Cabete? Okay, thank you so much for being patient and for testifying today.
Thank you.
Senator Breen?
Yes.
Hi. You know, there's another meeting and I've got some bills in the caucus that I need to discuss with some people.
Okay.
Do we have a lot left, or?
We have 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's long enough.
We have about 7
Okay.
people.
Sorry, people, but I need to go there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Martin Chartron.
Yes, hi.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to Senator Breen and Representative Pierce and Senator Warren and all the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, as well as the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for listening for so long this afternoon to our testimonies, and thank you to everyone who testified before me. I'm a resident of Bangor and I work in the home weatherization industry. My testimony is put together pretty quickly because I just got out of work early and realized I'd still be able to make it. So I'm gonna add a few things that I didn't get to in the written testimony. So I volunteer numerous hours each week in my community, distributing safer drug use supplies, offering education on harm reduction, doing outreach to neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, listening to their stories, offering warm clothing and other survival supplies, and also working with organizations to create housing and other services. And I do this because I know that creating public safety is all of our responsibility, and that it involves building communities where safe housing and compassionate, trauma-informed care is available and accessible to everyone, and where harm is addressed by going to the root causes. So I'm here to testify against the budget as proposed because it spends far too much on so-called Department of Corrections and public safety, and too little on creating actual public safety or actually correcting harm. I've listened to many people as a volunteer, as a neighbor, as a friend, impacted by the criminalization and incarceration of substance use disorder. And I've seen how little it helps and how it creates further trauma. As it's been noted, overdose deaths have been steadily increasing since the COVID pandemic started, and 2020 is the worst year on record. That's something that hits me really, really close. I've seen people who I knew, who I gave Narcan to 1 week and then heard they had passed away on an overdose. And it's really hard because I know it's preventable. And Maine has an incredible network of harm reduction organizations who do a lot with very little. And so it's very frustrating to see so much money going to criminalization in the Departments of Corrections and Public Safety, which don't solve those problems and actually often create more harm. I hear stories, a lot of people getting arrested for possessing needles or drugs, going to jail, sometimes staying there for months because they can't afford the bail, where they then are isolated from family from supports, they often don't get the medication they need or healthcare or mental health care that they need. Though I know there's people working hard to try to provide those services in the jails, it often is very inadequate, and it simply doesn't work in a system where people are being caged. So I'm really appreciative of the Mills administration's support for harm reduction in the syringe service programs and Narcan distribution, yet the spending of so much money on criminalizing people who use those services goes directly against that.
Mr. Chartrand?
Yes.
Excuse me. Hi. You're over the 3 minutes, so if you might summarize. Thank you.
Sure. I think that's basically the point. Spending so much on incarceration and on policing is creating further harm, and so I would ask that you reconsider the budget.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Chartrand? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Nicole Foster, and after Nicole Foster will be Peter Lehman.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me and for hanging in there for all these hours. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and honorable members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, as well as Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Nicole Foster, and I am here representing NAMI Maine. NAMI Maine is here to be in opposition of the governor's proposed correctional and public safety budgets. Maine continues to face the ongoing effects of the opioid crisis. 2020 shows a preliminary 512 overdose deaths, by far the highest rate yet. And the trend of almost 60 deaths in January 2021 indicates that that deadly trend is continuing. We have shown that this is a crisis we will not incarcerate our way out of. Substance use disorders are a health crisis that requires treatment in close balance with efforts to stem the flow of drugs into Maine. Increasing funding to MDEA and corrections while not increasing the funding to mental health and recovery services will not solve the root problem. Nationally, 1 in 3 inmates has a mental illness. Between 60 to 85% of those incarcerated in Maine enter with a substance use disorder, and many have faced childhood trauma. The United States CDC chief said that as of July 2020, we had lost more Americans to suicide and overdose deaths than to COVID-19 for the first 6 months. This crisis must be addressed. While we applaud the support for the Options Initiative to support community crisis response for overdose prevention and response, funding needs to be directed to recovery resources to save the lives of our Mainers. We need to increase the availability of residential facilities, treatment counselors, and medication-assisted treatment for both our youth and adult populations. Mental illnesses are treatable. Most people diagnosed with a mental illness can experience relief from their symptoms by actively participating in an individualized treatment plan. As it stands now, Long Creek Youth Correctional Facility stands to receive more than 37 million that the Office of Behavioral Health Services reported spending, which is more than the Office of Behavioral Health Services reported spending on children's behavioral health homes at 23.3 million, targeted case management at 11 million, and outpatient treatment at 20.7 million during their 2020 fiscal report. With funding for juvenile corrections exceeding community-based services, these youth cannot successfully transition into a community that has depleted programming and resources. The governor's proposal to double the funding to the MDEA and increase the funding for corrections represents an unbalanced response to the mental health crisis we are facing. This is not a problem that Maine can solve by arresting and incarcerating those with substance use disorder and/or mental illnesses. The number of Mainers being incarcerated with substance use disorder and mental illness, or excuse me, with substance use and mental health disorders has increased every year since 2004.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
This is Representative Person. You're over the 3 minutes, so if you might summarize.
I will. The proposed budget turns our correctional centers into mental health facilities without adequate funding for recovery, and it turns our state police into mental health clinicians without proper training. Both strategies have already failed. Thank you. And I will gladly take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Any questions for Ms. Foster?
Looks like Senator Sirway, maybe.
Senator Sirway? Senator Sirway, we can't hear you.
There. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a question for you, Ms. Foster. This year seems like there's been less people incarcerated for a long time because of the COVID issue. I don't know if that's what your records show, but that's what I understood anyway. I haven't seen the numbers totally, but that's what I understood, because the courts haven't even been able to put them, you know, to sentence. So with that, why would the overdose numbers be so high?
Well, I suspect that the overdose numbers are so high because the lack of resources that came along with COVID. Most of our recovery centers had to shut down due to COVID and go onto Zoom. And what we know is that mental illness treatment and substance use treatment relies heavily on that face-to-face contact. We know that there was a lack of availability of NA meetings, AA meetings, recovery coach meetings. As to the incarceration numbers, I can't necessarily speak to that. But what I do note is that nationally, the United States CDC chief pointed out that in the first 6 months of 2020, we lost more people to suicide and overdose deaths than COVID. So we have to address this problem, and it's not going to be addressed by incarceration without recovery efforts.
So just a follow up on that. I just, I think, do you think that we should have facilities for treatment and also for mental health?
Of course, I believe that Maine needs significantly additional resources for mental health and substance use.
Well, that's what I kind of wondered, and if that would reduce the jail, but I'm just saying that right now it didn't show the numbers jiving to what you were saying in your speech. I just was asking why that didn't correlate. That's all. Thank you. I just didn't quite understand it.
I apologize, sir. I guess I'm not following which numbers you're indicating don't jive. I didn't.
Well, the numbers in the jail was down, but the higher overdose, and that's what I didn't quite understand. Thank you.
think they're both, I think she said they're both COVID related.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ms. Foster?
I believe the numbers in the local jails are actually up because they're not able to transport to prison due to COVID. So I think if we were to contact our county sheriffs, we would see that the numbers in the local jails have risen, which is why we have seen the outbreaks in the local jails more frequently than the outbreaks in the state prison system.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Foster? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and for joining us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Lehman is here. And then after Mr. Lehman, we have Rafael Messias and Rosanna Natalini. So I will bring those two into the panel, and Mr. Lehman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce and Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston, and I'm a formerly incarcerated citizen and a person in long-term recovery. I'm here testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. Our goal is to promote restorative practices to increase public safety and the health of the community. I'm sure in your appropriations work, you hear a lot about evidence-based practices when people are asking you for money. I know a little bit about this concept since before I destroyed my life, I was a sociology and criminology professor. Let's start with incarceration. Incarceration is not an evidence-based practice. In just 1 year from release, almost 20% are back in custody, and 3 years later, it's around 30%. Over time, more than 50% return. 42% of the DOC admissions last year were returnees. This is not effective. Each returnee costs us money and new victims every year, on and on. The purpose of intervention is so that it doesn't happen again. Incarceration doesn't do that. Programs and treatment do. I'll bet you've heard the old Chinese saying, give a family a fish and you'll feed them for a day. Teach a family to fish and you've fed them for a lifetime. Translated to corrections, that reads, put a man in jail and he will be back. Teach him how to stay out of jail and you will have saved a ton of money. Programs and treatments are not a luxury. They're a route. They are the route to success. So please give the DOC enough money to actually help men and women stay out. That's an evidence-based practice. In other words, it works. That significant investment could dramatically and permanently reduce the corrections budget in only a few years. If we cut down that 42% of returnees. Where will we get the money? Well, my colleague Jan Collins has already talked about Long Creek. Another source of funding is the Department of Public Safety budget. The MDEA is another not evidence-based program. There's no evidence, zero evidence that the MDEA has reduced drug use, yet they're requesting a substantial increase in funding. In truth, funding the MDEA has diverted attention and money that could have been used for treatment, harm reduction, and other interventions. In this sense, funding the MDEA has probably cost lives.
Mr. Lehman?
Yes?
You're a little over 3 minutes, so if you might summarize, thank you.
Okay. I just want to say that that we investing that money in evidence-based treatment, other intervention and programs in the DOC and elsewhere will undoubtedly save lives. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Any questions from any legislators for Mr. Lehman? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one good question. I know through this whole segment, it seems like it's all about drug and drug abuse and treatment. But I kind of wonder, Mr. Lehman, many times there are victims that are harmed and the criminal should be held accountable for his actions for the crime. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And I'm just looking for these people that have committed it we should be holding them for public safety. Don't you agree?
That's the very strange phrasing. I agree that some people maybe need to be held for public safety.
So I'm
That's
just
certainly
saying
possible.
we don't hear much about the victims in today's hearing, and I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure that we hear about that part.
I thought I included that. One of the things that I am very, very adamant about, and I think that we've talked about this, Senator Serway, is that recidivism means more victims. That to keep people safe and to promote safety in our communities, we need to make sure that women and men, when they are released, do not reoffend, that they become integrated and in our communities and become contributing citizens that not only help reduce, learning to talk today, that we increase safety and also provide people, we graduate people who essentially can that not only not harm the community, but contribute to the community. This is in all of our best interest. It's nobody's best interest to have them come back, first in our jails and then in our prisons. When I say that investing in the DOC and investing in those programs will reduce incarceration, what I mean is that they won't come back, and that will reduce the victims. This is something I think that we miss sometimes in talking about victims and in talking about support for victims. That the most important thing to me is that it never happen again. All right. And for somebody to heal from victimization means to create that sense of safety and possibility.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lehman, Representative Pickett has a question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good evening. I guess it is now, Peter. It's close to that, but
yes, Representative.
I just wanted to make a comment and then ask you a question. At the very, very beginning of your testimony, you said something that, quite frankly, I was very impressed with. I think you're the only one today that I've heard say that, and that is that you said that when I ruined my life, in other words, you took responsibility for whatever happened. I don't have any idea what your history is, but whatever happened, you took responsibility for that. And instead of considering yourself to be a victim, at least that's what I got out of that statement. And I want to ask you if by taking responsibility and being accountable for what caused you to get involved in the legal system, and did that help you or hurt you in your successful going down the road of a successful recovery?
A successful recovery, and I know of no one in recovery who would not agree with this, a successful recovery always requires taking responsibility for your actions. 12-step programs do a moral inventory, and we share those. Other programs do the same thing. This is called cleaning up my side of the street.
And I thank you for that, because I think from being in and out of our committee for the last couple of years that we're trying very hard to try to find ways to make changes and make differences. And I just think it's important when that is really a crucial part of people that need help, of getting the help they need and being able to come out on the other end successful. And I appreciate that, sir.
I do know that, Representative, and I think that that's why we have developed mutual respect over the year. And I will remind you, which is kind of humorous, that that when you first started in the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, I gave you my background statement about what I had done and where I have been. And what's amusing is that it was important that I give it to you, and probably not, the content was probably not by this time important to you. I think there's a lesson there.
I think you're right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lehman?
Thank you all for staying with this and having me here.
Thank you for also for sticking with us and being here today. We are now going to turn to, let me look at my list. Raphael Macias. Please feel free to correct me.
It's Macias, Raphael
Macias.
Macias. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Go right ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Senator Breen, Representative Warren, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the committee present. My name is Raphael Macias, and I'm happy living in Topsom. On December 26, 2004, I was underway in a supply ship on the Indian Ocean when a devastating tsunami destroyed Banda Aceh. We were already loaded with supplies, water, fuel, and a Seahawk ready to deliver aid and assistance. Instead, the United States sent the carrier USS Abraham Lincoln to deliver supplies and fresh water to the Indonesian survivors for 5 weeks. On March 11, 2011, I was in my office on a U.S. Navy base in Japan watching the news images of waves rushing through the Japanese streets of Fukushima. The United States at once sent the carrier U.S. Ronald Reagan and the amphibious carrier Essex to provide immediate aid and assistance to our still reeling Japanese hosts. So when I retired in Maine in 2013 and I found out about the opioid epidemic crashing through the streets of Maine year after year, with thousands of lives being swept away needlessly into early graves or lengthy prison sentences, I'm still here 8 years later wondering what we're waiting for. We have a real-time emergency all over Maine. Mainers are dying from waves of substance delivered straight to their doors. When it hits our houses personally, maybe then we will find the will to deliver aid and assistance to those here in Maine without a warship, because that's expensive. I'm respectfully asking you to do something compassionate instead, because the old way of jail time isn't working. I've seen compassionate support quickly mobilized to provide aid to people in need. I've seen trillions spent on national defense and homeland protection too. After 22 years in the Navy, I've seen how quickly resources were provided for urgent humanitarian efforts around the world. When a powerful warship is used to save lives, we all feel good. Same goes when a cop rescues a kitten from a tree or plays basketball with some kids. We all feel good about it, but ultimately we need them to protect us from those bad guys over there. Our collective taxes pay for this service and we usually cheer them on. I don't feel good paying more and more year over year to fund a losing battle called the war on drugs. It makes little fiscal sense to employ 176 staff to detain a couple dozen teenagers, of which disproportionately number are people of color. I've also seen tremendous time and resources go into prevention. At sea, we train day after day to fight fires and wars, all so we could avoid fighting real fires and actual wars. Those things are too expensive. Preparation through training is so much cheaper. There are too many children and young adults in Maine facing today unprepared. I propose we pour more states' resources into preparing our youth instead of perpetuating or worse, ignoring their plight until they're locked up. Please prioritize education and recovery over incarceration and a lifetime of disapproval for housing and employment. It's more rewarding for everyone. Give young Mainers hope and faith in the system that you and I both trust, instead of fear and societal demoralization. There is a new initiative in Maine, and Commissioner Liberty cannot just take the money and promise to redistribute it to the community. That's your duty and privilege. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Any questions for Mr. Macias from any committee members? Not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience and for joining us today. Next, we have Rosanna Natalini, and then Sarah Jester.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, Senator Biennial, Representative Pierce, Honorable Member of Proprietary Committee. My name is Roxana Naralini. I live in Standish. I'm here today to speak against to LD 221, correctional public safety budget. I'm a little nervous, I never speak before. My son, Dante Majoroni, he was a good kid. He was sexually abused from my ex-husband. He was a U.S. Marines. My son growing up as angry, and he ended up at Long Creek, where one fight. Whereas Long Creek there for him was mentally and physical abuse him. He went out Long Creek. He was struggle for PTSD and depression. He was angry. He ended up Cumberland County Jail. Was my son. He not received any help, mental help. And he said, my son suicide in jail, Cumberland County Jail, on March 28, 2017. I went please to everyone, looking resources for him to get the help he needed. Everybody was ignoring me. That's the reason I please you. As a mother, I lost my son. I struggle every day for him. There was a jail there to him. I can see my son coming back again to me, asking you, please, no pass the bill. These people in jail need professional help. They need mental health treatment. As experienced as a mother, I feel the pain. These people need mental help, no punishment. Please, you as a parent, please think about it before you pass the bill. Please, I please you, no pass the bill. These people need mental help. Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Natalini.
I am so sorry.
Thank you for joining us today.
I'm sorry, just a struggle. So my son was a good kid. He used to do a lot of sport, running marathon, play football, basketball. He had a lot of friends. All her friends loved him. He used to collect food for poor people, start supply for younger kids for the school. He was a good kid, but the justice system, the state failed him. The state failed my son. And please, think about it before you pass the bill. Think about it in him. The state failed my son. And please, cannot do again to somebody else. It's a pain for every day.
I'm so sorry for your loss. Are there any questions for Mrs. Natalini?
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your patience and thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you. I am so nervous. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience.
You did a great job. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think Senator or Representative Warren has her hand up.
Representative Warren, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for being here and testifying. It takes a lot of courage, and I want you to know we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for your good job. Please do the good job. You think about it. Mental health, we very need it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Next, we have Sarah Jester and then Sheriff Brackett.
Good evening, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for your attention and your patience. My name is Sarah Jester. I'm a resident of East Blue Hill, Maine. I'm here today to testify against the proposed budget for the Department of Public Safety. As we've heard several times this afternoon, Maine has just experienced its deadliest year in the course of the ongoing opioid crisis. And despite this reality, evidence-based treatments for substance use disorder remain underfunded, and instead the opioid epidemic continues to fuel Maine's incarceration rates. The majority of Maine Department of Corrections inmates are held due to substance use disorder related charges. I am a master's level social work student at the University of Maine and a member of their professional opioid workforce response program. My internship with Healthy Acadia in Ellsworth has given me the chance to work one-on-one as a recovery coach with individuals in the Hancock County Drug Court, which I attend every other week. The 2019 annual report on Maine's drug treatment courts shows that drug court is significantly lowers recidivism rates for its graduates in the short and long term. Although time and labor intensive, participants are treated with dignity, offered evidence-based therapies for the treatment of substance use disorder, and given the chance to take control and completely change their lives. As a recovery coach, I can attest to witnessing this transformation firsthand. Additionally, the adult drug treatment court results in cost avoidance to the criminal justice system and health system. A conservative estimate from the report is that for every $1 spent on adult drug treatment courts in Maine, $1.87 is saved by Maine's criminal justice system. I advocate here for a change in budget priorities. If $421 million can be made available for ineffective substance use disorder incarceration, can we not make more available for the treatments and programs that we know will work to slow this epidemic, including adult drug treatment courts and family recovery courts? Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jester. Any questions for Ms. Jester from any of the legislators? Not,
Yeah.
not,
Yes.
oh,
I didn't, okay, you want me to raise my hand?
is Senator DeChambeau back?
Yes, so she's back.
Okay, your camera's not on, so I couldn't see you.
Oh, here, okay, you're right. Here I am. Miss, where is she? Justice? Justa. No, it's not a question. I want to compliment you in your choice of career. I want to know what you're going to do when you leave UMO.
Oh, hopefully continue to work in the substance use disorder treatment field.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. You got a good background. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Jester? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for being with us today and for your patience. We really appreciate it. Next, we have Sheriff Brackett, and then we're going to have Victoria Arrington.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just got word that Sheriff Brackett was just here to listen. He was important for him to do, but he doesn't need to testify.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So Victoria Arrington, I think I need to move you over. I do. And then Whitney Parrish, and then Winifred Tate.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I'm grateful to have your attention today. You'll have to forgive me. I have pretty severe anxiety, and I just have some notes that I've taken to try to summarize what I think about what I've heard today.
Thank you.
Thanks. I live in Portland, Maine. I grew up in Rumford, Mexico, Maine, my entire life, and I'm 28 years old. Yeah. And so I wasn't sure if I was going to share my story today. I was simply going to call out on Scott Sear for such inappropriate language earlier during this call. I knew your name because I had seen so many signs with your name on it because I had previously lived in the Clinton area. I just moved to Portland during the pandemic, but previously had worked on a farm during the summer and lived in the Clinton area and seen your name so many times. So I just thought that it would be appropriate for you to issue an apology for that inappropriate language and maybe to educate yourself a bit about why that is inappropriate. So also, I just like to highlight and bolster some voices that were earlier shared, people that I know, and also just people that I was really excited to hear from: Peter Lehman, Courtney Allen, Martin said some really beautiful things. Doug, Chelsea, Putnam. Also, yeah. So I wasn't, yeah. So I've been fortunate enough to be home and able to listen to this meeting since 1 all day. And I also just want to share that my dad, I will share his story because he is not able to. And due to respectability politics, you might have a hard time understanding me, but I am grateful for your attention. So, but my dad, yes, he has sought substance use disorder my entire life. He suffered a back injury early on in my life. He received workers' comp for that and subsequently was addicted to opioids. He sought substance use disorder treatment and drove from his house in Milton Plantation, which is like somewhere between Rumford and Bethel, to the methadone clinic in Portland every single day of my entire youth. He was ineligible for take homes due to using medical marijuana, etc. So yeah, he drove to the methadone clinic my entire life. My stepmother died earlier this year at the age of 38 due to a fentanyl overdose. I now have her sweet dog with me and I'm adopting her. And yeah, she passed away due to a fentanyl overdose, which is completely preventable. And I'd like to share a powerful quote by someone that you all might, by many people here might know, because powerful quotes were shared before and yeah, it grabs people's attention. So people who use drugs do not deserve to die. I'm happy to answer who shared that quote. Yeah, what else? So I do not consider myself a victim. You say you want to make change. I advocate against the proposed budget of funneling all the money into jails, prisons, criminalization.
Miss Arrington?
Scott,
Miss Arrington, hi. This is Representative Peirce. You're a little over the 3 minutes, so if you wanted to summarize. Thank you.
Absolutely. So Scott Sear has asked a couple questions specifically about like why the overdose rate has gone up during the pandemic. And I'd just like to say that's because people don't have healthcare. People do not have access to naloxone, which I distribute naloxone. And it's something that is not able to be accessed in Maine, but it is life-saving and very valuable. There's no sterile use supplies in Maine. There's no education. There's criminalization, and there needs to be the restructuring of drug sentencing. And people also don't know about the Good Samaritan law and do not feel comfortable calling the police. When my stepmother passed away, the police showed up. And now my father is also going to jail. Not related to that, related to something else, but all the same. Yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Any questions for any of the panelists? Representative Warren.
Ms. Arrington, thank you. That takes a lot of courage. And I do know who said that. Jesse Harvey said it. And thank you for sharing his quote. It is very powerful. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate you too.
Senator Searway, do you have a question? Senator, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little question, but also a comment. Thank you, Victoria, sharing your stories and your concerns. And I understand. I've worked with families all my life, and in law enforcement and DARE and all kinds of different things. And certainly when I was asking the question, sometimes once in a while, I'll mess up on my mixing words around, and I accidentally said colored person instead of person of color. And so I apologize if I offended you or others. I think that it was not intentional.
Okay.
So
I appreciate the apology. You did offend me, so I appreciate the apology.
right, thank you. I didn't mean that by any means. And so the other thing is, what do you think? And I guess my question is, what do you think we can do? Because sometimes people are harmed, and there has to be accountability. But I don't know if, and I'd like to see facilities, like we had before, many years ago, and before your time, probably in the 80s, we had Jackson Brook, we had Seton Hospital, we had Hope House, Halcyon House, New Directions, Tri-County. We had all kinds of areas where they could go for help, and we don't have that right now. We don't have the resources, and that's what the judges say. So this is where we're at. We're at a kind of a standstill of where we can go with this, and that's what I'm asking the question.
Can I it's so late.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
That's what I said. What does she think that we can do? I'm just, yeah.
I would love to respond to that. So I would just like to say that I am not qualified to answer that at all. I am a person with lived experience, but there are so many other people who are qualified to answer that, who have spoke before me, who have offered testimony, who you can follow up with and learn this information about. And we need to stop giving money to cops. We just need to stop giving money to cops. So, but it is really late. So.
Thank you, Ms. Arrington.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Arrington? Okay, thank you for your patience and thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Next, we have two folks left, I believe, Whitney Parrish and then Winifred Tate. So Ms. Parrish, I'll move you over now, and I'll move Ms. Tate over as well.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Senators Breen, DeChambeau, Representative Peirce, and Warren, and members of the committees. My name is Whitney Parrish, and I'm the Advocacy and Communications Director of Health Equity Alliance and a resident of Hallowell. Health Equity Alliance is a nonpartisan, nonprofit public health and harm reduction organization that envisions a sort of world where health justice is realized for all Mainers, especially our most vulnerable. We very much appreciate the opportunity to testify in response to LD 221. In its current form, we oppose provisions within LD 221 that bolster and strengthen carceral and enforcement departments and strategies. Specifically, because we know evidence-based solutions and programs are what keep Maine's residents and our clients healthy and alive. When we talk about social and physical determinants of health, we often focus on a narrow but important subset of them: housing, healthcare, and other resources that are woefully underfunded. I have provided you with not an exhaustive, but an extensive list of these determinants of health, and they include things like access to technology, culture, things that we are looking at every day when we look at policy proposals and how we support our community members. And I encourage you to look at those at your convenience. I'm certain we can all look at each of the bullet points I've provided and see bills in our head that begin to address the needs of all Mainers, or policy proposals, new and old, that work to ensure Mainers are having their needs met so they can live safer, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. We oppose these provisions within the budget because evidence does show that investing in robust social programs is not only a more compassionate, humanistic, and just approach, but also more effective than punitive policies and programs. And I do have citations within my testimony. Further, it outweighs the investment in incarceration enforcement, particularly when we integrate the net positive effect of reducing or eliminating contact with the criminal legal system. For example, harm reduction programs and services like that of Health Equity Alliance and our statewide partners offer real measurable effective outcomes. This is why our programs are supported and funded by the Maine CDC, and we have collaborative partnerships with the Office of Opioid Response and Office of Behavioral Health. Syringe services and exchange programs not only reduce the spread of infectious disease and directly reduce the likelihood of overdose-related death, but they also act as a resource for some of Maine's most vulnerable residents. Harm reduction isn't limited to the delivery of direct services. We act as a space where unhoused Mainers can connect with housing resources, where socially isolated and deeply stigmatized people can feel supported and respected. And we supply basic needs. And these are programs that, in conjunction with things like treatment, which we've talked a lot about today, also require funding and a reallocation of resources. Another important step toward reducing reliance on carceral systems like jailing and prisons is law enforcement assisted diversion. And while this program is still rooted in enforcement and funded through entities like DPS, it's intended to take a different approach and make sure that folks are connected with a service provider before they even go into the system. And to be clear, HEAL is a provider that receives folks who may have that contact with law enforcement. Evidence shows that diversion programs for low-level drug offenders are likely to be cost-effective, generating savings, this is a quote, in the criminal justice system, while only moderately increasing healthcare costs. Such programs can reduce incarceration and its associated costs and avert overdose deaths and improve quality of life for people who inject drugs, people who use drugs, and the broader population.
Ms. Parrish?
Yes, I will summarize.
Thank you.
So as you've heard, we've had a lot of overdose deaths in the state. This can be attributed to a number of things, but the impacts of incarceration don't end once you immediately leave a jail or a prison. They last far beyond that. And we believe those things do impact the uptick in overdose mortality rates. So I'll leave you with this. Criminalization is killing Mainers, ultimately. Let's show our true values of compassion, helping and supporting our neighbors, and making sound investments for the future, because lives really do depend on it. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. Any questions for Ms. Parrish? I am not seeing any. So thank you for being here, and thanks so much for your patience. The last person I have, I believe, and I'm going to just give a shout out to our clerk to make sure I'm correct, is Winifred Tate.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you all for waiting. I know you hate me because I'm the last one.
No, we love you because you're the last one.
I'll be brief. My name is Winifred Tate. I'm a resident of Waterville. I'm a professor at Colby, and I'm director of the Maine Drug Policy Lab at Colby College. And I have prepared testimony that I submitted that repeats many of the comments that you've heard today. So I won't repeat that. I just want to make you aware of the work of the Maine Drug Policy Lab, where we're researching the impact of drug policies. We've been looking specifically at women incarceration and pathways to recovery. And we have found evidence that repeats all of the testimony that you've heard today. We need to invest in communities. Incarceration causes harm. And I just want to end with addressing something that's not in my testimony, but that I've heard a lot today, particularly from my senator, Senator Searway, which is what about the victims? And I want to encourage the committee to move away from this binary thinking that there are victims and that there are criminals. And I would say in my interviews in the county jails, in my conversations with people who have been incarcerated and people in recovery, those people, the vast majority, I would almost say 100% of them are victims as well. They have been experienced violence, domestic violence, violence in the home. They have experienced all kinds of criminal activities against them. And I would also say that when we think about criminals, when I was pulled over twice for having expired tags and I had to go into court, that case was dismissed because I can pay fines and I am a professor at Colby. And so who gets caught up in that system, that did not derail my life. If I had lost my license, lost my ability to travel to my job, I could have ended up as a criminal in the system, the same as many of the people that I have spoken to and that you know in your communities. I think we really need to think in terms of community and how we build the kinds of communities that we want to live in. So I'll end there, and I hope I appreciate your time and thank you for this long day of fascinating testimony.
Ms. Tate, thank you so much for hanging in there and for sticking with us and for being here. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for Ms. Tate? I am not seeing any. Surprise, surprise.
I will admit, I peeled my potatoes for dinner while watching this, so I gotta put them in the pot.
A multitasking testifier.
Always.
Thank you very much for being here. I believe that concludes the public part of the testimony today, and looks like Representative Fecto has a question.
Yes, Madam Chair. I had a question for Commissioner Soschuk, and this is really the first opportunity I've had to ask him this, so I wouldn't mind asking him a question if you don't mind.
Sure.
So Commissioner, I'm asking a question about MIAC or MIAC, however it's pronounced. Does anyone who works at or with MIAC, including state employees or contractors, have or hold a federal security clearance or have been read on to special access programs in order to perform their duties at MIAC?
Yes, there are actually representatives from the Department of Homeland Security that work inside the MIAC as one of the partners. I'm happy to get you a complete list of who those partners are and pass those along at the workshop if that's appropriate, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other information requests from any folks on any committees? Representative Hymanson.
Hi, thanks. It would be good, I don't know if AFA is the forum for this, but if it is, to have Gordon Smith come and talk to us about giving us an update about his programs and his vision, what he sees.
We could certainly consider that request and get back to you on it for sure.
Thanks.
Thanks. Any other questions from committee members? Well, I just want to thank everybody from Criminal Justice and Public Safety for joining us today. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you to Commissioner Liberty, to Commissioner Soschuk, to Major General Farnham for being here. We appreciate it. And of course, thank you to your analyst and your clerk who joined us. So I'm going to ask appropriations people to stay on for just a few minutes, but wish our colleagues from Criminal Justice and Public Safety a good evening. And again, many thanks for joining us today.
Senator Green.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator DeChambeau.
Senator Green, I just want to tell you, I will never complain about my committee work after hearing what you guys have to go through. You know, we're all in criminal justice and public safety because we wanted to be, and we have an interest in what all you people do. I have great respect for what you do. So
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau. That's nice of you to say. Thank you. All right. Bye now. So appropriations, folks, we are still on, we're still on live. I just wanted to check in and make sure, of course, I always like to check in with our analyst to make sure we have completed our responsibilities for the day. And see if there are any questions about anything coming up. So Maureen, have we fulfilled our responsibilities for the day?
I believe you have more than fulfilled your responsibilities for the day. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to you and to Mandy for making this work. Really, really appreciate it.
Mandy gets the credit. Yep.
So I think that, Maureen, did you put up the notice for the work session?
I have just now been typing it up and we'll send it out shortly. And then the official one from the official one from Mandy will go out, but I'm letting the interested parties know that there will be one tomorrow at, I believe it's 11:30.
That's right.
And that where they can find the so-called MODOC. It has been posted online. So.
Thank you. Democrats from Approach will be caucusing in the morning to give you a preview. It's some of the things that we had not voted on in Health and Human Services and a couple of other committees that we're going to take care of tomorrow.
And I do want to remind you too, just that there are language parts that you had tabled that are not listed on that MODOC. So I'll try to get at least you chairs a list of those language pieces that you'll have to go back to the report backs in order to reference those. So everybody should have their report backs nearby.
You mean for voting tomorrow?
If you're going to vote language, I just want to make sure that people would have their report backs with the language in them. So
yeah, I mean, we voted off the report backs last time. I think we'll plan to do that again tomorrow.
Oh, not the MODOC? Okay, that's no problem.
I think, Madam Chair, I think we have to do a little bit of both.
Yeah.
So everyone should be prepared with all of their materials.
I'll let the public know as well that you will be referencing both report backs and the document, the unvoted sheet. Thank you for that. Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Representative Fecto, did you have a question? Okay. So we will do a work session starting at 11:30, and then we will go right into our afternoon session at 1 o'clock with health coverage, insurance, and financial services. And then at 3 o'clock, we have veterans and legal affairs joining us. Are there any questions about tomorrow? All right. Thank you all for your patience and attention this afternoon. And we'll see you tomorrow. This public hearing is adjourned.